What is up? Good morning, real life traders. How's everybody doing out there? This is Maloney Camdar from the beautiful Carolinas today. It's just a perfect, clear, bright, sunny morning, just the way we like it. And the markets are gapping down. That is amazing. Let me just get a few things straightened out with YouTube land and we will be ready to roll. Give me 1 second. All right, awesome. Good morning. There's a lot of you guys here today. So in case I skip on any of the questions, or in case I know the moderators yesterday were having a really hard time keeping up with you guys, but just nudge me a little bit. So in case you guys have any tickers or questions or anything at all, I will be here with you all till 11. So let's get this party started. If you guys don't know me, I primarily like to trade futures, and I love trading bear trades rather than bull trades. I've always loved trading bearish, even in an extremely bullish market. So that's just something that I enjoy. And today seems like a perfect day for that. So let's start our morning with futures real quick. And we will get this going. Awesome. So the Qs yesterday had a spectacular day up. And why I say spectacular is because we had S-curved up. Let me grab my tool real quick. Okay, so a lot of people were just expecting it to continue on down, but that wasn't the case. We kind of S-curved on up. This candle didn't mean much still. I mean, we could have still just kind of gone down with a double top, but then yesterday's push up meant a whole bunch. I mean, that was a good move up, right? I think that's why a lot of bulls stepped in yesterday also. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold, so if I sound different to those of you that know me, it's just I might have to sneeze in the middle somewhere. But yes, so that's what's been going on. A lot of people think the bottom is in, we've S-curved on up, and today could just be a retest candle, which is agreeable. Yes, I agree with that. I think a little pullback was definitely due. So let's go look at, I have my fibs drawn on yesterday's candle. Let me just adjust them properly. Okay, cool. So let's go look at the hourly chart real quick. All right. So on the hourly chart yesterday, I actually decided to go short on the 4-hour chart when it touched this trend line. So my entry was 11,940. I realized that was a little too early, but hey, no one's ever going to catch the top, right? So that's where I went short with a target of 11,820, which I have no doubt we will hit soon. So, quick 100 points, not a bad trade on NQ, that is. So that's a whopping sum of money because each point on NQ is $20. So that's technically 4 Rs for me. That's a lot of money for me. So, quick overnight trade, not bad. That's just what I had played yesterday. And I also played this phenomenal AMD trade that we will go over also. But makes sense, right? So this is why I went short, because the RSI was super high. We were kind of sort of seeming extended. If you look on TradingView, the RSI on the 4 hours has been so accurate. Every time we have the RSI go anywhere above 80 or 75-ish, I want to say, we typically have a pullback. Prime example. Today's pullback may not be as violent, you guys. I know a lot of people think bearish moves are coming in, but it may not be as violent. I think it would be best to see what we do around the 618 level. So right here, if we don't catch our bounce here, guys, this is going to be disastrous. So, because that's going to be a lot of hopeful bulls thinking, oh no, maybe we do reverse. So just in case we don't bounce around the 618 level, I think we are going to see some trouble in paradise. This semi-inverse head and shoulders is not a perfect one, but the semi-inverse head and shoulders needs to be retested. And I think that's what we're going to do. We're probably going to retest it and then hopefully bounce. Now, keep in mind, we have lots of fun earnings coming out later today and later tomorrow. We have Tesla coming out tomorrow. We have Microsoft coming out today. So, you know, any news could switch it around. But I think if we were to just go with the charts, just based on the charts, I think this is a good start. This is a good, healthy pullback. So nothing to really fear. I think it's still doable. This trend line would still be valid even if we pulled back to the 618. So still be valid. All right. Now let's go look at our boy SPY. SPY cleared out. And if there's any other tickers that you guys want to take a look at, definitely throw them at me. Lots of good mornings. Good morning, Gwen. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Lucian. Hello. Yes. So Win says, I'm not buying shares for 12,000 each. Yes, futures trade slightly different. We will have a futures lesson today from 3:30 to 5. So if you guys want to talk futures or just kind of sort of explore that, I promise you just that one session will make you want to trade futures and explore that avenue. Futures are best for smaller accounts. So if you do not have an extremely large account, or you're just trying to use a portion of your account and reserve the other portion for buying the dip or whatever, definitely give futures a shot. You can trade a lot of things in futures with very little money. So definitely check it out. We will be there live on from 3:30. Agnes says, please record that. Yes, I will. I definitely will. All right, cool deal, you guys. All right, let's go look at, I see somebody throwing out 3M and what, Verizon. Okay, Lucian, 3M has to be my best gap and go, which is why it's up here. Let's go look at SPY real quick and then we'll look at 3M right away. SPY, also just a healthy pullback. Nothing really is happening. Nothing too crazy is happening on it. I do think that this pullback is still validated as a healthy pullback. Don't like that we're back below the 400. I mean, we should have ideally just sort of hovered around the 400 and bounced. So I don't like the fact that we're below the 400. But I'll tell you this, guys, we take this candle out, we're going lower. Much lower. So for that reason, I think I will be, I still think this is a healthy pullback. I think it's a retest of this candle. We were up quite a bit for, the past 2 days. These were very ginormous candles on an average. So let's put fibs on it and let's see what an acceptable level for SPY dip is. So what I'm trying to do with fibs, guys, is basically just sort of measure and say, what is this ticker's acceptable pullback? Usually the 618 to 666 is a acceptable level of pullback. Anything below that, I feel like the bulls are not really interested and there's much more panic selling going on. So that's just what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to gauge and see how much of a pullback is okay. So this still seems like a feasible pullback. It's not really in Panicville just yet. So it'll be a fun PG day if we bounce off of these levels. If not, we will put on a short trade and see if we can get some good risk to reward. All right. If you guys have any tickers, let me know. I don't know why my chat keeps saying, oh, there it is. It updated. Okay, cool. Jason says, I got a put, so go lower, baby. I do too. All right. Thoughts on PCAR. Let's go look at 3M and then we'll go look at that. 3M, you guys, this has to be one of the best gap and goes that we have ever seen. I don't get excited about charts. Usually my feelings towards a chart are usually because nothing really exciting really stands out lately. We've just been sideways trading, but this, my friends, got me super excited. When I was looking at it, it was at 117 something right here. And even then I was excited. So at 116, this is a beautiful gap and go. Perfect retest. I am going to look for an opportunity to go short on this. I think they had horrible earnings. I think a legitimate level of target could be somewhere over here. And then another target could be somewhere over here, 110. It does not have as much bullish momentum as I would have liked, because I would have loved a bullish momentum like this being halted, but it's not as much of a bullish momentum as with these two candles. So what I'm going to do is wait for some buyers to come in, get trapped, and then look for a short. So I'm going to try to short it as high as I can. Lucian, I'm going to point you, because you pointed me to it. I'm going to point you to look at 3M just in case I get sidetracked. I do want to put on a trade on this. It's a beautiful, beautiful gap and go. So, but I don't want to jump the gun right off the bat as soon as the market's open, because I feel like, you know, we could get trapped right away, because essentially we're selling it really, really low. That's not what we want to do. We want to sell high and buy low. So I want to see some buying come in and then short that push. So all right, awesome. Thank you, Lucian. That's awesome. Yes. All right, let's go look at PCAR. Hacker. I have not. So I trade with just a few specific tickers, and I don't venture out too much. So this is a construction, farm machinery, and trucks company. Ooh, that's pretty cool. All right, retest gap. Is this all-time highs or not? No, well, semi all-time highs. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, cool. All right, it's in a bullish direction. We've retested this double bottom perfectly well on a weekly chart. I would not want to short this thing. With that being said, this is a lot of bulls profitable right here. So if you are wanting to do a day trade on this, the best way to approach this is wait for this gap fill. So wait till it pulls back to 102.99, yesterday's high basically, which was 103. So wait till it pulls back to 103 and then go long on it. Then plan some trade. But with that being said, I'm not going short on this either. I mean, I wouldn't go short till 103. It's just extremely bullish right now. So don't mess with it. This is a beautiful bull flag, skewed, but a pretty bull flag. So, you know, don't mess with things that are in a bullish momentum. If you need a referral to a chart that is against the markets in a bullish momentum, look at Ulta Beauty. You do not mess with this ticker. Just don't get in the way. You know, this does not scream recession out there in the markets at all. Same as PCAR. So don't mess with it. Just try to buy the dip. It is all-time high, so try to get in as low as possible is just what I would say. As far as a day trade's concerned, I think I'd be only interested in it if it pulled back to 103 to take it long. That's just my thoughts. Let's look at Tesla, Rivian, Google, and BBBY. I think that's Best Buy. Let's look at that one first. Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay. Didn't they say they were going to shut down their companies, or I don't know what the deal was. Didn't they say they were going bankrupt or something? Something came out. All right, for Best Buy, this was horrible. Us taking out this candle was just horrible. I think, you know, I think this is one of the tickers that I could see slowly dying and going to zero. But because it is one of the popular tickers and meme tickers, I don't know when it's going to do that. I think this is one of those things just better left alone. If you must do a day trade on it, why isn't it pulling up the daily? Okay, cool. If you must do a day trade on it, oh, it is a gap and go. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is a good gap and go too. If you're just talking about a specific day trade, I wouldn't hold this overnight, guys. Just be careful. I wouldn't really hold this overnight. I would look for an entry somewhere in this wick, between the body and the wick. I would look for an entry over there with my target above this wick. So 414 is where I would target it. If you're going to do a day trade, I think at open, if you see one red candle come in on the 3-minute chart, go long above that one, and then target 414. I think that would be the best way to approach this. So just my opinion. Let's go look at Tesla. Tesla has earnings on tomorrow, and is it post market or Wednesday? It's PM. Okay, cool. Yes, so it's post market, and Tesla really, guys, I think it's one of those weakest links out there on the markets. It's trying, if the earnings have anything negative at all, I think this thing's gonna hurt. I oftentimes like to show my mentorship kids, students, the monthly chart on Tesla. This is a perfect head and shoulders. And we broke this channel. This could be adjusted a little bit. All right, cool. Let's say this adjusted. Even then, I feel like a retest to 200 and then a rollover is perfectly normal on Tesla. So do not get overexcited. Do not get FOMO'd into buying the dip. Weekly is also coming into resistance. Let's see what earnings swing us in, what direction earnings swing us into. I wouldn't be opposed to it going higher or lower, but if you had to ask me, I think it's going to go lower. With that being said, I'm not going to gamble my hard-earned money on Tesla earnings. That's just suicide. So I'm not going to do that. But Tesla for a day trade, it is in one of those bullish momentums, guys. So for today's day trade, if the markets pull up their socks and decide to bounce at the 618 levels, I will look for a bull trade on Tesla. Let's put fibs on it. It's an inside candle. It's not really like a super appealing gap up or down. So I'm not really super excited about it, but I think a ideal region on Tesla is 50% bounce or the 618, which, I mean, I think we're close to the 50% bounce. We're close to the 140. If it dips down to 140, maybe we could look for some purchases. Let's look at the hourly chart real quick. On the hourly though, yeah, I think I'd prefer to buy it over here at 138-ish rather than 140. Yeah, on the hourly, I would like it at the 140 level. It took out some very important levels. You know, it broke out of this guy. We are retesting this inverse head and shoulders action. We retested that, and now we're looking to go higher. I would be okay with it going higher. On the hourly, the RSI is medium. It's not super high, so I'm not super concerned about this guy just crashing and falling like the NQ, you know. Their RSI was low. So yeah, I mean, it was high. So that made sense to go short. But yeah, Tesla, I feel like if it doesn't bounce off of these levels, it's going to get interesting. So until then, I'm not really wanting to look at it. So far, it's still in a good zone currently. So let's come back. Let's circle back to it. Let's see. Would you show everyone the head and shoulders? Yeah, absolutely. So here's the it's not like a perfect head and shoulders, but here's what an inverse head and shoulders looks like, where you see this. So a head and shoulders, an ideal head and shoulders is a very bearish pattern where the bulls pushed it up. We retested a tiny little bit, more bulls got in, and we retested a lot more. More bulls got in, and then they were like, nope, we're not. So all of these hopeful members got trapped. So that's an extremely bearish pattern. Now, an inverse head and shoulders is the exact opposite of it. So yeah, Yeah, the easiest way to remember this is, something you would hold up with your hand if you were upset with somebody. Because this is a family-friendly show, we got to keep it family-friendly. But just in case anyone needed a laugh for the day. But yeah, this is an inverse head and shoulders. It would be a perfect one if we didn't have this dip so low. So it would be a perfect one if it just kind of sort of dipped like this. Which is why it's not like it's kind of like a skewed one, but yeah. So that's what here we had another one on the recent. Here's another one. This is the one I went long off of a while ago, but here, oh, where did my pen go? But here's an inverse head and shoulders. And then we break out of this neckline, you should go long, which is why a lot of people went long here. So yeah, that's what an inverse head and shoulders is. All right, awesome. What was the diagnosis on AMD? Let's go look at AMD. We've got lots of things to look at. I got sidetracked very, very easily. Let's go look at AMD as well. Yesterday, this guy had like the most amazing run up. Don't know what it was on. I think it was news related, but I just played the charts. It just made sense to play the charts yesterday. So for those of you familiar with the tweezer tops, these are not a perfect tweezer tops, but I mean, they're just a couple of cents apart, but I knew the minute we take out these tweezer tops, I wanted to go long on AMD. So I was watching this on the daily and we were already, opening around the 72 level. So 72.22 is where we opened. So close to the tweezer tops. And so I was watching this level of 72, let's call it 72.70, very, very closely. I'll put a line over here. So my deal was if we take out these two candles wicks, we're going to go higher. You do not know what a tweezer top is. It's when a candle has these upper wicks right there, and they're both the same exact price. It takes a lot of money to push them down at the same exact price. So, and a tweezer top with a bear candle as the second candle and us going long is like my favorite one to go long off of. So let's go back to the 3 minute and I'll show you guys something really, really cool. I know Dan and Johnny and Tony did a phenomenal job yesterday explaining to you guys what the 10 EMA was. So here is our line that's got the tweezer tops, and here is our 10 EMA right there. So I took this 10 EMA just based on the fact that they had those tweezer tops. And of course, because I am me, I got out for 1R, which was somewhere over here on this candle. I mean, there was a lot of money left on the table, but it's, my stop had to go here and it just was one of those perfect trades that worked out really, really quickly. So I got out for 1R. So that was my trade on AMD. Today, I think just like the rest of the markets, AMD is just trying to pull back. I will tell you guys, it will be devastating for AMD if we take out this candle though, this green candle, and go fill this gap today. I'm talking in terms of today. Overall, I think it can continue. When is AMD's earnings? February? January 31st. Okay, cool. So we have a little bit of time. When tickers have their earnings the same day, like for example, Microsoft today, it tends to trade a little bit on fear and panic rather than technical analysis. So I don't really like to get in the way. Like for example, tomorrow I will not be trading Tesla. I just unless it's like a beautiful gap and go or something like that, I don't care about it. So let's put fibs on AMD real quick and see where it can go today. All right. These are the levels that I want to watch for. Again, the 618 is where I'm looking to buy the dip if the dip even occurs. If it doesn't, then I guess we're just going to have to make mends and see where we can find entries or we go bearish. Inside candles usually don't have a lot of clues. I mean, they can decide in either direction because no one's really trapped. I mean, no one's really feeling the pain here. These guys might feel the pain. And if you ask me, I think at open, we should flush down to the 618. If we flush down there and don't hold, I think that's what's going to be a little bit interesting. And then we could look for bear trades. So We'll see which way it wants to go. So far, that's all I can tell you about AMD. Just nothing really stands out about it so much. Hourly has this move going on right now. We took out this pivot level on the hourly. I don't like that very much. So yeah, I could see us coming back and retesting these levels and seeing if we don't bounce from here. I think that's going to be a little bit troublesome for AMD. I think it's going to go fill that gap soon then if we don't bounce from here. So let's keep an eye on the 72.80 level, which is the tweezer tops, by the way, the top of the tweezer tops. So keep an eye on that. AMD got downgraded somewhere. Really? AMD got downgraded? Oh, here, Bernstein. What? Okay. I mean, I thought there was a high demand for this ticker. And I mean, chips. How could you? It just makes no sense. Okay, cool. Awesome. Apple. Yeah, but if it got downgraded, sure, if it pulls back, I think we could look for a short level. A lot of bulls are trapped in it. I don't think that's going to happen though, Agnes. I think if you ask me, I think we're going to bounce at a decent level. Again, my feelings are extremely unimportant as to what the market decides to do, right? Just because I feel a certain way doesn't mean the markets have to go that way. But I feel like it's not going to be one of those, oh, we just fall off of a cliff kind of days. I think we're going to retest certain levels and then trap everybody, probably, hopefully. That would be the best case scenario for the bulls. So yeah, let's see Apple. Apple also had a pretty spectacular day. The majority of this move was done in the morning, and then we just kind of sort of hovered around these levels. On Apple, on this candle, I will tell you, this candle, we take this guy out, I think we're gonna come back for a much more deeper pullback. I like to show everybody the monthly chart on Apple here. So just like we talked about the head and shoulders, we have this on Apple, and we're simply just retesting certain levels right now. So even on the monthly candle, this is the 20 EMA on the monthly chart. And this is the 10 EMA right here. So there's a lot in the way on Apple. So just be careful when planning or dip buying on Apple. There's a lot of things along the way. I think it could pull back decently. I mean, I could see Apple come down to 80, really, honestly, at some point in the next few months. But this is a monthly candle, so each candle is a month log. So it's not going to be an overnight kind of thing. It's going to take a while, but yeah. Just keep that in mind. I don't like that we're back in this box again. Don't like that at all. But I mean, even then, this wedge is getting really, really small. So we could do a bounce up and down, and then eventually break. So yeah, we'll see. We shall see. I see some jokes around. Thoughts on Uber? Let's look at Uber. Uber and Peloton were something that I was looking at earlier. And let's check it out. Uber is looking okay. It's a retest gap. I would want to, oh, this is a weekly chart. That's why I was like, oh, cool. All right. Uber's looking okay. It's retested these levels perfectly. It is into resistance right now. It's a retest. Nothing really makes me excited for a day trade on Uber right now. If we take out this high wave, I would want to go long because all of this resistance right here. We did take out, this is like a Woodshed William kind of play, but we did take out this trend line perfectly well. So, oh, give me 1 second. Here we go. Right here. So we took out this trend line perfectly well. I feel like we're just retesting certain levels on that, and I would want to be long above this high wave. That's just my thoughts. Yeah. But until then, I don't want to touch it. It is in, so it's completed on the daily. It's completed its 5-wave structure, right? So just be careful. So if you want to count with me, this is 0, 1, possibly 2, 3, 4, and a 5. So right now it's just doing that ABC correction and then possibly doing a bigger pullback. So for a day trade, nothing really exciting. It's a retest gap. I think it could retest up higher and then come back down. So yeah, just my thoughts. All right, the markets are open, y'all. My speakers are off, so I don't know if you heard the volume, but yeah, nothing really too crazy. 140, somebody said in the chat on Apple. 140.80 is the key number on Apple. Let's go look at it. Okay. Just pull up. What is going on? Charts. Right. We are still live on YouTube. I'm not going to turn that off because it is free week, so you guys get to participate in that. 140.80. Yeah, you know, I would just, really, if you ask me, the cues are not really holding. I would just really just wait and watch on Apple and see what it does. I'm much more interested in seeing what 3M did. That's where that's where the money is. Let's go look at Amazon real quick. I didn't look at Amazon because it's just one of those, give me 1 second. Still an inside candle. All right, awesome. Okay, so this is bouncing exactly off of the 50% level. This is what we want to see. We want to see these levels hold on Amazon, and it's doing that. So that's a good thing. Do have it going a little bit higher. So let's just keep an eye on this guy, see what it does, see if it can give us something to go with. I do like this hammer on the daily a lot on Amazon. I mean, this is pretty spectacular. So it's S curving on upwards. I do like this a lot. So let's see if we can do a bull trade on Amazon. If it gives me a chance to get in, I will. What are the markets doing? The markets are riding higher. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me just move my stops and update certain things on my Qs trade. Qs are riding higher as well. Okay, cool. Come on, Amazon, don't go higher. MO, why? Ooh, PLTR. We never looked at. No, hold on. Let's focus on Amazon. We'll look at PLTR over here. Why is Palantir halted? What? It's insane. I wonder who's buying this. Usually it's like one of the big players. Kathy Woods likes to stock a lot, so I don't know if she's buying it all up. I don't know what the deal is with this, but I'm sure there's some news about it, and it's halted. Wow, that's awesome. Something is wrong with the markets. Okay. Yes, Dustin. Dan, that's a very generic message. I feel like I need a little bit more info on that. Something is wrong with the markets is a little bit generic. Oxy just dropped. Something broke. Ooh, okay. MO halted. Ooh. Let's go look at MO. What? Isn't this a fertilizer company? No, that's Mosaic. Never mind. What's going on with these things? Wow. That's a pretty big darn candle. Yeah, I see that. Okay, let's go look at another thing that you guys said was halted is Walmart halted. Disney's halted too? Shop, Neo. Oh, that's insane. I've never seen this happen in my entire trading career. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, you guys. This is not looking very good. What's going on with Neo? Shop. I hope it took me out of my target. These are very big candles. Let's look at 3M. Oh, whoa, what happened here? Wow, does anybody know what's going on? The world's coming to an end. Yeah, Dan, have you ever seen anything like this happen ever? And T halted. Never. Yeah, me too. Hearing New York Stock Exchange halted. What? Wow, I'm surprised. Maybe somebody, yeah, time to sit on your hands. Yeah, let's just not trade right now. I mean, these guys were moving. Amazon's moving still. Not that I want to take a trade on it now, but this seems to be moving fine. See, like you see it changing over here. And the futures are moving fine. The Qs are moving fine. Yeah, some of these things, I'm not sure what's going on. I've never seen anything like this happen before. So I truly, genuinely don't know what happened. New York Stock Exchange is having an issue. We're witnessing history. Yay. Awesome. Something's up. Ooh, that would be an interesting newscast on CNBC. I bet everyone there is panicking. Did Apple have that? Not really. I don't see anything on the 3 minutes, so probably not. But yeah. Well, at least TradingView isn't giving up on us, so that's a good thing. Because usually, somebody said MasterCard is. Or did I speak too soon? Because now it's acting a little bit slow. Wow, check it out, you guys. Look at this. COVID made. This is, yeah, this is insane. I've never seen anything like this ever before. So this truly is unique. Do the stocks being halted have anything in common? No, Agnes. I mean, so far we've seen Walmart get halted and PLTR. Those two have nothing in common. Some are coming back to life. Jason, yes, 100%. Jason says, I wonder if I can file with TD Ameritrade about this MO stop out. Yes, because they have to be able to show you bid and ask. And this was just like one little poof in a minute. So that just made no sense. Shop halted. Yeah. Lots on this list. 3M is back as well. All right. Well, then which way is the market going with the move coming back? I think that might create some panic. MasterCard is not back. 3M is back. Well, I mean, that's one heck of a candle. In case anybody wants to short this high wave, here's your stop and here's your entry. Oh, man. That's insane. I can't believe I'm witnessing this with you guys. New moon force. Yeah. I cannot win. Really, Dave, is that true? Do they get hacked? This is a half moon phase, probably. I don't know. But that's just unreal. I've never seen this happen. I've seen it happen sometimes like towards the end of the day when there's like too many bids and too many asks. Sometimes it'll just do this, or maybe pre-market, you'll see like a high wave, but this is almost like a false wick. Yeah, Chad here on Slack posted that he's checking in with TD Ameritrade to see if they can validate MO's halt and stop out for you guys. So that would be nice. Oh my God, Mason says somebody turned on the vacuum cleaner and the microwave at the same time. Jason, they need to show you like the bid and the ask, you know, I mean, there probably wasn't enough bid and ask. This is just unreal. So did they fill like 4,000 bids and 4,000 asks on this candle? What happened? That makes no sense on a 1 minute chart. So that's what you need to go and tell them. You need to be like, well, what's going on? I just got stopped out of my trade on this big high wave. And that makes no sense. Although I'll tell you, they might throw something in your direction. They might just be like, we'll give you a couple of free, well, back in the day, they would give me like free trades because the commission was $6.99, but they'll probably just throw something in your direction and not really reinstate your trade. They never do that. They never like to do that. So yeah. Okay. Reason still unknown. All right, awesome. What are the cues doing? The cues are bouncing back to reality. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can find a trade on. I like the Amazon move up yesterday. I mean, the hammer. But I'm quite unsure if the move is done here or not. Let's see what Tesla's doing real quick. I just want to be sure that we are getting in the right direction. I don't want to, I just don't want to get into a trade just cause. The cues are moving up, fine. Tessie, AMD do. All right, everything's coming back to life. Let's give it a little bit of time to breathe in. PMI data in 3 minutes. Okay, great. So that's another hurdle. Oftentimes, I don't know if you guys feel this way or not, but I relate a lot to images. Like I'm a visual learner rather than just listening to an audible. But this trading to me feels like you're sitting on a horse that's blindfolded and you're blindfolded as well, and there's hurdles. So CNBC will throw a hurdle at you, and then just what we witnessed recently, there's that hurdle, and then there's PMI data, and then there's CPI data, and there's just a whole bunch of things. Oftentimes I feel like trading is just, and then do you guys remember that when I was a kid, we used to have this game, this Mario game, where it's like the circus games. You'd like jump through that fired hoop or whatever. It was just, that's what trading feels like to me, with all of these data coming out and no time. So, I forgot what it was called. I think it was like circus. It's true though. It just makes me feel like that, especially day trading. It is fun though. Wes says you're supposed to make trading appealing. It's a lot of fun. If anybody disagrees with the fact that trading is not fun, then I don't think they would be here. Trading is a lot of fun, true, but there's just a lot of there's just a lot in the way. All right, this on 3M, I'm willing to take just because it's a gap and go. Let me see how far it retested to. I don't know if I should consider this a real wick or not. Dan, what do you think? I mean, really, today's candles on some of these tickers are just not going to look great. I'm just not going to consider this a real wick, probably. And even then, it like went straight to target. You know, we talked about the 104 level. It went straight to target. So at this point, I don't know. I like this move. Again, I don't day trade 3M. I've swing traded it quite a bit, but I don't day trade 3M. And so I'm not sure how quickly and swiftly this moves. When I'm in a bear trade, I like to see it move quickly. So let's see if I can put on a short position with you guys. My stop would have to go a little bit higher. 108.50. This is doable. If it comes down and fills me, this is something that I'd be interested in. I mean, we gap down quite a bit. And we do have some buyers coming in, but we take out that guy, we could straight go to target. So that looks good. PMI was good. So some stocks were halted due to unusually high volume. Well, I mean, we've had unusually high volume on a lot of things, and that's never been an issue. Okay. All right, PMI was good. So then maybe this gap and go may not work out. If you want to see a gap and go that didn't work out, go to Workday. Workday had a gap and go, I think, 2 Fridays ago, and it just didn't go. But we'll know right away if we're wrong. So, you know, this is a trade that I could see potentially working out. Entry would be 115.58. With my stop at 122.66. I'm going to type it in here and then I'm going to put it in Slack. Oh, to everyone. All right, cool. And let's go copy link to this chart and then I'll put it in my broker as well. Let's see, official day trades. Okay, and if it doesn't fail me, no harm done. We'll just be okay with it. Tesla's ripping faces off. Well, let's go look at Tessie. Ooh. So earlier when I was looking at this 5-minute, I was like, oh, this is a good inverse head and shoulders. We should do this 10 EMA. But the only reason I didn't put this out is because we still had pre-market highs up ahead. But Tesla is S-curving on up really, really well. That's cool. If it gives me another dip and a 10 EMA play somewhere down here, I will take it. But otherwise, I don't really want to get in the way. What is Amazon doing? Amazon is also just S-curving on up. But there's a lot of upper shadows. I don't like seeing it like this. Let's go refer back to Apple just quickly. And I got to keep an eye on 3M as well. Okay. This is probably going to have to be canceled because it's S-curving on up. So that's fine. We'll come back to it a little bit later. I'm going to cancel this trade and we'll come back and check it out a little bit later. Okay. Canceling All right. So let me just put it in Slack and I'll explain it to you why I canceled it. Okay, so I was hoping for 3M to do this S-curve down versus this S-curve up. So that's why I'm canceling it. At this point, if it comes down, it's just simply going to probably double bottom and probably look to go higher. But that's why I'm canceling it for now. Maybe if we can get it a little bit higher, I'd be interested in it again. So we'll just leave this off the table for now. We'll come back and look at it in a little bit. What is AMD? AMD had a pretty good, decent run up. Okay, cool. So I guess everybody's happy with the PMI numbers. Qs are skyrocketing. Also, Netflix. See if we can get a trade in on SPY. I think SPY and the Qs are just like the easiest ones to trade. These are good tweezer tops, y'all. If we take out these tweezer tops, we're going higher. Definitely. So SPY is bouncing just where it needed to. Are the fibs placed accurately? Let me just make sure. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. So this is the joy of trading with fibs, you guys. Look, I mean, you can't make these levels up. You cannot. But it's bouncing just where it needs to, right? At the 618 versus the 666 level. And it's doing its job. It's continuing in the bullish momentum. So I can't really be against it at this point. All right. Let's pull up Tessie. Some of you guys are saying Tessie is reversing. Tesla is one of those tricky tickers, you guys. And the reason being is earnings tomorrow. It took out yesterday's high. It bounced. I mean, it didn't even retrace all the way down to like the 50% level. It just kind of bounced right over here. So that tells me there's a lot more strength in it than weakness. So I wouldn't get in the way of shorting this guy unless it's like an excellent setup. Is everything reversing? Is Apple reversing? I think Tesla looks interesting on the 15-minute chart. Let's just keep an eye on Apple too. This controls the majority of the market movements. If Apple dips, everybody else dips. And so that's why I like to have it open. Let's look at Tesla 15. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, look at this, guys. It's meeting some resistance right here at the pre-market high. Sure, this is your level to go short, but you do not want to get in the way of this thing short. The money is going long on Tesla today. It's not going short on Tesla. So yeah, unless it's like a perfect setup going short, I wouldn't really want to do it. So this looks beautiful on a 15-minute chart. All right, awesome. Let's go look at AMD. I really want to be able to take a trade while I have you guys here, but I don't want to just take a trade just cause that's one of the toughest things in a day trader's lives, just sitting through and sitting still. SPY is S-curving on up. Yeah. I like this 10 EMA on the SPY. I wanted to take it too. Let me see. Oh no, it's the other way. Sorry guys. let's just go check out the 15 real quick. I'll turn off some of these things. Yeah, 15 looks like we're breaking out too. I don't know if it's going to come back and pull us and fill us right now, but if it does, this would be a cool, and I truly, I don't know if it's going to do that or not, but this looks kind of cool. NVIDIA craziness. Oh, is anybody in this? Are you guys in this, Wes? No, okay, all right. Well, I mean, I'd be happy if you were, but yeah, this is crazy, insano. So now at this point, what I'm watching for in some of these tickers is that wave 5 completion and then seeing what we do from there. Again, I don't know if something's going on or if there's news out there, or I truly have no idea what's going on out there, but this just feels a little bit unusual today. This is not how every day looks like in the markets. Netflix. This is one of the tickers I feel like everybody should keep an eye on, because this, my friends, is just rampage Jackson bullish. It's just crazy bullish lately. But it's coming into its sweet glory spot of resistance right here. So, you know, I've been wanting to trade it short a couple of times, just nothing. I get no setups because it's just extremely bullish. So I'm keeping an ay on this, especially if we get it for a day trade. I think it'd be interesting to see where it goes. May look at Square short. All right, let's go look at Square. We'll keep an eye on Netflix. All right, glad we didn't get filled on SPY. Cool, good rejection. Square. Yes and no on Square, because it could easily just do this. So then where would you get filled? Unless you get like a 10 EMA play and it takes out all of this bullish volume. I don't know. I'd be a little bit scared to short Square right now. Just to short it. Long, it's a different story. Yeah. Lucian says taking Verizon. Let's go look at Verizon. Love it. You guys are sharing all the perfect setups. Lucian, do you know how much dividend Verizon pays? It's like, isn't it like 8% or something? It's insane. I know it's like a large amount. Verizon and AT&T are competing against each other on dividend paying stuff. Ooh, oh. Okay, this is double topping right now. Maybe we could come back to this. Let's wait for one more green candle over here and we'll come back to it. Let's go look at Verizon again. Sorry, guys. I just had to look at 3M in my territory. Yeah, I mean, if we take out this candle, this green candle, sure. Yeah, I like this. Don't know what your setup looks like, but yeah, I could see it. Amazon, look at you guys. This is so cool. Roblox short. Amazon 10 EMA. Yes, I like a 10 EMA here. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, if it gives me a 10 EMA, I could see it. I could see it happen. What are the Qs doing? Just want to check them out. SPY. Oh Lord. Somebody said 5-minute head and shoulders on the Q. It's a pretty gnarly red candle. Does anybody know if there's news out there? What's going on here? This is not normal behavior. Yeah, Amazon trapped a lot of people short. Yes. Paul says Roblox short. Yeah, just like Verizon, Paul. This makes total sense to do something like this. Let me see. Hold on. How many minutes left? Oh, this is a 5-minute. That's why. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left still. So this candle just opened. But if this candle closes green, it is 4 red candles in a row. I would want to short it more like here. Sorry about that, guys. I would want to short it more like here rather than down here. It will come retest this level. So just be patient and see if you can short it over here for that S curve down. 36.40 is where I would go short. Let me go look at Amazon real quick because I got to get a trade in on this guy. Oh, come on now. Just give us a 10 UA play, please. Oh, due to a technical issue. There goes Tessie. Okay, cool. Awesome. So we'd be really, really wrong if we went short on some of these things here. I need to see a green candle come in. A 3-minute green candle is a must. And just hang in there, guys. Our trade is coming, but we just don't want to go short something right at the bottom. So let's be patient with these candles. Let's see what's coming in. Let's see what's happening, and let's see what we can take. Win says still sitting on hands. This is one of those days where if you didn't have it already existing, ooh, this is a neat little trade setup on Apple. Oh. No, I don't like it too much on Apple. The Qs. All right. It's giving us an opportunity. I feel like if this turns into a head and shoulders, this would be nice on the Qs. Although we are selling it super, super low, you guys. So it's always risky to do something like that. Maybe we should reverse this now. But yes, it did trap a lot of bulls. Did you get in on Amazon, Cindy? Or are you still waiting? I could see something like this come by. Hold on. I just got to see where realistic targets are. Realistically, I think it could come back down to 95.58. I could see that happen. Sure. All right, let's go see Qs. VIX is a new high of the day. Netflix, somebody says. Ooh, yes. I like this. Let's do this on Netflix. Don't miss me. We'll do 1.2. If it comes and fills me, I want to do an entry a little bit lower. Just because I don't want this thing to double bottom and take me out. But yeah, if this thing, I mean, if this candle closes green, then we have to cancel it. But if this thing comes and fills me, I really, really like that. Might have stops a little bit higher. Let's just look at the hourly real quick. Yeah. All right, let me put this in Slack and I will be right back, you guys. 357.22 by 362.22. Okay. No, don't go without me. All right, now I gotta put it in my broker. Give me 1 second, you guys. Oh. If VIX goes over 2033, pay attention. Out on 2 hours on square. What? What did you do? Show me your setup. Great job, Randy. That's awesome. Let me look at Square real quick. Oh, so you just took the falling. Yes. Yeah. I could totally. I mean, so I'm not brave to just kind of, because I don't know where it's going to S-curve. And so I kind of want to wait for some buying to come in and then go lower. But yeah, I mean, if you just caught it riding down all the way, like if you caught it at pre-market high or these tweezer tops, then yeah, I mean, great job. That's fantastic. That's amazing. All right, you guys, I am in on Netflix. And we shall see. Well, I'm filled and I don't know if it's just going to wake me in and get me out. If that's the case, I'm going to be really mad. But I'm in on this guy and we will see. At this point, I hate this volume coming in right now. Dislike, dislike. Entry and stop on Netflix. Chuck, if you're not filled on this, just wait. Just give it a minute. I feel like this might be a trap. I'm probably going to get out right away. So just wait. If this thing comes back to my entry again, then I would want you to get back in. Otherwise, I don't know if this is going to double bottom and take me out or not. So yeah, but this looks like a pretty decent 10 EMA play. So now if we take this green candle out, I would want to be in. So entry is 357.22. So just leave the entry still the same. And stop is 362.22 with my target down here. It's at resistance, you guys, on the daily. but I don't know. I mean, it's still an inside candle, so no bulls are realistically trapped. So I don't know what's going to happen on Netflix. It's just one of those tricky, like nothing about this trade now after this candle makes me feel like, oh my God, I should definitely be in it, unless the markets turn around completely and we get lucky with it. So yeah, one of the stronger ones. So if you're not in it, just be patient, see if it comes back and fills you again. Then I would like it a lot more. Yeah, don't chase it right now. Okay, I see some comments. Let me go to you guys. All right, awesome. Is AMD pulling back? Ooh, AM Dizzle. This guy, where did we bounce off of? If anyone wants to take this 10 EMA rather than Netflix, I could see it happen. Let's just look at Square, QQQ real quick. It's bouncing off of the pre-market support. No, stay, just could you briefly go over the 10 EMA setup? Yeah, absolutely. At this point, I just don't even want to look at Netflix, but sure. So this is what the plan was on it. Let me, hold on. Zoom in a little bit and show you. So something's glitching on my screen. I don't know if it's TradingView or Zoom, because it's super packed with all of you guys. But okay, so this green candle right here below the 10 EMA, the green line on my chart is the 10 EMA. Okay, so this green candle, and we got to close below that, told me that we were not going to S curve on higher. We were going to go double top and go lower. But then we got that green candle, it came down lower, and it just kind of went higher. So now I'm not very happy about it. I did not want it to do this at all on me. The 10 EMA setup is basically a green candle closing below the 10 EMA on a 3-minute chart. If you want to go short, you place your entry slightly below that green candle, right? And then you go short. Versus if you want to go bullish, let's say this is the 10 EMA, you have a bear candle closing above the 10 EMA, then you go long above that. So here's a bear candle closing above the 10 EMA. So you go long above that with your stop right here. That's what 10 EMA is. And on Netflix, I genuinely think that if it works out, on the daily chart, we are at specific resistance. Again, we're shorting like the strongest thing out there in the markets, where some of them look disastrous, like Amazon just did this and Square just did this, versus Netflix is not really doing that. So we're shorting like the strongest thing out there. But if this thing works, you guys, this is going to go to target right away, because there's a lot of hopeful bulls in it. So that's why I liked it. I really think if this double top, this triple top at this point stands and we take out this green candle, we're going to go to target fairly quickly. So, or it's going to stop me out. One of the two. So yeah. On the 15, we should ideally just be doing this and not doing what we're doing right now. So let's see if we take this out, this level out again, and see if we can hold. If not, we'll have to do some damage control with our stops. So let's see what that happens. When that happens, we'll see. We'll come to it. Yeah, absolutely. All right. AMD, what did it do? Are the Qs bouncing? Yeah, see, this is this is one reason why you want to refer back to the Qs and the SPY a lot. Like, this is extremely choppy. There's no way one can trade this. I'm probably out on Netflix. Yeah. Still in it, but I'm probably going to get out soon. So if you guys didn't get that fill, I'm good for you. You saved yourself an R. Waiting for a second target. Okay, cool. Don't want it to go lower. Well, I hope for your sake it doesn't go lower. Okay. I mean, I'm about to get stopped out anyway. And I know I will, because this is just not okay. On the Qs right now, what it's doing is just not okay. I don't know what's going on out there in the markets. I genuinely don't know. But whatever it is, whatever it's doing is just extremely trappy. It traps all the bears and then traps all the bulls. So if you're not out really, really quickly, you're about to lose your money. So today's the day I think we just sit back and watch and see what happens. Why are you keeping such a close eye on the Qs and the SPY? So the Qs and the SPY generally are pretty much the broader markets, right? They have a lot of tickers and they control a lot of tickers. So then their movement altogether is what's considered the broader market's movements. So I want to see what the overall market is doing. And in respect to that, what our ticker is doing. So I refer back to the Qs and the SPY a lot. So QQQ controls majority of the tech stocks. SPY controls all of the fun stuff. Dow Jones has all the financials. So I want to keep an eye on what these guys are doing. And if they're collapsing, then that means the majority of the broader market is also collapsing. So now if these guys are doing something like this, like if you ask me, I've seen this pattern happen all the times too. So, if these guys are doing something like this currently, then it wouldn't make sense for me to go short something down here or go long something up here. Right? So unless we break out of this pattern, I think it's just going to be choppy all day. Here's another, like, this sort of V-bottom recovery could potentially lead it to break out of this channel, but until it does that, I don't want to mess with it long. So it's just one of those, like, none of these trades are working out because the markets are just so trappy. So it's better to just sit on your hands and watch rather than get into a trade right now. Where is Netflix? Yeah. Okay. All right, what did Tesla do? Tesla seems like it's not really recovering all that much though. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Yeah, this guy's not recovering. I like this head and shoulders. Just don't know if I want to short it like all the way down here. SPY just chopped you out. Yeah, that's true. It's just been, oh. Do you ever trade the QQQ and SPY directly? Yeah, all the times. I primarily trade the Qs and SPY all the times. Yeah. How about INTC? Ooh, look at that. Yeah, I like this 10 EMA setup if it fills you down here. Let me see where pre-market. I feel like the markets are wanting to go lower and something's just stopping it. I don't know what it is. Like, the markets really want to go lower because everything else is dippity, right? Like, you see these numbers, they're not really looking great. So yeah, I like this play on Intel. This is going to be your wave 3. So there we go. That's what you're going to get. And you want to get out on this wave 3. But I would not put an entry anywhere above this guy. Like I would want to get filled over here rather than over here. So, because I want to make sure this move happens rather than, you know, I was coming down and double bottoming and then going higher. So SPY bounced right off of. Jeff says you don't have to click on the upper left corner to change the symbol. Oh, okay, let's see. You mean like I don't have to click here? Or do you mean like I don't have to click on this? Just start typing. Okay. I think you guys mean like I don't have to click here. Otherwise, like if I'm just typing it on the chart, so let's say I'm typing SPY. Oh, this is awesome. What? That's amazing. Thank you guys. So little backstory. I started trading on TradingView. Well, I started learning about TradingView because of my company, which was Real Life Trading India. So I was trading Indian tickers and I was helping the Indian market. And then we merged. So I came back to reallifetrading.com to the American side. But when I was with India, TradingView was the boss of Indian tickers. So I had to learn to trade on TradingView. Before that, it was all about Thinkorswim. So, you know, so there are always things that I find brand new where I'm like, what? What? You can do that? That's amazing. Yeah. Thank you guys. That's awesome. My dog just oh my God. So guys, I'll tell you a funny story. My husband Jay cannot stand me gasping at everything. He's always like, why are you gasping? What? Why are you screaming? But it's just my natural reaction. Like the kids would come home and go, oh, tomorrow's pink day, or oh, tomorrow's like some specific color day. We have to wear something specific. And I'd go, what? And they would, and Joe would just go, what happened? Did anybody fall? Why are you reacting like this? It's just such a natural reaction to things. I cannot help it, no matter how I try. It just doesn't stop. Sorry, you guys. And then the excitement, the level of excitement just never gets reduced. All right, cues. What are we gonna do, guys? Decide on a side. I mean, seriously. Ron says, I love the energies. Thank you. It's not always a blessing, you guys, to be this way all day. Because I am the person that's fidgety in a meditation class or whatever. Like this is a genuine issue. So something to work upon for sure. But it works in my profession. Hey, I love this. I think trading would be so dull if you didn't have fun and if you didn't like enjoy this and you didn't find it exciting. I mean, how many times do you guys have conversations with the chart? I have conversations all the time. It's like, do this, do that, do this, do that. Why not? Why do? So yeah. It's one of those fun things. Okay, come on now. What are we doing here? Use, decide on a side. Let's look at Netflix, see if it wants to come back. I'm surprised it hasn't stopped me out. I'm still in it. My puts aren't stopped out. It's crazy. But it's not doing anything. Like, this is not looking, the cues are not looking healthy. This is not a day I would be day trading unless we make a decisive move in one direction. So by one direction, what I mean is if we continued on a day like this, so if we continued on up like this, that's a decisive move. This, my friends, is just sideways chop. So come up here, find resistance again, go down here, find resistance again, until it just has to break out in some direction, right? So I think until that happens, I wouldn't really want to mess with this too much. So yeah, and honestly, I feel like there are days that this happens, and it's best to just watch the markets, find the tickers that you want to trade. Like, for example, we looked at AMD and we're like, okay, cool. Or Amazon, find the tickers you want to play and have a plan. Just, what am I going to do if Amazon does this? What am I going to do if Google does this? What did 3M do? Let's go check it out. It just was one of those like perfect gaps. And oh, I didn't have to click that. Darn it, I forgot. Okay. No, so nothing crazy. Usually a gap and go will just flush. Like, it'll just do boom, come back up, and again. But this is not exactly like a gap and go sort of behavior. So if I was in this trade, I would look for either stop moving, so move my stop over here somewhere, or an exit down here somewhere. What else are you guys in? Is anybody in a trade currently? My chat pane's having some trouble opening. It's just crazy. Ron says, life is dull if you don't have the fun. Yes, it's true. It's good to have friends. Okay. All right, come on, cues. Come on, SPY. SPY taking out the 400 was phenomenal, but it looks like we're having a hard time taking out 400 again. So today is going to be an interesting day out there on the markets, you guys. Let me show you something. So can you imagine if today is the day where we go, haha, just a trap, never mind, we're not going higher, and double top. That's going to be interesting. It's like one of these days, where everybody thought, oh, we're going to go higher, and then we didn't, and we end up like this candle right here. That would be interesting. But keep in mind, it's still an inside candle. No one's really feeling the pain until we take this guy out. So right now, no one's really feeling the pain. The only other scenario that I could find somewhat remotely similar was on cues on the weekly. Oh, I didn't have to type it. I'm sorry. It's going to take me a while to get used to it, but I am going to get used to it. I promise. It's so much easier. Why wouldn't you want to do that? All right. So the cues, this double bottom right here, and we went higher, trapped everybody, and went lower. Here we're double bottoming, but the fun part of the cues right now is that we're at this trend line. So yes, we're double bottoming, but I don't know if we're going to continue higher and break this trend line. So that's the only other scenario that I could find remotely close to what's going on out there in the markets. Let's see. Okay, someone wants to look at DE. Let's go look at DE. John Deere. Okay, cool. All right. So this guy on the daily looks great for puts. So who is it that asked me that question? I'm going to call you DT because I don't have your name and it's on host and panelist. So in case I'm sorry if I don't say your name out loud or say it right, but he or she is asking what to do on DT. So DT on a weekly is double toppy after that many green days in a row on a weekly. I could see it make one more push higher. It depends on when your puts expire though. If they expire this week and what your strike price is also. So if they expire this week, I would have to do some damage control on it because this is very, very true of a wave 4. Wave 4 usually is sideways. So right now when you have puts, it all depends on how long you have on these guys. So it could very easily just go up here. And if it expires this week, then you would lose all your money with puts. So, and this is looking like it's a wave 4. So this would be like a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. I could see that happen very well. Right now, if you can, I would just need a little bit more info on it. But right now, if you can sit tight and if you're in the money and you're profitable, then I would take profits. I would not want to mess with this. So yeah, when is earnings coming up on this? You have time till the 17th on earnings. So we shall see. Your puts expire this week at 4:05. Okay, and you're not profitable on it at all. I would put my stop here, like somewhere over here. I mean, again, then you're going to lose full value because what was your plan when you got in? It just depends on what your plan was too. Did you get in over here or did you get in over here? And you're on host and panelist. Not everybody can read your text. This was an alert that I got from Basecamp. Okay. Your plan was to get out when it hit 4:05. Yeah, currently it's not really doing that. Again, it's probably oversold on a larger time frame. So like the 4 hours is really oversold, and it's probably just going to do sideways dancing before it decides on which way it wants to go. So RSIs, the only way they can get adjusted is if we go sideways for a little bit and the RSI will get adjusted, or we make a swift move up. So this needs to get adjusted, my friend. And for you, unfortunately, none of those scenarios will help in your puts. So if we just go sideways dancing for a little bit, it's not going to help you. Or if we go higher, it's not going to help you. So I would hedge it either with a call option or, well, I don't really want to buy a call either. I would just move my stops, or unless they were like zero, unless they were like an absolute zero kind of play, then I would leave it alone. But otherwise, I just want to move my stops up. Okay, cool. I feel like if Apple pops 142.18, yeah. Let's go look at Apple. 3M, such a disappointment. Did Verizon? Oh yeah, if Apple pops this, it definitely may trap some bulls. Let's go look at the 15. I'm a big fan of the 15 also. So if we go higher than this, obviously it's going to go up here, 143.29. It's going to trap some people. Sure, yes. It is S-curving on up the right way, but I could easily see us coming back down also. We shouldn't, on a wave 3, this is essentially a wave 3 on a 15-minute chart. Well, it's forming a wave 3. We shouldn't necessarily take out, necessarily fizzle out on a wave 3. So if Apple does a shabby job and comes back below here, or starts getting closes below the 10 EMA on the 15-minute, watch out. That's going to get interesting, to say the least. So let's see how this plays out. I think Apple is going to get interesting because Apple, controls majority of the market share. SPY and the Qs are going to do what Apple does. So if this thing does this, friends, oh, watch out. That's going to get definitely a lot of fun. Looks like it's going up to you. Okay. Yeah, Apple on a weekly. It's back in that trend line that I don't like, right? Like that I've drawn. And I really don't like that at all. But so you're talking about these two hammers. Yes. Entry was up here. Unfortunately, my alert never went off. It's so annoying. Like, seriously, this yellow line you see is an alert, and I never had this alert go off. It just made me so mad. But I wanted to be long above this for a swing trade. But guys, keep in mind, Apple could easily dip back below and go, haha, a trap, or could come back and we could just bounce around the 10 and the 20 on the weekly for a little bit and then decide, because it needs, so this is 3 candles in a row, right? Lots of buying. And granted, this is only Tuesday. A lot of things could look differently on a Friday. But if this thing fizzles out, today is Friday and it closes like this with really low volume. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if it does, if this thing fizzles out, you bet we're going to come back down to the 10 EMA and then decide. So the best case scenario for the bulls is if we have a small red candle here and then we take it out and go higher. So something like this. Here's a good example of it. So a small red candle right there, this guy right here. And if we took it out, we would have gone higher. Right? But that didn't happen. So yeah, like this low volume red candle would have been perfect. I think this is Christmas week anyway. But that's why we have the low volume. But that would be ideal for that. Netflix working. I love it. I love that you're in it with me. Great job. I don't know who was in it bullish, but I am really, really sorry. I hate competing against you. I hate doing this to you. Oh my God. Okay. Next time I pull up that tab, please go yell at me. Somebody point me in too. Just call me out. All right, it's working. Cindy, we just need to take this guy out. Really, I think we take this guy out, we're golden. We're good to go for the day. But it's working. And why I love this trade so much, I think I just got really lucky with this, and I have it with puts. So sometimes even if my stop is up here, because I have puts and theta decay happens, I'll get stopped out over here. So my entry on my puts was 681 and my stop, I think, was like 540 or whatever. But yeah, but it didn't stop me out. I got lucky with this. So yeah, I would hate to see a bounce happen again over here because I don't want to be stuck in this channel. But either way, I think it's looking good for us. I like this drop. I like no new buyers coming in. Let's look at the 15. I do think that I have a little bit of an unrealistic target in this instance. I think it's a little bit too low. We might have to take targets a little bit earlier, or we might have to take partial. So I will 100% take 30% off here at 354.50 and leave the rest over here. So yeah. 0.5 R's on, and Dustin, you're killing it out there, dude. What's going on? Let's look at your trade. So you went short. Okay, cool. So you did that high wave move. Awesome. 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 That's awesome. That's amazing. Good job. Look at us making money. 353.90 is my target. Yeah, I do think my target is a little bit unrealistic. I think somewhere, yeah. I will take some off here at 354.60 for sure. And then we'll see which way we go. But yeah, and if the broader markets push down, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So let's look at the Qs real quick. Jesus, just for that, I will type SPY and Qs again. Okay, cool. Got it. Old habits die hard, you guys. Is that a saying? I don't die hard. I don't, yeah. Might have been an early exit. Yeah. The best way to retain that muscle memory, that holding muscle, Greg, is to just walk away, to not look at it. I don't even know what my trade is doing on Netflix. I just walk away. I don't really care. So yeah, the Qs are certainly trying. Now it's going to be telling, do we double top here or do we continue with that pattern? Because it's holding true so far, right? So do we do a double top here or do we continue with this pattern? If this candle closes green and we take it out to the downside, I could see an entry over here with my stop over here and target down here. I could see something like that. Only if this candle closes green. Let's see. I'm just trying to plan this out. Neat little 1.2. Yeah. Yeah, I could see something like this happen. On the Qs. And if that's the case, you guys, I will either take this trade on futures or I could do, I mean, everything else will see a bigger dip if that's the case. But I think we're just in this indecision zone where it's not really doing anything currently, where it's just like dilly-dallying. So I just want to be safe here. Then maybe the name of the final film and the Die Hard series, Old Habits Die Hard. Is that not a saying? So you guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but English is not my first language. So a lot of things, a lot of phrases, and a lot of things that I wanted to be an English major, so I love the language, you know. But a lot of my American references and things are actually just things that I've heard. And sometimes my brain will just play games with me and jokes with me. So I don't, sometimes I get confused. So I don't know if old habits die hard is a saying or not. I know it's something, old habits something, but I forgot what it was. I speak it well. Yes, I do. I'm very passionate. I just love all sorts of languages. I speak 6 languages. So, but the majority of them are all the Indian dialects, so they can be considered different languages, although they are very different. But yeah, it's just it's not either. Okay, all right. Well, okay, cool. I will go look it up. But you can't mess with my brain like that. Sometimes I will say things, and my husband's like, "You can't say that. That's not just not right." So, or Jeremy will say things all the times, and I'm like, I don't get the references. Because I've never heard it before, especially the car references. Like, what? It's good to have a female perspective on things, right? Isn't it, boys? So this trend line stands true still. I'll tell you what. If this doesn't break, if this guy comes to a standstill, we're going to know soon. Johnny's going to have a fun time trading at 11 for sure. And we're going to know soon which way it wants to go. The problem with Johnny's time frame is that when he comes on, majority of the Wall Street exits for lunch break, right? So then volume moves out, things get a little bit slower, unless it's a bear play. Bear plays, my friends, work out really, really well in that time frame. So if it's a bull, if we break this trend line and go higher, if it's bull play, I think I'd leave it. I'd be a little bit cautious and do it with shares. If it's a bear play, then I would do it with puts. The reason why bear plays work out really well is because we've had 2 days of buying and we're indecisive right now. So some sort of panic may set in and bear plays work out really well. Bull plays will do a little slow grind up. So yeah, that's just what I have in mind currently, or what my plan is. Another fun thing, guys, is when you have a moving average consolidating like this, like the 10 and the 20 getting super, super close to each other, expect an explosion. So looks like we're doing a bull play, I guess. Okay, let's see if this trend line stands true, and see what we do from here. It's just hard to know which way we go. Sometimes it looks like a double top, sometimes it looks like a double bottom. What's going on? Let's see. 80% of the communication is body language. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is very true. Let's go look at VIX real quick. Sorry. Let's pull this up. All right, VIX is falling. This is not looking very good. This is the volatility index for all of you that are not familiar with this. But VIX above the 20 is usually great news. I mean, normally when the volatility, this just kind of sort of describes how much panic is out there in the fields, and VIX is falling. So when we have green days, the markets go lower. When we have red days, the markets go higher. There's just not that much panic setting in. But VIX could change, really, really quickly. Things could change really, really quickly. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It's falling currently. Nothing's looking, I mean, it's at support, but other than that, I can't really make a case for anything else. But yeah, I mean, if we had VIX rising today and we went higher today, I think it would have been a terrifying scenario out there in the markets. I think the VIX was rising earlier because of all the halts and stuff that was going on. Maybe that had a part to play in this. I didn't look at VIX earlier in the morning, but I should have. And seen what it did, like what was it doing when all the things were halted? What is Tessie doing? Tomorrow is going to be, oh, speaking of which, let's go look at Microsoft. So Softy here, this guy has earnings tonight. And I'm really, really interested to see what it does, because this is going to define, I mean, Microsoft also has a pretty big market share in the S&P 500 and the Qs. So I don't know what its sizing is for the Qs. I think it's 12%. I don't know if it's Apple that's 12% in SPY or Microsoft, but one of them is 12% of the S&P 500. But this is a pretty large market cap kind of ticker, right? So Doji, another inside candle, and then tomorrow we will know which way it wants to take the markets. If this thing dips and wants to take the markets down, the markets will have no shame in going down. If this thing goes higher, I think the markets will follow. Overall, I think it's just what these earnings do, and it's going to get interesting for this week. It's going to get interesting for sure. Yeah, the market's trying to sell off, but the bulls just, yeah, they're not letting go. And they're holding important levels too, right? Like we're not letting go of extremely important levels. On SPY, and the Qs, we're not dipping below where we need to dip. That's not happening. We're SPY today. Yeah, SPY's trying too. This is another attempt at 400. Let's see what that looks like. Ooh, I like this on SPY. If this was a red candle, this would have been a fun trade. Let's see what it does over here. The reason I say if this was a red candle is because I'm seeing this trend line. And so if this was a red candle, I would have wanted to be long in it and go higher. But because it's not, there's a lot of, I guess there's a lot of bulls stepping in, hopeful bulls stepping in. When you have 4 or more candles in a row, I feel like it's more than likely a trap. Microsoft is a major ticker on the Qs. Okay, so the Qs it is, yes, and it's 12%. Yep, yeah, I remember looking at that a while ago. I think I was reading an article and it said Microsoft makes up 12% of the SPY or the Qs. But yeah, but that's a ginormous ticker, right? Apple is second at 11%. Okay, cool. That's a pretty big composition. So if Microsoft and Apple have a dippity dip, then we're going to have an issue soon. I mean, the markets can't sustain that. So that's going to be a problem. And a lot of things, a lot of these things are because we have these mega cap earnings. Tesla too. I mean, tomorrow Tesla is going to be an important one. I think Tesla makes up 8% of the S&P 500. 1 hour on Verizon. Dustin, dude, you got to share with us before. I want to be in with in these trades with you. Okay, hold on. Lucian, did you ever get filled on your bear trade or no? And you went long, I'm assuming, Dustin, right? Off of this 10 EMA, probably? Or you probably didn't do the 10 EMA, you just did this. But yeah, I like that. The 10 EMA. Good job. That's awesome. High five, buddy. That looks, I mean, looks great. I like this S curve up. I don't think this is like a true wick or a true candle. I would just consider it a non-true candle. But if we were just looking at it without this guy right here, this is a beautiful S curve, wave 3. I think it's going to go sideways for a little bit and then go a little bit higher. One more high, and then we might see a pullback. Yeah. Lucian says it wake me in and stop me out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna at least officially, officially, unofficially, all of it together. I'm gonna exit early on my trade on Netflix because if it was gonna go, it was gonna go. And the SPY and the Qs are just not behaving right. They're just very, very indecisive. So let's see if SPY came back down. Yeah, if we go higher than this, I'm gonna do some damage control on Netflix. Just one of those tricky tickers, just tricky monsters. It's bouncing where it needs to bounce. I mean, we shouldn't come back below this level now. Yeah, that was my logic with the Amazon trade. It was holding up near the pre-market low, so I took my profits. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, see, it's going higher. I think I'm probably gonna get out of Netflix. I'm gonna get stopped out. I don't think I have to do damage control at all. I think it's gonna stop me out. Yeah. Boo. And if it doesn't, I'd be truly surprised. All right, I'll keep you guys posted on that. Let's see if we can find a trade on SPY. Maybe this 10 EMA was worth it. So here's where it's going to get interesting on SPY now. We have this range right here. This is a pre-market, well, post-market high, technically. We have this range right here. This is also the 236. Now, if you guys remember, when we bounce off of the 618 level, we usually go retest the 236, right? So over here, we're going to continue on higher. This is the level I would watch to take out, like with full throttle force. If not, then I think we're going to get rejected over here and try to come back down below. So this is a level that I would watch carefully, 401-ish, and see if we take it out. I mean, by take it out, I mean like a candle like this, like boom. But yeah, it's established it. It's bullish. It's trying. It's going higher. So let's not get in the way. Let's not mess with it, right? You just need to build your holding muscle. Yeah. Everybody does. Dustin, have you met me? I take all at 1R sometimes. Not sometimes, all the times. Yeah. Not my best characteristic, but I do tend to take a lot of gains early on. Tesla had to grow. Oh man, no! Why weren't we looking at this? This is a great 10 EMA. Yes, it truly is. Oh. Now the question is though, like, do we continue on higher, or do we just get into this channel? I think if you ask me, I think we S-curve on higher, but with that being said, I want to be in this 10 EMA. I want it to be long here, just like SPY. I want to be long here. I don't want to be long now. It'll come back for us. I think one more time it'll retest, hopefully. Oh no, oh no. It's an insight candle too. Yeah. Oh man, that's annoying. We missed it. Yeah, my inside candles. Dustin, were you on the futures channel? Remember? I don't know if you remember me from then or not, but don't know if you're the same Dustin either. You weren't. Okay, cool. Awesome. Double bottomish. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. No, well, so let's say you're in this trade right now, Dustin. Okay. Let's say you are in this Tesla trade and you took this 10 EMA play. Well, you know that this is S-curving on up. You should hold on to your trades at least for those 5 waves, right? I mean, this is not really like an accurate example of that, but this might be like a bigger wave. This is a wave 3 and then a wave 4. So currently, let's say if you're in this trade, you caught it right in time. Sure, great, fantastic, but you should hold it for another high. So that's what's going to give you that holding muscle. Now, sometimes, are you wrong if you take all at wave 5? No, you're not. I mean, if this was your entry and you're taking all at a new high, then you're not wrong, technically. Again, granted, your stop was somewhere over here. I would never enter a trade where my risk to reward wasn't 1-to-1. But, if that was the case, you're not wrong. So that's what develops the holding muscle. It's knowing the charts and knowing what it's going to do. For example, on SPY, this looks like a wave 3 currently that we're in. Currently, it looks like we're in a 4 probably, but if it's looking like that, then hold on for one more push higher, or 15 minutes right here. It's going to come back, pull back, and then hold on for one more push higher. Amazon might be setting up. Let's see, AMZN. Okay. Ooh, Amazon. Where's the 618? Okay, cool. It's trying. It's not trying, but it's a red. I mean, it's a green candle. It's like 15 green candles in a row. So we'll leave it alone.
Hello, Malones.
So Apple also is taking out those levels. Great. Apple's possibly going to meet resistance right here at 142.80 and then right over here. Let's go look at the hourly on Apple. Yeah, I think when we took this level out for the bulls, it just was damaging. So that's not fun.
Hey, Maloney.
Good morning, Johnny. Oh, hold on. I'm so sorry, Johnny. I didn't know if you were talking. I don't have my speakers on, and so I didn't know if you were talking or not. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you at all. Now I hear you. How are you?
I'm awesome. How you doing? No problem. You were focused, man. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh my goodness. I didn't look at the time and I didn't have my speakers on. So I'm sorry if you were talking.
No problem. How's it going?
It's going well. We just had a block kind of day trading day. I mean, just nothing was going on. We were in this zone right here doing this move. And then we had this 10 EMA on SPY that I didn't take. I am in this trade. Well, I'm out of Netflix trade. I got stopped out. So that didn't work out. 3M was another one of those gap and goes that didn't really go. It needed to go lower, but it didn't really go. It was a gap and go, and it just didn't work out. So yeah, so far nothing really is happening. Did you hear about the morning mass that happened?
Yeah, I was actually up and checking it out. That was the weirdest thing in the world. Did we ever get any news on what was going on?
No, I think I just saw it on my phone that it just said, New York Stock Exchange said everything's fixed now. And I'm like, but what went wrong? I need to know.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I don't know what happened, honestly, but yeah, it was quite an interesting day. Tesla's breaking out. We missed this beautiful 10 EMA on Tesla. This would have been a perfect 10 EMA. So, yeah, as far as I think as far as you're concerned, good luck. We're just doing sideways dancing currently.
Yeah, everything's just inside and not the greatest kind of setups in the world, but we'll figure it out. It's got to choose a direction one of these days. I was looking at earlier, and about a half an hour ago, I haven't checked it in a while, but yeah, the volume, I think this morning kind of scared people, and I don't think people were trading. We we are really low on the SPY and the Qs volume wise. So I think once we start maybe picking up, then we should be able to get some momentum. But I was kind of curious why the volume was so low. That's the only thing that I could think of, is maybe people kind of like sitting back on their hands, figuring out, hey, what's going on with the market? I'm just going to stay out. I bet you a lot of people got stopped out on trades.
Yes. Yeah. I think
Anyway,
tomorrow is going to be a fun day after Microsoft's earnings and then Tesla's earnings. So that's going to be fun for sure.
what besides Tesla?
Well, Tesla is tomorrow after market close. Tonight after market close is Microsoft.
Microsoft. Gotcha. Big
All right.
day.
I made you the host, Johnny. We're still live streaming on YouTube. I haven't messed with that.
Okay.
And I will stop sharing so you can get on. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm sorry it was just a nothing burger kind of day. Wish we could have traded together, but until next time.
Sounds good. When are you going to be back, Malones?
I'm going to be back later today for futures. I'll be back at 3:30 again.
Today's futures day?
I think so. Let me go. I'll go confirm that. If I'm not here today, then tomorrow for futures.
I thought it was Wednesday. I'm not sure. I'm not looking at it right now, but yeah, interesting.
Let me just go confirm it. But yeah, I will be back again.
Okay, sounds good. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
See you later. What is happening, my people? Give me a Lima Charlie if you can hear me loud and clear. Everybody, you can see my chart. Everybody can see my SPY chart. Everybody can hear this loud voice. What is happening, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Whew. The A+ team is here today. Day number 2, free week. For those of you who weren't with us yesterday, my name's Johnny Guarco. I live in Hawaii. 6 o'clock in the morning here and ready to rock. And yeah, we had bunch of funkiness happen this morning. Let's get over that and let's go make some money. Let's go check it out. I don't know, you call it a bad thing or what kind of thing, but as you know, we're pretty much inside day, just everything, right? We got the SPY, we got the Qs. Looks like the VIX potentially wants to make a little move down, which would most of the time correlate to a move up on the indices. So looking like we're coming back down to that support place one more time again. You can see what's been happening the last couple of days here. Just some chopperoo. But yeah, we're just we're doing the sidewards thing. I think, let me go look at the SPY on the 5 minute. I bounce around from the 5 to the 3 to all kinds of things, but yeah, this morning just really low volume. Seems like it's picking up a little bit now. Got double bottom ish going around the pre-market low. We got the 10 EMA right there on the hourly holding us up a little bit, propping us up. So curious time. This red line is our biggest trend line from beginning of the year. So broke out of that. And now what are we going to do? That is the question. Are we going to double top or are we going to continue go? Yeah, I think we go a little bit higher. Me and old Calvin Williams were looking at it yesterday. I don't know. This is a good little resistance area, right? Right at the 400. I don't know. My next target is right there at that 405 area. If we were looking at this just like any other stock, you would see a double bottom, breakout, retest the neckline, and we'd be thinking continue long. But we have that major trend line coming down that right at that 400 spot. So this is an interesting place. an interesting moment in time. I will, Richard Jet. I will. I'll do that in a second, big man. Let me go look at what Jason's looking at real quick, just in case we want to get into a trade. So you can see, inside day candle for those a little bit less experienced. That means really not much momentum going on, right? We at Real Life Traders, we love our gaps, especially when we get gap and goes. This was a gap and go down, but it is inside day. So you can see really don't have much momentum. Those gaps create momentum for traders. They create fear. They create fear of missing out, or they create fear of losing money. So I bet you a lot of people lost money with these crazy wicks this morning, but there's AMD. Let's go switch to a lower time frame. Hold on one quick second, guys. All right, let's go check it out on Jason's talking about have a nice pennant on the 3. I think Jason's looking at this little pattern right here, maybe. Looks pretty good, Jay. Anything we take today is going to be a crapshoot, right? Because right now there is no momentum. We're chopping sidewards. 10 EMA strategy, Momo strategy don't work real well. We're making lower highs here, kind of flat bottom right there at pre-market low. You'd think the way the Qs is going, we didn't really look at the Q. Yeah, we did look at the SPY, but we got the Qs still in that kind of chop area, and the SPY kind of still in that chop area, even though it's trying to break out. This could be a nice maybe wave 3 up here if we can continue, but back to AMD. Don't really have momentum right now, so I can see what you're looking at, Jason. But we do have these lower highs, so we got this triangular wedge going on here, right? We really need to break out of that. I think I might wait a little bit on that. We got trying to look and see what we got as far as extended hours and any kind of Elliott wave, anything else that may be able to assist us. Yeah, I can see what you're feeling, buddy. It's just one of those crapshoots right now. Looks like the Qs and the SPY want to go higher. Qs is also in a triangle. Yeah, at least we're making here at least we're making some higher highs. So that's the good thing, I think. But yeah, I see kind of triangular also. We'll keep an eyeball on that. Richard, go over ATR and ADR if you are willing. Of course, that's why I'm here. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. The difference is average daily range is the range. In my case, I track 14 days. If you look at it down here, average daily range, 14 days. So that's the average. If you take all the highs and the lows from the last 14 days, so the average right now on the SPY is $5.29. That's from top to bottom, last 14 days. Average true range in their calculation, there's a mathematical calculation that also includes gaps. So I used to use average true range until TradingView came out with average daily range. They're very close. They're usually pennies away from one another. So it's not a huge deal because, as we know, they are just an average. And yeah, so I just use average daily range right now. So I don't have to have a headache about, well, what's the gap? Where's the gap? How much was that calculation, et cetera, et cetera. I just use the highs and the lows. And then what I do is I'll come in 529 on the day. So I'll come in here. I usually go into my 15-minute chart and I'll say, hey, where does 529 take us for the day? So I'll go here to in this case, the beginning of the day, 529 up in there. It's just an average, so you don't have to be exact. And then I'll come over here to the 291 area and say, what do I got for targets? So I'm looking for, in this case, some resistance up by my average daily range. I'll throw in that wick right there and I'll say, wow, that 291 looks like a nice target for the day. And or if we're going bearish, right, same thing, we could get down to this area. And this area for me, of course, these bigger trend lines, you know, they could be off by $1 or whatever, but so I never hold these trend lines too weighted. But in this case, you know, are we coming down to retest this trend line? And all I got down here is a little bit of support. I got this little area right here, and this is kind of where we switched out here on candles, and that coincides. So that's kind of my range for the SPY today, right? And I use that to help me target if we're going high or low, and that's how I do it. Does that make sense, Mr. Jet? Chuck says, why are aftermarket hours in 2 different shades? So I'm in, I'll look at that in a second, Sue. And I'll use it more, Richard, during the day. So the yellow area, this is Hawaii time. So remember, I live in Hawaii. So at 11 o'clock is when the market closes here in the morning. And then this goes until, I think 1500-ish. And then it restarts at 11 o'clock at night and goes till the morning time. 10 EMA on Amazon. Let's go check it out. Check it out. You can make those whatever colors you want. Yeah. I think it defaults to something like that. So Amazon looking not too bad. You know, we got potential. See what we got on this wave count. We got, you know, my go-to usually is wave counts, but when you get this chop city, it's hard to get any kind of wave count in there. Looking at the SPY on my other chart, SPY looks like it wants to break down below the 10 EMA now. So, yeah, I mean, nothing really has momentum. So, it's pick a direction. Uh-oh. My internet connection is unstable. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I chopping up? Are you guys there? Anybody there? Anybody home? Are you guys there? Okay, good. Yeah, my internet just gave me a notification that my internet is unstable. So sure, you can take it, but it's a coin flip at this point. You got the 10 EMA right there kind of holding you down a little bit, Sue. Absolutely no momentum whatsoever, just chop city. I'm not super excited about it, but I can see what you're looking at. Yeah, I've been ever since we've been using the 10 EMA, I kind of use that as my go-to feel for, hey, do we have momentum in one direction or the other? Including, you know, if we're gapping or not gapping or just inside day, or you can see yesterday just ranging inside this range. Now, could we go up to here? Sure. Could we come down here? Sure. I'm just kind of keeping an eyeball on the SPY and the Qs to see if we can go higher. We go into the Qs. We're down at the bottom of that kind of little wedgy triangle. But we are down below the 10 EMA. That's pre-market anyway. Pre-market says. Let's go check out there. Yeah, regular hours where you can see pulling back a little bit, kind of a little bit of a support area right here. Really got some real chop going on, man. This could have been a potential 1, 2, and a 3 out of here, but we got nothing but chop city right now. Sue says, what about 10 EMA on Amazon? 3-minute time frame, 97.60. The reward over risk to trade all the way up to the intra high seems to be plausible trade. Yeah, as we we're just talking about. But again, you know, to me, this is not an A+ trade right now. You got just chop city. So why take something if it's not an A+ trade? Got to be at least an A trade, but I don't even have any. I don't have any kind of movement there. So if we go back to Amazon, we're still kind of in this chop city. But I can see what you're saying. We're at the lower point of this little channel. We are making higher highs, higher lows. Thing that's keeping me right now is that Q's being under that 10. We obviously have, here's the 10 EMA on the hourly, and you got all this right here, kind of holding you down a little bit. What happened to my VWAP? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Right at the VWAP, so good place to buy or sell. Got double bottomish. Yeah, it's not bad. Just I'm not really excited about, the no momentum. Randy says, I'm thinking he's talking about the 200 on Amazon that's the 5-minute. Above us, we got the 200 right up there on the 3. Is my sound still choppy? Sean, I'm looking to open a trading account as an LLC. Is it worth to pay the $130 a month for real-time data? Well, you can talk to your broker and you can explain to them that, that it's just for your personal use, and they could waive that real-time data fee, or tell them that you don't use your broker, tell them you use TradingView. So, yeah. And like what Jason's talking about, you can do that in TOS. Yeah, I mean, I'm with the Interactive Brokers, so I don't pay those fees. Of course, I don't use that charting software either, so I don't mind that. Win says the Qs and the SPY are downward channel on the 1. It needs to break one way or the other. One way or another. Yeah. We love to retest this green line on my chart is the 50 EMA. We love to, when we break out on any stock, we love to break out. We always love to come back and retest that EMA. So it's looking like we could go higher right now. Let's go look and see Amazon. We just got a high wave, Can we go in either direction? Sure. But let's go check out average daily range of 331. 331. Let's see where we could go today. Today, we could get right up there to that target. How about that? Is that amazing? All right. We may have to jump in with Susie Q. Jay says the morning's debacle, a lot of charts with erroneous candles. Yeah, I was checking out both of those this morning. All kinds of everything all over the place. Look at the candle in Walmart, Jay. 3M, just a bunch of Visa. MO and Palantir. Yeah. That looks like Walmart candle. Yeah, I think a lot of people got stopped out this morning. So this is what I'm really kind of hesitant about is just this potential of a double top here. I don't think this could be a quick 1, 2, 3. Not really giving me great stuff right now. Every once in a while, choppy. All right, thanks. Hold on 1 second. Oddly enough, if I open my door in my office, sometimes I get better connection because my, what do you call that? My modem and all that is out in my living room. Hopefully that will help a little bit. Agnes in Amazon from 10 EMA. Great job, Agnes. Win says it was weird. $8 halts all over the market. Yeah, I'm interested to hear either the conspiracy theories or news. Calvin was telling me a conspiracy theory yesterday that, you know, when Bitcoin launched, that was the same day that the FAA was shut down, and the conspiracy theory is the United States government was held hostage for payment on Bitcoin. So the US has been throwing out all kinds of money apparently to buy Bitcoin. That's, of course, conspiracy theorists, right? We will bounce potentially off of this 100 there. We got that going on. You know, the volume, I was looking at again at the volume. Volume just is really tough right now. Hardly any volume. News equals conspiracy. All right, let's go in and see if we can find something good here. Got Netflix going long. I was looking at AMD a little bit earlier, trying to get above that 10. Did I hear right? Did AMD really get downgraded? That would be odd. So we're breaking out there. Got plenty of room to go. I like AMD long just because we're down there at that level, and then we're trying to get up above that hourly 10. Let's see where the Amazon. Okay, good. We're above the hourly 10 now. Yeah, this was the one little thing that I just didn't like about the Amazon. Got a little bit higher. And then we got the 50s right here too, right? At least the 50 is, where's my 50? Oh, okay. My 50 is right there where the VWAP is. That's a good sign. We broke above the 50 now. So can you see my little green line? And that purple line is a VWAP. So that looks good. Just got that bugger to deal with right there. Tesla missed the 10 EMA earlier this morning, I guess, right there. That was the 10 EMA of the hour. Got NVIDIA, Apple. Yeah, I was looking at Apple earlier this morning too. It was looking prime. It looks like it's trying to go higher. I keep looking at this on my chart. And I'm like, okay, what are you gonna do there, girlfriend? Are you gonna double top on us or not? So we'll get a better feel here in a minute or two. Lots of bulls kind of trapped right now. Downgraded. All right, thanks, Jay. Agnes also in PayPal. Didn't look at PayPal this morning. Real quick. PayPal, kind of high wave, at least broke out 238. What do we got? 80 something. Kind of done its average daily range already. So be careful about that, Miss Agnes. CELH, the Celsius. Pretty nice little run today. It's looking pretty good. Got about $6. Yeah, pretty close to average daily range there too. But pretty nice day. Pretty nice place to bounce right here. Got it. I'm going to throw that. I think it already is on my watch list. Yep, my watch list. That looks like pretty nice place to bounce right there. Ryan. We'd have all these bad boys trapped. Pretty nice big double bottom if we can get back up in there. Win says double bottom. Are you talking about on Celsius or? I think that's what you're talking about. Natasha, is Tesla now forming a new bear above the 10 on the 5? Is it making a new bear on the 3 actually? So here was a 10 EMA trade. You could have taken that right there. That was right at the VWAP. Another 10 EMA trade right here. So right now it's coming back and retesting the 10. Yeah. Yeah. I'm watching this out of the corner of my eye. That's why I'm a little cautious about going bullish right now. We'll see what happens here. If we can get clear of this, then we can go bullish. Let's go look at the old Qs. All right. I was leaning bullish, but now I'm getting a new perspective. Because what do you have trapped right now? You don't have any bears trapped. You got all these bulls trapped. So I can definitely see coming down short now. Is the VIX even moving? All right, there you go. Why is my VIX chart over here? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me fix up my VIX chart on my other monitor. VIX kind of double bottomish, right? So if we go shooting higher, we're going to be coming down Downtown Susie Brown. Hello, Sammy. What's happening? Hot stuff. Agnes exited PayPal for an R market. Is just weird to hold it. Yeah, plus it's already gone its average daily range, so it's probably just range bound, but great job, girlfriend. Great job. All right, let's go. Kind of looking for a short. Aha. Maybe Malone's was just a little too early on the short on Netflix. Looking at what kind of room we got down to the VWAP. See, we're just so dang close to that VWAP. All right. Amazon, we're not. Amazon, Netflix looking good for a short. Square, Delta, Roblox. Yep. So Amazon and Netflix, let's check her out. We haven't made just watch and see if we do that double top or not. Yeah, way to do your job, Agnes. You're doing your job if you lose 0.7 R's or less. Great job. Okay. Just all over the place. This is what you're going to get on inside day candles. You're going to get, looks like it's going short, looks like it's going long. Just trapped a bunch of people here. Wouldn't be surprised if we trap some bulls right now. Don't really have good risk reward down to this VWAP, but maybe we could get down there, get our stop in the green, then there's no risk. Now we got a little hammer time. Again, not the greatest volume. At least volume's moving up a little bit now, so that's good. We got some players coming in. Let me do something real quick. Hold on one quick second. Gotta talk about real life trading with how can I do this? Here you go. Let me bring this over here. I'm going to be talking a little bit about real life trading for all our people that are here for free week along the way. But let me get back to business real quick. All right. Still watching this, boys and girls. Still watching this. That. Let's go look at the VIX. Yeah. I think we may be going higher on the VIX. I mean, this is the place. This is, look at this support. This is the place. So what looks nicer, Amazon or, man, I don't know, going short on Netflix right now. Phew. Would kind of like a failure right there. That wouldn't be too shabby. Here we just got this dang channel that we're dealing with still. Where is that hourly 10? Right there. Let's go see if we can spot anything on the 15 on any of these stocks. Got lots of room to go either way. did have this hammer, pretty nice, kind of just futzing around, never really broke out. I think if we break out from here on the north side, that would look good. North side of things, if we don't form that double whammy. Okay, 15-minute. So I'm throughout the session throughout this week, I'm just going to be throwing out some information for people that are new, maybe people that are checking out real life trading if they want to come and join the A+ team. But here we got a retreat coming up in Vegas. You can see it right there, February 26th and through March 1st. It's going to be focused on options. And what we do is at Real Life Trading 3 times a year, we get together for retreats and we focus on different subject matters. I can tell you, man, if you guys have ever been to any kind of, personal growth type of program, this Real Life Trading retreats are 10x. Jeremy is there teaching. In this case, Jeremy will be doing some teaching along with Robert Thompson and Tony Pollock on options. You can meet some of the Real Life Trading staff. So this is happening in Vegas. The next retreat is going to be at Disney World at the end of May. So they're working the details of that right now. So Maloney's going. Just a great time. I mean, it's a big social event. We work during the day and socialize at nighttime, have some great food. Vegas, what a great place for adult entertainment. I don't know. You'll have to talk to Sochi about that. Yeah, we last time I heard from Jeremy is we're going to do Nashville. I think that was, when was that? Nashville. Was that in November? We did a retreat in Nashville. So we're going to do Nashville, Vegas, and Disney World every year. Looking mighty double top-ish. Don't think we have any plans, but you'll see in a minute. We do come to Europe and do cruises, Agnes. So you can join up on a Real Life Trading cruise. It will change your life if you join that. Woo! That's you're on a boat cruising the Med, learning about stocks, trading, investing, all kinds of stuff. Okay, we're still hanging out. What's the oh no, Joe? Yeah, I mean, I do like a double top here. We are at this pre-market high. We are at this, again, this trend line coming down here. So I don't know. Doesn't seem like we got much gumption to do it. Yeah, Agnes, definitely. I'll show you a slide in a second on that cruise. Just unbelievable. Oh yeah. Start saving them R's. All right. It doesn't look like it's going to do a double top. I don't know. This is kind of decision time. I don't want to jump in anything long right now. We got plenty of time. Right now, 6:43 in Hawaii. Nay. That means it's 11:43 on the East Coast. And we got, what do we got? 4 hours and 16 minutes of trading left. So let's figure this out, get some momentum going, and let's do it. What you in there, Sin? What you think about this double top, CK? Is it going to do it or not? Watching Tesla? Which way, girl? Northbound? Bearish? All right. It'd be nice if we get a little head and shoulders here, yeah? So Cindy, I know Cindy. She loves her head and shoulders. So if we get something like this, gorgeousness come in. Let's go look at pre-market real quick. Right there at that pesky VWAP. We got kind of a little bit of support here. If we could break that down, we'd be looking gorgeous. Just in that kind of support zone area, above it or below it. Take a pick. Yeah. It uses it as a little bit of a resting place, hesitation place, but great place to either buy or sell. But you can see this little bit of, yeah, whatever it's going to be. Right now, it's a little bit of support, but it could very well, very quickly turn into some resistance. Let me put a red line there. Now look at this bugger. Just because we break up here doesn't mean that we can't turn this into like a triple top. Let me see how much room we got on the SPY. So when I have inside days, I'm pretty picky about what I get into. I'm pretty picky anyway, but again, you know, we inside day, I don't think we're blasting off anywhere. Could be wrong. I don't think we're blowing out down bottom anywhere. I think we're kind of going to stay in this inside of this candle for sure today, but 563. What was the news? PMI, we had some pretty decent news, right? Anybody following that PMI news this morning? I think we had some decent news there. So again, the only reason why I'm thinking bearish is this big resistance right here. And let's go see what Elliott Wave has to say. This got to be a 3. Yeah. 3, 4, and 5. They're calling on Trading View. So for those not tracking, this is a Elliott Wave counter that you can get if you want. Go to your indicators. On the 15, they're showing actually that was a 5. Let me go to Momo, which I do quite often, and I look at and see what we got going on our Momo. When you got chop, you're going to get these buy sell flashing in and out, because we got this kind of sideways movement, and the momentum strategy only works when you got momentum. You can see on the SPY looking pretty double topish, right? Nothing on the Momo. I don't really use the 5 or less than the 15 on the Mo. So yeah, we're still just kind of hanging out. Let me go look at the volume. The volume was super low this morning. So yeah, we're a third of the way on volume. Usually by now we're about halfway on volume. Got a little head and shoulders working. Thank you. Red line is the point of control, volume point of control. Got a little bit of support down here. What do we got down to downtown? Yeah, we got plenty of room down here. This would be my target towards down the bottom, the low of the day if we go bearish. Buying the Qs again, looking like we're just gonna futz around. Let's see what's happening on. So we did make a double bottom on the VIX. We did get that double bottom. So if we continue higher, we should see weakness come into the market. Netflix. Yeah, if y'all want, throw questions at me. So Ryan says RXO. I have no clue what RXO is. We'll go check it out. RXO Inc. Technology Services. So one big thing for me, Ryan, is volume. Can I draw my volume? I can't draw my volume there. Yeah, I like to get volume usually right around there, 750 to 1 million. Right now, the volume is really low. So at least the average volume is 1 mil. I normally won't trade anything unless it has an average volume of 750K or more, but right now the volume is really low. I don't like trading low volume stocks just because anybody can come in and buy and sell, and it will be heavily manipulated compared to stocks that have, million plus rolling through there. I don't really see anything that turns me on all that much. Are you looking to do a swing trade on this, Ryan, or a day trade? Swing. So yeah, I mean, it's looking good for a swing. If we can close, especially if we can close above this high wave today, I like it. You got these higher lows. Looks like you got, some kind of 1, 2, potentially 3 on the Elliott wave. The thing being is, when is this? So you got a little bit of ways to go. About 2 weeks for earnings. That's usually my cutoff. I usually won't get into a swing unless I can think I can get in and get out real quick, but it looks like it's breaking out pretty nicely. Let me run back to the old Teslas. Anytime, my man. Are you already in it, or are you thinking about getting in it? But it looks pretty nice. I don't know why volume is so low today. $17.35. What's it at right now? B says 9. Check out S formation on 5 minute. Okay, I will in a second, B. All right. No, it looks good, man. But don't forget those earnings, right? Because unless you're up big time, I don't know. If it was me, if I was in it, just, I need to get up and then get out for profit before earnings. If I'm already up like maybe whatever, 10, 15%, it's got to be something big. So that way, if there is a gap down with bad earnings or for whatever reason, then I'd be getting out. Okay, so now we got to close below. SPY kind of still hanging out at the 10, but it looks like it wants to go. Cindy, you going to take this? I'm going to take it because Cindy's going to take it. But it is a nice little head and shoulders on the 3. On the 5. What do we got on the 15? Pretty big bearish engulfing candle taking out these 2 candles. So that's great. We got resistance up here. All systems go. Let's wait for 10 EMA setup. Let me get my broker ready. Let's get that sell stop limit in there. Let me get slack ready to roll. Right in Tesla. Cindy's waiting for a retest of a neckline break. So what Cindy's going to wait for is this bad boy to break and then come up here and get a limit sell and then have it roll over Beethoven. Yeah, that's a pro move. Okay, what B is talking about 9. Nice retest, gap B. 1240, something like that. Yep, it's gone, it's past its average daily range quite a bit. I think we're probably just going to stay kind of inside this area, so be careful there. Yeah, it's already range bound kind of, but it may just continue to trickle down. But I see what you're looking at. Yeah. Looks pretty nice. Got some decent volume. Are you in that, B? So B is talking about this S curve down. Failed this. So nice S curve. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we B, are you in the 90-day masterclass? I haven't seen your name there. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be talking about S curves, but we got S curve down. And just as long as you don't break up in here, then it's good to go. Tesla, are you going to play nice or what you going to do? So Jeremy has a saying, hey, if you play Tesla when it's inside day, you may as well just take an arrow dipped in scorpion venom and shoot yourself in the foot. We did break out of here, right? But we really are still kind of inside day-ish, right? For this, since we got a nice little head and shoulders going on, I think I'd probably take it. It's again, we're waiting on the SPY and the Qs. I need to get some momentum one way or the other, but you can see it's looking like we're trying to come down now. One way or another. I'm gonna get you one way. I play some music here and there every once in a while. Oh boy. See, I told you. That was my 8 cap cranking. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but is it Og? Excuse me if somebody asked this before. Never excuse yourself. That's why we're here. Answer questions. Here to help you guys. use screeners to build a watch list, or is there a predefined list which is rarely modified? Well, last year, Og, we had a pretty predefined list. Now this year, really, Jeremy is focusing in on just double tops, double bottoms, 10 EMA strategy. And yeah, a lot of people use screeners early in the morning. You know what the best screener in the world is our Slack channel. Because in our Slack channel in the morning, everybody's saying, hey man, did you see this gap? Or did you see this? Did you see that? So everybody's different. I'm not a big techie. I don't know if you can see it. Where is it? Oh, I get rid of my FinViz, probably just to give me room. But FinViz is a great screener to use. If you want to use that, the problem is it doesn't work on pre-market unless you pay for it. There's also a screener here, a stock screener right here in TradingView, which is pretty good. So it just depends on the person, but great question. Right now, we're kind of still kind of using these stocks right here, to be honest with you. Tesla, Netflix, Amazon, AMD, NVIDIA, Apple, Square. Those are kind of like what our focus stocks are. But last year in 2022, we were totally focused just specifically on Tesla, Amazon, AMD, NVIDIA, Delta, and Roblox. Son of a gun, Cindy, son of a gun. I guess we're going to have to set this up as a retest now. So I got I got 143. Let me just see where these EMAs are. We got that dang 100 right there, but I'll go with that. I'll go Tesla 143.61 by let me give it a little bit of more room, because that's about $1 something. Let me go up here. 145.06. Let me just check that stop real quick. So you could go here. I'm trying to lose less than an R, and let's drop it down a little bit. Let's go. I'm going to go 144. That's good. 144.86. On my stop, 144.86. And that is a limit sell. So let me see if I can get that in my broker. $143.61, and let me go in here to that and get my 143.61. Stop is 144.86. Okay. See if we can snag that. We may be a little too late. And let's see where my targeto. Let me see what we got. Son of a gun. Probably going to do maybe something like this. Where is 1.2? Because this is going to be a target here. This will be, what is this? 1.14. We got this here. Let me see where my hourly is. Anytime, don't feel ever like you're bugging anybody. That's what we're here for, my man. Yeah, we got this 10 coming up here on the hourly. Let me get this 10 right place. So that's going to be my target right now, but let's go look on the chart here. That 10 will be my target if we get down there. Looks like a pretty good place. Anybody else going to set this up? See if it works. We're retesting on the SPY and the Qs now. All right. Chuck, you're already in? Or are you going to try to play the limit sell? Did you just set it up where I had it earlier and get in? What kind of problems are you having loading posts, Agnes? What's the blue dash line? Jeff Pierce says. Right there, buddy. It's the hourly 10 EMA. And I did it myself. I go in here. I've created templates for myself. So I'll go in here, create a horizontal line, and then you can go in Trading View and you can see all my templates. So you can go like 50 EMA. I can't see any new posts or even old posts on none of the channels, neither on my phone. Agnes, try to sign. Can you sign out of your Slack channel and then try to sign back in? Do that both on your phone. If you continue to have problems, then just write support, SUPPORT at reallifetrading.com. I think if you reset it, it should solve the problem. Okay. Got to just contact our support folks and see if they can help you. They may have to kick you out and re-sign you up. Yeah, Calvin's talking about, I don't know what MTF stands for, but TradingView has an indicator that you can go into and it will set up your trend lines for you. Calvin, what is MTF? I don't even know what it is. I just like to do it because I don't like to have those dashed lines across my screen. My screens are already kind of cray. So I just like to put them in and manually change them myself. Multi-time frame. Roger that. Wow. So check out the spider. You know, the SPY may be just trapping some folks. We may get trapped. It should fail from here. Bounce right off of that VWAP. Qs kind of looking pretty much the same. Look like we're bouncing now. Bouncy bounce. We might lose on this bad boy if the SPY and the Qs want to take everybody out. Got a pretty decent stop at least. Still like it short. I mean, we do have a nice head and shoulders. All right, let me see if I got everybody. Sounds good. While we're waiting for that, let me go do some more discussing. Look at these two beautiful people. These two beautiful, gorgeous human beings are Danny Jansen, and I think you met him yesterday, and Tracy Ball. Every week they do a live podcast and they talk about various subject matters. It's a very informative podcast. It's actually on our dashboard. If you go to live trading, and you should be able to right here, Pivot Podcast, Thursdays, 3:30 to 5. So that's every Thursday. Go check them out. Free education, just two brilliant minds talking about all kinds of things, talking about the stock market, life, whatever subject comes up that's of interest. All right, we got, we're trying. Now the SPY and the Qs are punching up, trapping all the bears. So, but I think we could be good, because it would seem like maybe we would come out and then maybe just take out these folks right here. And then maybe could roll over again. Don't forget, we're just in this dang channel here, right? Up, down, back and forth. Marimar, can you take a look at Piton? Of course I can. What you want to do, Marimar? So totally inside day. We got 70 cents, 76 cents on the day. Average daily range 76. So that's about average daily range. That becomes my target up on the north side, up on the North Shore for you beachy persons. And down there on the south side. What you want to do, go long or go short? You're right in the middle. You can see this craziness. Hammer, shooting star. Pretty good volume on this. Oh, was that the candle? Yeah, decent volume on this hammer. It has been very bullish, right? Let's go look at the pullback. The pullback says came back and retested that 50 down to the 618, so pretty nice. Yeah, it looks good. We're down. RSI is down pretty nice and low, so all systems go. Let's go look at the 15. 15, not much. Just got this big high wave right here, Mari. You can see it here on the 30. So really, flip a coin in here, right? Anywhere in here. So I don't know, but this is your target. This would be your target up here. So you can't really wait to get in here. You'd have to have a pretty darn tight scalping trade setup. But you're under the 10 on the hourly. So you got to kind of be thinking bearish right now. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I have this problem with my brush, if y'all haven't noticed. All right. Cindy says SPY and Qs have not made a higher high, so I feel good because we're trading Tesla. It's already been today. Jeopardy. What is a channel? What is a channel? A channel. Channel is sidewards chop. Did I get the right answer? You got it. Yes, Cindy's talking about this choppity chopperoo right in there. Anybody else in anything? Netflix didn't really want to come down that much. Go figure. Right now, been really strong. How about the Amazonian? Kind of just continuing higher, huh? AMD still kind of, look at that, still earlier, just in that bigger wedgy triangular thing. Sideways chop on NVIDIA. Apple looking quite bullish. Square probably, wow. I was going to say Square been nice and strong, but yeah, we might be in correction mode here, Cindy, on the old Square. It's been strong as heck of late. 10 EMA. (15-minute). All right. Delta, I was looking at Delta this morning, kind of weak sauce. Roblox, crazy. How come only, that's weird. I don't understand. Only some stocks got these crazies. Huh. Wow, I wonder if they actually were just a glitch or whether these things stopped. Think about the brokers right now, what they're dealing with. I wouldn't want to try to go get in touch with my broker right now because everybody just kind of, hey man, I got stopped out. That wasn't right. What's going on? All right, what else can we check? Oxy, Agnes says. Oxaruski. Look at that candle. What? 58, 53. Where's that? Like 20 something bucks? 18 bucks? Good, I had a put on it and no stop. That's nutso. Let's go check in. All right, this is that's not good. We never like to get back above 5 minute. We got to stay below that 5. Got a dang hammer on the 15. It means on the 30 we got, yeah, ZJ with some finance news. What? A technical issue that caused wild stock price swings. So it wasn't. See, this is kind of misleading then, because this is saying that there was a technical issue caused by wild stock price swings. I don't know. Kind of crazy, right? In a subset, opening auctions did not occur. Man, brokers are going to have their hands full. Let's go look at the zone. This isn't looking too great for the Amazon trade. I mean, the Tesla trade. But let's go look at the Amazonian. Yeah. It's been looking nice and strong. Coming back and retesting. I mean, there's plenty of room on Amazon. The market just seems kind of weird to me. It doesn't seem like it's acting normal. This looks like a 1, 2, 3. So we potentially have to do some kind of 4 and 5 up, but we don't know when this 3 is going to end. We got kind of 1, 2. Yeah, this is kind of within the 3. You always have a fractal, usually. 1. Hard to count. Got so many S curves in here. But looking relatively strong. Natasha says Jeremy's saying it's acting kind of weird too. He's not going to trade. Yeah, I'm not really too anxious to get into another trade myself. Reason why I did this one is because at least we had the SPY coming down at the time in the Qs, and because of the chart pattern, right? A nice chart pattern trapping these bulls. So it looks good. You got that little bit of, resistance up above us. So I still really like it. I mean, it's doing exactly what we asked it to right now. Let's see what the JBoo says in Slack. He must have said it in a subset, I guess. Jose says Tesla climbed above the VWAP and 100, 200 MA on the 3. Yep. You're still, Jose, this is still a good place to be. I mean, I'd much rather be under the VWAP. Let's go check out the POC should be right in here. Yep, we're under the POC. POC providing a little bit of resistance. So far it's looking good. We'll soon find out, I think. Today is just an odd creature of a day. Kind of like AMD short. Apple. Square. Got some good support there on Square. See what the Googs is doing. Ooh, nice little double T on the Googs with POC resistance. Let's go see any craziness on Googs. Just inside. $245. Got a little bit of room down there on Googs. A little bit of support down here. It's just inside day though, but we do kind of have double topish pattern going on right there. You got that dang 200. So Cindy's calling that. This is the trading view look. Says we're in a C. Thank you. That's a positive for us right now, but that didn't. Yeah, I'm a little worried about, oh, this looks like kind of a, if you combine that together with that, we got to get lower right now. Got to get this to like a high wave. All right. That does not look good. But if we can get a push down on the Qs and the indices, all the indices, that would be good. Checking out volume. Looks like some peeps sold right here. See if we can get a rollover. What do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Looks like we're going to have to move our stop down. Still got lower lows, lower highs. So let's see what happens in here. Cindy says, perfect retest of the VPOC and neckline. Here's kind of an extended little bit of neckline. You got resistance. Don't like these two little bearish candles forming kind of an S curve. On the 5, I need like two candles to come down and be an S curve. So we're good there. Win says that's a bull flag. What's a bull flag, buddy? Yeah, it's really got to roll over. I mean, the SPY is still just chopping, and the Qs, you know, we're just chopping along. Got a pretty nice little looking neckline right here. That would be nice. Get this bigger double top. I got double top and double bottoms on my mind. For me, Win, I don't count one candle as a like a flag pattern. It's got to be more of a an actual flag for me, and yeah, something like that. For me, one candle doesn't constitute a flag, just for me. Still kind of holding its own. Let's go in here and look and see. Yeah, I don't like being above my 100 on the 1 minute at all. Got to get back down in this green. Pretty good volume coming up into this little bit of resistance. So hopefully that will be a good sign where everybody got out of their longs. I mean, it makes sense. Anybody who got in here long, you'd figure would start getting out in this area right here. So there should be some selling going on. We shall see. Let's see what's happening to the VIX. Still just chopping around. Chop city. Let me go to my FinViz. I'm going to put my FinViz. Where can I put my FinViz? Put my FinViz over here. Screener. Let me see what we got on our gap downs. See what we got interesting. Lots of inside day candles, man, on my screener. Lots of inside gap and goes. Yep. Wrong one. Jiminy Christmas. What a boring day, yeah. Wow. Bristol Myers, a big old candle, but pretty nice little gap down this morning. Look at that thing. Crazy. Man, you think there were some annoyed bulls in here? Had their stop up in here, got stopped out. What is the indicator that you have there? Are shades of blue and yellow. Diana, that's if you go into your extended hours. And those are pre-markets. So let me go into the SPY, give you a better idea. So this is end of day yesterday. Got a hammer right there on the spider. This is Hawaii time, so you can set your trading view for whatever time zone you're in. So Hawaii time, the market closes at 11 in the morning. And then this is post-market, the yellow area. And then that ends, I think, at 1500, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then it starts pre-market data at 11 my time at nighttime. And then that continues until the market opens. Does that make sense? Cindy's showing, yeah, bull flag. Yep. Matt Wall, AMD short. going lower. Brent, give me a second. I'll be right there, my man. I mean, we're breaking out of this little trend line, so that's a little decent indication. Let's go look at hourly. Let's look at where the hourly is. Yeah, hourly putting some good pressure down on us. Got the hourly right there. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. It looks good making those lower highs. We're just at this channel pre-market support area. Just got to break that sucker. Come on, AMD and Qs and SPY, break on down. Looks good, Matt. Oh, Adobe. Let me look at for Jose real quick. First come, first served. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Okay, now we're making some movement. Hopefully it's not just a head fake again. So totally inside day. Jose, you talking day trade or swing? What you talking about there, brother? Totally inside right now. You obviously got that 200 right there, kind of pushing us down a little bit. Makes sense we come back and retest the 10. We're really far from the 10. Yeah, I mean, if you like it, this is a nice little area to get retested down here. Buy low, sell high. Weekly, you got a shooting star so far. Early in the week, right? Is today Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. So right now we got a little bit of a shooting star. You got some support coming up underneath you to hold you up. So yeah, I like this area. If you're looking down here, looks good to me, brother Bings. BA on the downside. Swing or day trade there, Brent? We got, let's see what we got. Whoops. Agnes, you can't leave us. Who gave you permission to leave us? So we got really nice, pretty nice gap and go. Yeah. Right to, unfortunately though, right to that. Well, depending on if you're short or long, but right there. That was a nice gap and go. Figured really not that many bulls trapping though. So I think it was just a great place to buy. And I think that's why you see this run up today. 556. Yeah, I'm longer, Brent, than I am short. If that makes sense. Does that make sense to you? My little analysis right there. Crazy candle again in the beginning of the day. So it's looking double topish, but I think it's already gone past its average daily range quite a bit. So it's probably just going to be range bounds. You got the VWAP right there. That's the 15. So yeah, you got a lot of stuff right there, right where you're looking. Just be careful on that, on the 15. I mean, it's double topish, but again, I think you got to look at this bigger picture. To me, my analysis is that, you know, you only had 1 day worth of bulls in there. And so I think probably when it got down here, you know, they probably, these guys probably had their stops down here. A lot of them. If I got in here, I would have had my stop like down below these candles here. So at this point, at this little support area, it became a good place to buy. But right now, it looks to me, it looks like it's just range bound. Of course, if the market comes tumbling down, then BA should agree with it. Yeah, if you break that area, that support area on AMD, she should roll. Anytime, my man, anytime. See what we got to that. That's a $1.24 right there. Man, we've had to have so who's in Tesla short? We've had to have patience of a saint. My goodness. I mean, it did exactly like we asked so far. Nobody's in besides me and Cindy. Wow, Cinderoo. Yovaris. Of course you are, girl. Did that analysis make sense, Yovaris, on what we did here? Jojo Rodriguez is in. Og is in. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, the whole crew is looking like it really wants to spank lower. AMD looking good, kind of fall in that area right there. Got that beautiful resistance up in here. Looks good. Let's see what we got on the weekly. Yeah. Let me see the weekly. We got only 275, huh? 275. Where does 275 bring us? Kind of meet up with this 200 target. Right at that 15-minute 50. That's going to be, some bears are going to buy to close there. So you might see some buying come in and then maybe look for a rollover if you're not already in. Let's see what we got. Is Momo giving us a 15? Should be giving us a 15 sell. Yep. That looks good. Let's go look at Tesla's. Tesla should have a 15-minute sell. Not yet. Really? Yeah, I think I'm going to have that as my target. What do we have down there? That was 5 minutes. Oh, we got the dang 100 right there. What did we have down there? That's we had the 10. Got the 10 raising up a little bit, but didn't we have a 200 down there somewhere? Got the 100. There it is. On the 3. Well, we get down here and it will be we won't lose trade. So I don't really care once we get down there. I just want to stay in the green. I guess we should move our stop at this point too. Shouldn't come back up in here. If we come back up in here now at this point, it's going to be a double bottom. We don't want that. I'm moving my stop to, how many pennies is that? About 10 cents. Yeah, I don't want to get up there. I'll make that my stop. Take a picky of that. Future day trade. There you go. Move stop to 144.32. Let me get that in my broker. $144.32 stop loss. Three minutes. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. David says, I'm in Tesla shorts. I moved my stop to 144.44 now. All right, sounds good. How low do you see Tesla going, David? I think David answered that. Zach says that hammer taken out, you should be good. I don't know if you're talking about that 3 minute or are you talking about that hammer right there? We got that hammer right there. Yeah, hourly 10. I'm going to shoot for 142.05. Let me modify 142.05. All right. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, look at this. Don't you guys just get this feel of weakness right here? I mean, look at that double top. This right here, just, it feels to me like it just wants to break and just haul, you know what, down. All right. What time is it anyway? Wow. All right. Another commercial. So when you join Real Life Trading, you'll get the potential to join our all access pass, right? During during the week, you get all these subject matters and much, much more. They don't love me, so they left me out down here. So but anyway, these are all like stupendous traders, all professional traders. They're all giving classes. I really focus in on just the moderating, during the morning room. But that day trading is part of that all access pass. So when you join up, you'll get access to all kinds of subject matters. And then here's the cruise I was talking about. This is, I think Agnes left. I'll have to send this to her. Anyway, this is Jeremy every year puts on a Money Grows on Trees event. And it's basically a conference on, having a great mindset and building wealth. You can see it's an all-inclusive 8 days, 7-night private yacht cruise in the Med. And just again, man, can you imagine being quote unquote stuck on a yacht with nothing but positive professional traders for 8 days? Can you imagine what that's going to do to your life? So that's something that you should check out. But these events happen once a year, not necessarily always cruising the Med. But last year there was a cruise in the Med, and then this year is a follow-up because last year was loved so much that everybody asked for it again. And yeah. Hilton says, do you have scalping sessions too? Hilton, I personally don't scalp. And I think the answer to your question probably is no. Each moderator trades differently, but that's not what we're trying to teach people. We try to stay away from scalping as much as possible because sure, you can win big, but we try to lose 0.7 Rs or less on trades, and that's hard to do when you're scalping. Because we teach people to be a consistent, profitable trader, you're gonna risk $1, right? And then we want to try to lose 0.7 is the first thing, then 0.5, and mitigating our risk down to 0.2, and then down into the green. So that what we teach is hard to do by scalping. And Jeremy told me a long time ago, because especially for beginners, beginner inclination is to win quickly, right? So Jeremy, I asked him about scalping 10 years ago, and he said, Johnny, let's put it this way. I've never seen a multimillionaire who's a scalper. So Jeremy, you don't have to tell me anything else. So that's, yeah, you can go to Vegas with Woodshed and do some scalping. Does that make sense, Hilton? Yeah, we're a trading education company, and we're trying to get everybody so they're consistent, profitable, and scalping, man, big risk, big rewards, but you can lose, what on them. Great question, though, because that's on everybody's mind. That is definitely on everybody's mind. All right. I'm afraid we're going to go launching out. But if you want me to look at something for you, my man, any day, any day. This is sad sauce. Wayne says, enjoyed the last night's session in the master class. All right. Wayne, how you doing on 10 EMA? You pretty much got it. Some people are struggling a little bit. Are you pretty much tracking on the 10 EMA strategy? Because we're really going to focus there. Jeremy and the staff highly believe in that strategy. That's why you'll see me still trading it. A lot of moderators still on mic, but that's such a go-to strategy. But if you ever need any help or whatever, man, reach out and let me know. I forgot to look at this 15 minutes. Still kind of struggling. Gosh. Okay, great. See, that's a smart thing to do, man. Me personally, all those free classes, the beginner and the intermediate, those are great, great classes to get a foundation before you go into that master class. A lot of people are really at ground zero, so we got to kind of go start at ground zero. You got to go at the rate of the slowest person, right? But they have to do their due diligence to stay with the program and stay with everybody else. Yeah, so we're trying to break this. That's the 30. That's the 15. What's the deal with Elon, I wonder? Elon is still in court? Elon doubles down. Second day offered his rationale for posting on social media that he was considering taking the vehicle private at 4:20. It was concerning because the information was not public. Yeah. They don't say anything about anything that happened this morning. Kind of weird. There it is. This place right here is probably won't show it, but this is the Matterhorn. This area is called Fermat. Bucket list. Me and Newsom are going to ski there one day. Probably within the next 3 years. All right, Ron. Our pleasure, my man. Have a great day. Let us know if you need any help with anything. Would you try? What ticker did you get stopped out on, Wayne? Anything goes today. Netflix still hanging in there. I'm just looking on the 15 just to get a good feel. We're just flat, man. Amazon flat. AMD still kind of flat. NVIDIA. Apple. This will be interesting on Apple. Look at all these bulls. They don't want to lose their profits. They are definitely scrutinizing. Square hanging out. Delta, interesting enough, making higher highs. What's the Love Boat doing? Jay Linder's been making millions of dollars on Love Boat. Really flat. Googs is looking kind of good for a short. Greg says some market makers screwed up their bid-ask spreads to open the day, which we never filled, but were wide enough to trip circuit breakers. That sounds a little nutso. Yeah, Greg? Wayne says Tesla. I read the 3-minute and didn't look at the hourly. Still trying to get my routine. You'll get it down, my man. One thing you can do is go in there and put that hourly marker like me, because I like to know where the hourly 10 is. Hilton says, do you think Apple has much more room to go? Down or up? We got this gap up here, Hilton, I think needs to fill. I think that was an hourly gap, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back and check. That was kind of like my resistance up there. Yeah, we got this. We never really filled this whole gap. So, I mean, right now, it's just looking very bullish, but yeah. Oh, that's Google. I'm sorry. Apple has, didn't Apple have a gap up here too? Could have sworn Apple had a gap up in here. Maybe we filled it already. Hourly. Oh, that tiny little gap there. Yeah. Okay, we filled that gap. This is pretty good little bit of resistance right here. I mean, would make a lot of sense if we got a double top here. Lots of bulls would be trapped. So, I mean, this is all going to depend on the SPY and the Qs, right? The overall market. We're right there at that sticking point again. So we'll see. Apple will have a lot of play in that, obviously. We haven't had any bad news on Apple, but yeah, I mean, for me, chart patterns kind of dictate the story, right? If we have, sell off for profit up here and we fail, people sell off and then buy again and then come up here and fail, seems like a pretty good place for a double top. Yeah, Greg, sorry, man. I don't know what's going on with my internet. Nothing really I can do at this point. Og says, isn't it dangerous to short Google with the RSI oversold and that hammerish candle? Let's go look at Googs. So great question. I'll predominantly go with like chart pattern first, especially double tops up at resistance, right? And we got this resistance up here at this $100 area. 15-minute on the hourly, we are kind of up in the overbought area, not totally, but we're high enough up there on the 15, kind of down there in the oversold area. So yeah, I can see what you're looking at. It's definitely a factor to consider. The thing being is we could punch up just a little bit and then just fall over in bed, right? And get back down into that oversold area. But yep, good catch, my man. You also have, if you remember, I don't know if you track divergence, but we were looking at this yesterday. You had increasing price, right? And then the RSI was losing strength. So it makes sense for this thing to come down to reality for a while. Thanks, buddy. It's not awesome. It's just, 10 years of experience of looking at these charts. If I had a good memory, I'd probably gosh, man, can you imagine if you had what do they call that? A photographic memory and you're a trader? Do we have any people who have photographic memories? I've never thought of that. Yeah, I can't remember either when. Gosh, can you imagine if you have a photographic memory? Of course, you got to learn technical analysis and it wouldn't come without a lot of work, but gosh, that would be a major advantage if you did. One of my buddies, unfortunately, who is has passed away, he literally had a photographic memory. I mean, I didn't believe it at first, but then I would find something and then I'd give it to him and I'm like, okay, you got like 10 seconds. And he'd whiz through that and then I'd ask him questions about it. It was remarkable. Mike says, are the levels on SPY you are looking at bullish above 405? I think so. But I think we got some targets coming up there, Mike. I'll show you in a second. Bearish below the 200. Yep. Pretty much, man. You know, overall, I'm still bearish, right? We did break above the 200, but we have this trend line now. This 200 in close proximity to this major trend line, I think that's a big deal. I think that's kind of what's holding us up. I think, you know, something's going to happen. I'm thinking the strength of the market in the last couple of days and the last couple of weeks, I think we're going to go higher. But I think we're potentially going to fail up in here. I think we could break out of this major trend line, come back down, and we're either going to trap there or fail. But when you look at the SPY, you know, just as a stock, not the SPY, you know, this is double bottom, come back, retest the neckline, and boom, it should be going higher, right? If you don't consider any of this, but this is major resistance area. So that's why I think we're having trouble right now to break through. Let me go check in with Tesla because we got a huge candle on the SPY. All right, looking good. I want to put my stop down in the green, but we've had some great patience so far. That's only the 3-minute 200. Yeah, I think we obviously a target for some people, but I think we should be able to break through that. Let me go into the 1 minute. So the 1 minute, obviously we're below the 50, right? And so we're good to go. Let's check in with the hourly. I think the hourly is going to be the target. I'm probably going to just take my 1.2 just because it's such a crazy day. And let me see at this point. I mean, we should only come back and retest this. I want to put my stop in the green. What time is it? The problem being is we're down here, you know, towards this little bit of resistance, but I think we should be good to go. I just don't want the SPY to flash, right? And the Qs. Yeah. The decision of, you know, have patience or move your stop. Let me see something here on my other charts. Okay, got that. Qs. Yeah, I mean, I think we should be good to go. Let's go look at that, where that close was. We really need a close below that dang candle. If we can get, how much time we got left on this? We got 21 minutes. Got a lot of time to close below that hammer right there. We also got, you know, 3 pretty big bearish candles in a row on the 15. Dan says, I subscribed to a service that told me to short DE at 407. I bought puts that expire Friday, and I've lost over $1,600 today. Can I look at, dude? I can look at anything you want me to, dude. So, you know what I'm seeing, Big D, is a big bullish engulfing candle. And what does that mean? That means bullishness, right? Bouncing off of the 20, excuse me. You do have like lower lows right on the weekly. So when is your put? Oh boy, your put expires this Friday. Yeah, this is what I don't like for you. I mean, I could see it going down. Deere and Company, yeah, man, you know, a really strong company, right? So let's look at volume here. I mean, the volume is not that great, you know, just had a bunch of choppiness. You got kind of a little hammer there on the hourly. Let's go look at the 30. Yeah, volume here on the 30 looks pretty decent. You're above the 50. I don't know, man. You know, again, we're educators. We're not allowed to give you financial advice, right? But my analysis is because of this huge bullish engulfing candle that we're going higher. We got the 10 up in here, got the 50 up in here. So this too, though, right? This big move, you could consider this, you know, like a bear flag. I just don't like this big bullish candle. And because your option is expiring Friday, that's why if you had longer time frame on your option, then it'd be a lot easier. But I don't know, man. I'm afraid what's going to happen is you could maybe even stay inside here for a day or two, and then you're going to be really hosed. That weak sauce 200, man. Now that's not good. We came back up. We're retesting, so see if we can fall on over. Geez, I'm so far behind. I'm way behind. Let me get caught back way back up. Yep. Lucen answered you, Dan. Yeah, we're an education company, man. We're not a trade lead company. Elliot says beginning of wave 4, so it should be going up from here. I don't know what that is. Daily moving averages. I'm angry with the company for recommending a put. Yeah, man. Unless they're financial advisors, they shouldn't be recommending diddly squat. They should be giving you their analysis and telling you what they would do. Thanks for helping me out, Lucen. Appreciate it. Mari, got it. Mike, got it. Thank you, Mike. All right, just getting caught up. Thank you, Chuck. Really appreciate that, man. That means a lot to me. When I get a compliment, especially as complicated as technical analysis, I really appreciate it. Hilton, thank you, my man. Have a great day. Oh, I don't know if you're leaving, but thank you. I appreciate it. Woodshed, I'm just getting caught up in the old Slack chain. So Apple, there's Woodshed's analysis. Woodshed loves his diagonal resistance and support. And so decision time on Apple. We'll go look at that real quick. Thank you, Woodshed. Was that on the 15 that we were looking at, that double top potential? Uh-oh. I got a sticking point. Ah, man, are you kidding me? Sorry, guys. I have no idea what's going on with my internet. I got high-speed internet that's not very high speed. Oh yeah, man, it's whew. You saw Woodshed's diagonals coming down. So this is decision time. This is either breakout or fall over. Let's go back and look at the cues. Mari, did everybody answer your question? I see some people answered. Make sure everybody's good. Dan, are you good? Just want to make sure. Yeah, Danny is talking about Danny covers a great session. I don't know if you caught that yesterday, his long-term investing. But again, it's based on analysis. Dan. Check out Danny. Do you have that again? Let me see if Danny has that coming up again. I think he does. Yesterday, you can see it here, this long-term investing class that he had. I think we are recording. Oh, shoot. I forgot to record the session, but unless Malone's is still. Maloney, are you here? Were you recording this morning? Oh, yeah, we're still recording. Well, we're live on. No, it doesn't seem like we're recording right now. Danny, no, Danny just gave his one long-term class, but I know he recorded that. Dan, attorney Dan. This week we have free access. How do we get access to this every week? You just got to go into our website and sign up for it, Dan. Go into reallifetrading.com. Right there, buddy. All access. You get the swing room in the afternoon. And then, yep, right there. All right. Man, this is incredible, right? Just, I'm looking at the SPY chart and on the side, and it's just choppity chop sidewards deal. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Did you get trailed out, Cindy? I haven't been watching it all that much. Yeah, especially with an attorney in the house, man. We got to behave ourselves, Woodshed. So I'm just giving this extra patience. I don't know. We'll see if it works or not. But now the SPY looks like it's jumping up on us. Got a VWAP retest coming in. This is pretty good support area, right? So I don't know if Cindy is still in, or I got good support here. VWAP is here. Let's go look at where the POC is. This is called muscle power. Holding muscle holding. POC is up there as our little bit of support. Peter, how did you know I was you must have heard me talking. I don't know how you knew I was muscle holding. Yeah. Either way, you got to hold the muscles or make the muscles hold. Cindy's stop is still in the red, but barely. As long as it stays below VWAP, we should be good. Yeah, I think that VWAP in this place is a pretty good support area. The only thing that's going to hurt us, obviously, is if the market decides to take off. But I don't see any down here. I don't see anywhere really bulls kind of want to come into play except for this area. I mean, we did break below this area, so if we can just get this close below this hammer, it's probably going to play hard to get and give us this high wave right here. Son of a gun. Did I miss anybody's question or miss anything that you guys want to look at? Yeah, sorry, today is just kind of a boring day, not much going on, but you know, this is what we got. We got this 400 area with all kinds of volume coming in and out right in this area. So we're going to just hang out and see. Of course, Johnny. How can there be another Johnny in here? INPC. I got another. He spells it with an H. He's a John. I'm a Jonathan. Ooh, it looks pretty sexy short, Johnny. Of course, inside candle like everybody else today. Let me open my windows, getting a little bit warm here. Inside, are you talking? What are we talking, buddy? Are we talking a day trade or are we talking swing trade? But you got double top, beautiful potential double top working. Nice resistance right here. Man, I like this. I'm going to put this on my short list. This has got some nice potential for some shorting. Just look at something real quick again back. Yeah, we got a little bit of potential divergence working potentially. We got swing. So were you thinking about going long? Got some really good resistance right there. So yeah, man. You can see this little bit of, well, if you count this high, yeah, we really don't have divergence on the hourly. Yeah, I think it's just potential. But dude, man, I like this. You got same thing, like same look as in Tezos. You have, you know, potential head and shoulders here. I don't know. I like it short, Johnny D, rather than long. I mean, it has made a nice bullish run, right? If you're counting waves, let's see what we got. I don't know if we can count. This looks like a 3 to me for sure. So this might be a 4 and 5. Let's go see what Elliott Wave says on. So TradingView says this is a 5. This would be a correction coming down. So you may have to hold on to your pants. I'm just worried about that resistance. Got really strong resistance right there. Yep. Does that make sense, Johnny D? You got it? All right. Why do they call the woodshed? Is that one of the teachers? We call woodshed because woodshed likes to stack wood, i.e. profits, and stick them in his woodshed. So that's why we call him woodshed. He's a wood stacker, that's for sure. All right. So one other way that you could look at Tezos is obviously participation, public participation, and then you got distribution, and then hopefully we'll break out of this distribution and go lower. You can see that nice head and shoulders forming right there on the bigger side of things. So kind of I think like Intel, INTC, kind of in this distribution mode, but you got this head and shoulders working. So lots of potential for this, especially because you got this resistance, this tough resistance right up here. Lots of potential for this thing to pull back. Seeing if this is playing hardball, man. Playing hardball on the head and shoulders for sure. Let me go back and see for a second real quick what we got going on after me today. Hey, this is all new. This is some nice stuff right here. All right. That's the all access pass live trading. I just want to say, where is our, oh, there it is. How to Become a Consistent Profitable Trader by Stephen King. He's going to be coming up after me today. That is a great class. Y'all hang on to the seat of your pants. And then we got our Algo Pro coming in, David Potvin. He's going to give his hour and a half class on algos and bots. And then we got Jeremy coming in to close up the day and do the afternoon swing room. Back to Tesla, and then any other stock anybody else wants to look at, let me know. Still playing hardball with us. Slow roll. Let's go look at the fib. Fibonacci says nothing right now. Fibonacci says, we're kind of right at the 618. All right. That's not the greatest news. I'm going to have to get some kind of rollover so I can get my stop in the greenage. Woodshed says, take a peek at the VIX. The VIX has been acting really weird lately, man. It really hasn't been doing its correlation, as its inverse correlation, as much as we used to think. But yeah, we're dumping down, which means we should go higher, but we've been doing that all day and the SPY is just going sideways. So I don't know what's going on with the VIX, but I agree with Malone's lame saw. Netflix kind of forming a double B, double T, I mean. Very frustrating when my internet goes out on me. Netflix getting strong. Did I miss a question? Let's see. Lucen was answering some stuff. You can try the divergence indicator to try to help you get a better. Yeah, Joe, if you have any questions, you can let me know, like offline if you want to, or whatever you want to do. Basically, if I can get my chart to work. Okay, what is going on? Can you guys see me? I don't know what is happening here. Let me close some of these. Got that going on. I can get rid of that. Can get rid of that. Can you see my chart now? Yeah, I got a bunch of okay, thank you, Lucen. I might just have too many windows open. Let me get rid of some stuff over here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right. I just closed a bunch of things. All right, Chuck. Catch you tomorrow, my man. Did you take any trades today, Chuck? Yeah, we just got this weak sauce channel happening. At least we're making these lower lows, lower highs so far. Hopefully we'll be able to roll over here and hit our target. Let me check something out real quick on my other screen. Okay. Got that. Yeah, man. What else can we look at? Let's go back and just someone check something out on this hammer. Phew. If we make this, we'll have patience of a saint. All right, Camellia, thank you very much. Come join us tomorrow. We got this high wave right now on the 15. Let's go back and look at the deer company for Danny. Yeah. That is what I was afraid about, Big D. What is the average daily range? 983. 983. So we've gone average daily range at least. So I don't know. We got this nasty target right here, but we're up in the channel. Hopefully we're going to pull back. Diana says, when you check for divergence, do you count the wicks? Yeah, I mean, divergence. So let's go see if we can find some divergence. I know on the SPY we had some divergence. So like right here. Right here. So you can see the RSI is a relative strength index. So it's basically algorithm that looks at the strength of the move, right? So you can see right here on my RSI indicator, like we reached this high pinnacle right up here by this trend line, this long-term trend line, and everybody sold. So we started to lose strength there, right? And then what we're looking for is, in this case, we had higher price action, right? But the ticker was losing its strength, right? This white area up in here is all over bought area, right? So when you get up into the overbought area, you know, you don't want to look to go long necessarily. But you could see it lost its strength as it came down. So the answer to your question is, you know, divergence is more of a look for a higher strength move and losing its strength, or higher price action while it's losing its strength, because that should make sense, right? If it's losing its strength as it's going higher, then there's a big chance that it's eventually going to come back and correct. Does that make sense, Diana? Yeah, it's really an artsy thing, like Jeremy calls it. So, you know, Diana, this area up here is overbought, right? Just like this area down here is oversold, right? So when something gets down here, that means people that went bearish, the shorts, are probably going to be getting out of their position soon, which means that they have to start buying, and then the strength of the move should start moving up. All right, let me get that. Still hanging out on the old SPY. Lucen says, not a fan of the SPY inverse middle finger pattern on the 3. Yeah, I was looking at this earlier, but I don't know. This is more on my mind right now. For a Tesla trade, I'm hoping we're at the high point, so sell high. Got some good volume coming in there. But yep, I'm tracking LW. Come on, baby. Just give us a break once today. We've held in so long for you. So there's the 10. We haven't touched the 20 in a long time. I'm thinking we could come down and retest the 20. I'm gonna assume if we get down here, still got that as our target for 1.2R. So if we can get down here, I'm just gonna hold my target, and because I think that 20 should be retested on that hourly chart, but yeah, I mean, there's got to be bulls down here waiting to buy. We take out all these bulls, come on down here, makes a lot of sense. Man, I'll stay in this all day if I have to at this point. Let me go look at the average daily range one more time. $734. So down here, Yeah, I guess this trend line that I have really, we could actually get down into this point. Matt says max pain is 135. Today? Whew. Yeah, I mean, we've doubled our average daily range before. We could absolutely, but I don't know, man. I'd just be happy with 142 at this point. All right, go back to the cues. Let me see what the volume is on the cues. So a little bit more than halfway. Usually about an hour or two ago, we were at halfway point on volume. So volume still, look at this. We're not even halfway volume on the SPY. I just don't think everybody has a lot of confidence in the stock exchange right now. But if we get some momentum, we're going to be hosed. Win says 9-ish, so nothing surprises me. VIX making new lows for the day. Yeah, it seems like we're trying to bounce on out of the channel now. Might get stopped out. Can't say we didn't give it a chance. Yeah, that's not looking good. Really, our only hope left is this little bit of resistance in here. One. This is a hard read on this chop. This was the 618. So it looks like we're getting that bounce off that 618. But as far as waves concerned, whew, 1, 2, yeah, I don't even know. This chop is just choppity chop. Hard to get a good read on that. So we took out the highs on the SPY. So we'll see if we get some selling coming in here now. Doesn't look like really we got any selling. I wish they'd move these dang news things. They always getting in my way. We got, you can see some good buying coming in right now. Let's see if we got any selling right here again at this 400 area. Pretty much took out all of that. Any of these bears came in. It looks like the bulls are coming, stomping in now. If you right click on this. Thank you very much, Rich. I appreciate that. Got rid of that annoying news thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You made my day, man. Nah. Just being here, you're adding value, dude. Yeah, not looking too good at this point, is it? I'm hoping if we can come down here and make like a double bottom would be nice. If we can get back down in the green. Let's go check in on, yeah, that's looking pretty bullish, right? VIX dropping like a rock. Jill says, Momo, we got to buy. Let's go check it out. That's a very strong candle right there. Momo. What time frame do you got, Jill? So for day trading, I'll usually look at 15-minute or 30. Three-minute. Yeah, I personally don't use 3-minute on the Momo strategy. That's just me. But you can see, especially in chop, you just get this buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell stuff going on. But I can see the buy signal. Yeah, minimum I'll usually use is the 15-minute. And it's amazing. We don't even, in here, we don't even have 15-minute. All we got, the last one should be this buy down here. So we're really still in a buy on the 15-minute, and it's got to be on the 30 and 78 too. Buy. Can you all hear my birds, man? They're going to town. Spy, that's the 15. What do we got on the 30? Got some good volume in there. We've got a big old X wedgie on Tesla. Thank you. Looks like that's breaking out. Now we got hammerish candle, little small hammer, decent volume. We still got this big old hammer that we never close below. And we got this little bit of resistance going on, but it's probably not enough to hold us back. Cindy, did you get stopped out or trailed out yet? Because I think you said you had your stop like right down by break even or something. If you're gonna lose small, right? So this is about 50% loss if it doesn't hold. But now the SPY is kicking some bunzolas. Looking good for SPY trade. Go to the hourly. Go to that. Yeah, it's not looking good for us, is it? Still got that amazing resistance, but everything is saying we're going bullish, including the VIX. What are we going to take out? So we're right there, kind of on the SPY. If we're going to get any selling, I think we should see some selling right now. We got pre-markets, broke some highs. So you can see we just took out this wick over here from yesterday. But the way it's looking now with this run up is we're going to come up here somewhere. $402-ish, $403-ish. Still got this area to deal with. See if any selling comes in right here. Some selling right there, but not like exhaustion volume selling. Where is, got to come back and retest this 50 on the 1 minute. We'll see if we can get a sell-off and save the day. Let's see where the VIX support is. Next support, like 19 bucks. I'm concerned about Danny's trade here. Still going higher, man. Gosh. I think some people are going to sell off up here. That's a crazy engulfing candle, though. Crazy nuts. All right, what else we got here besides cruises? We got mentorships. If you go into our mentorship tab, we have small mentorships. We got specialized mentorships. So you can go into our real life trading mentorship tab if you're interested in coaching. I showed that yesterday. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, but there you can either sign up for mentorship or you can go and get one-on-one coaching. You just go to that mentorship tab right there. And you can see our mentorship program starts at $3.99, and you can get mentorships with these beautiful ladies. I tried to make a joke, Danny, but I refrained from myself. Yeah, these gorgeous creatures. We talked about it yesterday, real estate. And then you get down into your one-on-one coaching with more information there. One more. So we just started our second 90-day masterclass program. Just a fabulous program. You can see Matt, myself, and Jeremy predominantly teaching. Some other moderators may come in, but along with that 90-day program, you get a $100,000 funded account, demo account that you get to audition for $100,000 worth of trading money. But just a great program for beginners who want to become consistently profitable. And then one more for now. Real Life Trading just bought a newsletter. And so we're in the makings of acquiring that and getting that. So we're going to be publishing a newsletter very soon. Don't know the details about how often, but long time ago, long time ago, we had a newsletter, and now we acquired a company and coming back to it. So that's really exciting for Real Life Trading. We've got moderators will show you more of that stuff as we go, but yeah, just all kinds of things going on at Real Life Trading on the grow for sure. Faux show. All right. I think yeah, if we can get down here, I think I'm just going to mark it out. I mean, we are still making lower highs, but it's definitely not doing what I want it to do, right? And so I may just, we'll see. I'll keep an eyeball on the market, but I may just mark it out of this. Because the thing being is we got, again, we got the 100, got the 10 right there. Let me turn the, got that inside hour candle. We got this 10 moving up, providing kind of some support. It's kind of taken away from our target. I mean, this would be my target right now, but I'm going to keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY to see what they do here in the next couple of minutes, but I may mark it out of here, just depending on what's going on. I like the fact that we have made these lower highs. Still in this area, just this hold area. Let me go check in on the Qs real quick. I mean, we are at that serious resistance level, right? Alex, that's my stop loss. My protective stop loss. So let me go back to that. So we got in here at the yellow, right? That's where it got triggered in. And our original stop was up here at 144.86. And so what happens is, trying to mitigate our loss, I moved my stop from here down to here. So I'll put in a little note that reminds me and reminds everybody that this is where my stop loss is. So if we come up here and hit this stop loss at 144.32, then I'll get out of the trade and I'll lose. You can see from here to here, that's 1 R, right? So I'll lose about maybe 0.5 Rs if I get stopped out right there. What we try to do, right? We try to bet and dollar, and we try to mitigate our loss. So if we lose less than $1, because we're always trying to win more than $1. And that's how you become a consistent, profitable trader. I know Stephen King will talk about that in his upcoming class, but it's all about moving your stops. I don't know how familiar you are with protective stops and stop losses, so I'm getting a little detailed. Does any of that make sense? You tracking on that? So, here was my entry, here was my original stop, here was my target, and I just moved my stop from there down to here so I could lose less than an R. All right, Win, we'll see you tomorrow there, brother. Have a great day. We'll see you in the morning. Thanks, Alex. Good to go, man. Let's go back to the Qs. What a futzy day, right? This is unbelievable. We're like still making now a double top inside of a double top. Let's check the VIX. The VIX hasn't quite hit that support area yet, but one would think that we get down here and we should see some action coming in on the downside on the indices. I'm assuming Apple's still going up. Where's Apple? All right. Come on down and bring the market down, Apple. That's what we would love right now. Gerline, that's making sense to you? Yeah, we haven't really talked about stops in the 90-day class, but that's a coming. So if we come down from here, then we'll have some divergence. Wow, it's time for me to go. So you can see we kind of have this area right in here, right? And then here was the high. So we were overbought, right, on the SPY. But we're having a hard time. You can see we came right back to that same area. right? But look where we are relative strength wise compared to where we were before. So that says there's still some weakness going on, and I still think we can pull back. That's a really good, RSI is one of my favorite indicators. You guys should pay attention to it if you don't, or I recommend that you do. It's just kind of a neat, you don't want to go long when you're up in the overbought area, and you don't want to go short down here and then use it for a divergence thing, a divergence indicator. Mr. King, are you in the house, my brother?
I am here.
Woo, doggy.
I was
We got
just
the man.
waiting for 2:00.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. Haven't talked to you in a while.
I know.
What's been going on?
Trying to think. I don't know. Every day just kind of rolls into the next one. It just,
Yeah. Are you in your cabin right now?
No. I'm in Connecticut. I was up there, of course I was up there. I came back. Whatever. I have not been up there since January. So the only reason I was able to get up there before is because there was they had a warm spell and they got some rain and all the snow melted. That was the only reason I was able to get up there. So
okay.
yeah. So right now it's cold and they have a lot of snow. All
right. Sounds good.
So I'm staying.
I was talking you up about this awesome class that you're going to bring. This is good news if you're looking at this for us, because we were in some of us anyway in Tesla, and so it looks like now we could get this maybe a little pullback.
It might be getting this you're looking for.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eyeball on that. I got that Tesla trade that's still open, but right now, not for my long-term account, but for my day trade on Tesla, I'm hoping we get down here to some targets. But it's been a very futzy day. Have you been trading at all?
You know what? I'm not. I had a bunch of calls I had to make in the morning. And then I had to be out of the house for a bit. So, and then I knew I was going to be on the mic today, from 2 to 3:30. So I figured I had to get out, get all my errands done before I, got here and started working. But I was looking at it. It looks like it's been a, bit of a, to your point, a futzy day.
Yeah. I mean, this morning, I don't know if you're tracking, they had some issues with the whole stock exchange. And it was crazy. Like, let me show you this wick on many of them. They halted trading, but this was the norm this morning because there were some issues apparently with bid ask, and there was just this huge amount of craziness. This is Walmart, but this is kind of commonplace of what happened on a lot of stocks.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. And so it's interesting that you say that, because this morning, I got a text from Interactive Brokers, saying your account is down. I'm like, what? That's not unnormal to receive that, but it seemed like, I was like, wait a minute, like things have kind of stabilized a little. And then I was like, there's gotta be something going on. I didn't realize it was that.
Yeah. There was madness going on this morning. So anyway, I don't want to waste your time. You got lots to talk about and lots to teach these people. I'll kind of monitor this. I'm just hanging in with this, man. I don't know, Stephen. I feel like for whatever reason we really want to go down, but we'll see what happens. And I'll just keep the Tesla trade updated in Slack. But
okay,
let me make you hey, you may want to record. Because I don't know if Malone's recorded, but I didn't ever hit the record button. But let me stop sharing.
And I do see that it looks like we are live on YouTube. Is that okay? So that's automatic.
Yes. Yep. We're continuing to stay live during our whole week. So, but yeah, if you could hit record, then I'm sure a lot of people, especially that didn't didn't get your session, you're going to want to listen to it. So,
All right.
all
And
right, boys and girls,
Wait,
I'm going to
Johnny,
turn you over to the master.
all right, quick question before you bail.
Yeah.
For the recording, I normally record to my computer, but I guess with this for the free week, I should probably record to the cloud.
It should automatically, when you hit record, it should automatically record to the cloud. So,
Okay. Yeah, I normally get an option, a choice. Okay, I'll figure it out.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't get an option, when you
Dan
hit
is
record,
saying record to the cloud. I see it. Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
yeah. But yesterday when I hit record, it didn't even give me the option. So
Got it.
it just recorded and went to the RLT cloud.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Awesome. All right, Johnny.
All right,
Thank
buddy.
you.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Awesome day. We'll talk to you in the morning. Aloha.
All right. Okay. Free week. Let me just make sure everyone can hear me okay. Just give me a 1 in the chat. Make sure my mic is good. Beautiful. Perfect. Awesome. Looks like we have a lot of people here. That's great. Let me switch over my chat. I just switched my chat over to everyone. So if I post something in there, it will go to everybody. And of course, if you don't have yours already switched over to the everyone button for your chat, please go ahead and do so. All right. So welcome to the free week. Hope everyone is enjoying it. Give me, since I already asked for 1, give me a 2 in the chat if you are completely new to real life trading. Seeing a couple 2s come through. There should be more. Carol. All right. All right. So we've got some new people. I assume we do because we've got quite a few number of attendees and probably about 3 times, I would say, that we normally have. So let me go to more and let me go record. All right, there we go. Okay, now we're recording. So anyway, as I was saying, welcome to the free week real life trading. I'll tell you, if you assuming there's a pretty good number of you who are new to real life trading here, taking advantage of the free week that we have. It's a great opportunity just to get that exposure, get to know some of us, and talk about having just a massive amount of content, every single day, starting at 9 a.m. and going all the way to 6 p.m. I mean, I don't know of any other trading education companies that have that much content. And regarding the content, this is what I'm going to do today. Is I'm going to give you an example of some of the things that we do on a regular basis, where we conduct workshops, training webinars, and we gear it towards both new traders, developing traders, experienced traders. But I'm going to do a presentation today on becoming a consistently profitable trader. And this will just give you an example of some of the content that we provide on an ongoing basis. And what's really cool about during the week is you have this rotating content. So some content does repeat, day after day, but there's a lot of content that just rotates, and we try to provide new content, on an ongoing basis. The last time I did this presentation was, I believe, over the summer. So there's going to be, a number of you who are existing real life trading members who would have already seen this. So, but it's always good just to get, to see it again and maybe remind yourself of some of the things that you should be doing that you're not currently doing. But for those of you who are taking advantage of the open house, the free week, this will give you a great example of the type of workshops that we conduct and the information that we provide. So, okay, let me go to a new share. Okay, and you should see my screen. Start living your best life, becoming a CPT, consistently profitable trader. Does everyone see that screen? Perfect. Cool. Okay. All right. So, and hopefully, you know what, I might change. Hold on one second. I'm going to stop the share. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to try to put this on a different screen because I don't want that. I don't want the toolbar to be there the entire time. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move this around, and hopefully that will correct that issue. Hopefully. Okay. So that should have. Okay. Yep. So, okay, great. Toolbar is gone. I didn't want that hanging up there the whole time that we were having this presentation. Okay. So in the chat, if you were like absolutely brand new to trading, just, dipping your toes in the water, starting to trade, throw one in the chat just so I can get a sense for how many like actual truly new traders we have who are joining us this week. Give me a one if you're totally new to trading. Awesome. Cool. Thank you. And if you're new to real life trading and you are joining us for this free week, let's say you are, somewhat experienced in trading, like you're not completely new, but maybe you're struggling with your trading and you're trying to figure out how to become consistently profitable. Give me a 2 in the chat if that describes you. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. This is going to be for all of you, but I'm glad I'm seeing a lot of 2s. So this will be good. Maybe some of this information you're familiar with, maybe some of it you're not, but either way, it's always good to continue to be exposed to different concepts, different ideas. So let's get started. So start living your best life, becoming a CPT. That stands for consistently profitable trader. All right. Disclaimer. Obviously, you're responsible for clicking buttons. Trading has risks associated with it. We are, not responsible for your trading. You are. Everyone is taking it upon themselves to click buttons. Okay. Standard disclaimer. Okay. So becoming a consistently profitable trader. We're going to talk about some best practices. Okay. And so finding a mentor, and that is a key thing. And what I'm going to do is, as I go through this presentation, I'm going to share with you a lot of the mistakes I made when I first started trading. And believe me, I made all of the mistakes that every new trader makes and then some. So I hit every single pitfall there was. And my goal here is to share some information with you that hopefully will help you avoid those pitfalls and avoid some of the mistakes that new traders make. But finding a mentor is key. And, when I first started trading, I spent a lot of money on courses, on, indicators, all those things. And in hindsight, if I knew then what I know now, I would have just taken that money and I would have found a mentor, and I would have taken that money and paid the mentor instead of buying all these different courses and programs and indicators. Because if you think about a pre-recorded course, right, or just courses in general that have, that are presented to, a mass audience, right? It's hard. It's very hard. You can't tailor that to an individual. But when you find a mentor, that mentor can work with you specifically to help you develop your own unique trading plan, to help you identify what your risk tolerance is. And it becomes a tailored trading plan to you specifically versus trying to, present information to the masses. So it's of great value to be able to just work with an individual or work in this, real life trading we offer. And again, this is not to be a sales pitch. I'm just, John already touched it on, but, there are mentors who work with people individually, and then we also have small group mentorships. So whichever you're comfortable with, I would definitely encourage you to pursue that. And whether it's with real life trading or somewhere else, it doesn't matter. But your money is best spent with a mentor, whether it's one-on-one or in a small group. Okay. Avoid the gurus who make outrageous claims. I'm sure you've all been exposed to this on YouTube and the internet. People say I turned $500 into, $300,000, $500,000, and I did it in, a couple of months. I'm sorry. Is that to say that it's never happened? No, of course it's possible, but the reality is that's not happening. Okay. So if you hear somebody making those outrageous claims, run the other way. Okay. And there are a lot of these, quote unquote, trading education companies out there or trading companies out there that make these outrageous claims. Okay. You're not going to hear those outrageous claims here, because the only thing that's going to turn 500,000 or $500 into 300,000 or 500,000 is hard work, reps, being consistent. Okay. And it's not going to happen in a matter of months. Okay. Invest your time, not just your money, right? It's like any other profession in the world. If you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an attorney, whatever it is, you're going to have to put in the time. And becoming a consistently profitable trader requires thousands of hours and reps. And that can take years. And there are some people who become consistently profitable, within a year's time. And then there's others like myself, quite frankly, who it took me like 3 years to figure this out and to become consistently profitable. So keep that in mind, that everyone moves forward and progresses at their own pace. And I'll probably touch on it at some point. There'll probably be a slide here somewhere, but you're only in competition with yourself. Don't compare your results or how well you progress or how fast you progress to somebody else. Just worry about yourself and ignore everybody else when it comes to trading and your own trading journey. And again, trading is not a get rich scheme. If you think that you can get rich overnight trading, you're certainly with the wrong group here. You need to think about a different profession, because it's not going to happen overnight. It is, again, it's a job. It is like going to college. It's like learning a trade, any skill. It's going to take time and effort and lots of hours. Okay. So create a plan and a routine. Okay. I'm always amazed and shocked at the number of traders I work with who don't have a written trading plan. And if you don't have a written trading plan, you are doing yourself a huge disservice and you're setting yourself up to fail. Okay. So there is this saying, and I love the saying, those who fail to plan to fail. Okay. Yes, it applies to all aspects of life, but certainly with trading, if you do not have a written plan and one that is comprehensive and one that you can follow robotically, you are setting yourself up to fail. So for those of you who are listening, if you don't have a trading plan, very first thing you should start doing is sitting down and creating a trading plan. Now, one of the other workshops I do is building a trading plan. So, and I'll do that probably coming up. I think the last time I did that that workshop was sometime over the summer. So I like to do these like every 6 months or so. But creating a trading plan is paramount. You have to have that. Also, creating a routine that you follow every single day. Don't just jump in on the markets when the bell goes off and it opens. You need to have a routine and stick to that routine every single day. Mine, when I first started, I would probably start looking at the market sometime around like 8 o'clock in the morning, right? I was new. Is buying low, selling high a good enough trading plan? It's a great concept, but that is not a trading plan, Cindy. But I like your idea. Okay. So when I first started trading, I would start like around 8 o'clock in the morning, and it would take me that long because I was new and I was trying to sift through so many different tickers and gaps and this and that. But now I'm down to I'll sit down at my desk maybe 8:45, and I will just bang through my pre-market routine and do my pre-market analysis 8:45 to 8:30. Then I start trading. So you need to have a routine, stick to it every day. But a key thing with your trading routine is that you should review your trading plan every single day, especially if you're new. Have that trading plan sitting on your desk. Review it every single morning and review it while you're trading. And the key to the trading plan, again, is if it's properly set up and it's comprehensive, it is going to prevent you from making mistakes. Because if you just follow your plan and do it robotically, you avoid some of those pitfalls and some of those mistakes. Another thing, you should always, when you before you make a trade, you should be aware of what your entry is, your stop loss, and your targets, and when you plan to move your stop, and of course also when you are going to move your stop to break even, and what your exit plan is. Now, I know there are traders who will jump into a trade and they'll do it without even having a stop loss, like not setting up a bracket order, an OCO order. Every single order that I place, it has it's a bracket order. So at the same time I'm entering the trade, I have my stop loss in place and my target. And what I do with mine is I will set a 3R target. It's pretty far out there, right? But I want to get into the trade. So I will, as I'm quickly setting up the trade, I put in my entry, I put in a 3R target that I can then adjust after I'm in the trade, and I put my stop loss. But I do not click enter until I have all of those pieces in place, because if you think about the risk that you're taking, if you just jump into a trade, a long trade or a short trade, with the idea that you're going to put in your stop loss after, right? Maybe a minute or two after you get into the trade. What happens if your internet goes down? What about if you lose power? What if, and then people go, well, I'll use my phone. Okay, but then you're scrambling, pulling up your app, trying to get into the app. And it's like the stress and the anxiety that's going to cause you is really going to set you on a wrong path for the day for trading. So why not just set it all up at once, get it in there, and then you don't have to think about it or worry about it. So again, creating a plan. So I already touched on, here, I just walked through entering your stop loss. And again, it's called an OCO bracket. One cancels other. And if you're not using that, you should look into it and definitely use that moving forward. Have all three components at the same, in the order at the same time. And again, the idea there is to protect you, okay? You don't know what that catastrophic event could be that would cause you to incur a huge loss. So why take the risk? It takes an extra few seconds to build that order properly. Remember that risk management begins with an R. Here at Real Life Trading, we use the R concept, okay? And that is how much money you are willing to lose, okay? Now, back to me being the worst trader in the world when I first started, okay? I had no concept of what an R was, okay? I would throw out 100 shares here, 500 shares there, and I was all over the place with my losses, okay? It was like I would, because I didn't have this concept of how to properly size my shares. Now, using the R, okay, and I have it, spelled out there, the R equals your R divided by your entry minus your stop equals the number of shares. You will always only put a certain dollar amount at risk if you were using an R value. And I didn't understand that. So Chuck, it says L Chuck. So Chuck, what you do, okay, is let's say if you're, when trading options, okay, let's say if your R is, I'm just gonna throw out a number, $200, okay? What you need to do with the option is, so $200 is your max loss, right? If you're trading shares, that going into it, your max loss is gonna be $200, that's your R. What you do with the options is you have to figure out how many contracts you can buy or sell, depending on what you're doing. And what the value of that is, you have to, like, let's say if two contracts equals, each contract is, say $75, okay? Each contract is $75. Well, if your risk is 2R, you can only, $200, you can only use two contracts, because that's $150. If you use three contracts, that would put you over your R. Does that make sense, Chuck? So you just have to figure out what option you're going to trade, what the cost of that option is, and then you have to figure out the number of contracts based on what your R, predetermined R is, right? Yeah, so thank you for adding that in there. R equals risk, okay? So the R, Timothy, R is just the amount that you are going to put at risk every single trade. So predetermined, it can be 100, it can be 200, it can be 500. It doesn't matter, whatever it is to you, okay? Now, Cindy's saying, Timothy, your risk unit, normally 1 to 2% of account. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a general rule of thumb, but you can choose any amount, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, okay? So we're going to talk about, especially if you're new, right? What if your account is $100,000, $200,000, and even though you're starting on trading, do you really want to put 1 to 2% of your account at risk every single trade, okay? So we're going to get more into that in a minute, but I appreciate all the comments in there and all the feedback. Maximum loss limits. Again, I'm always shocked at the number of traders who I work with who don't have maximum loss limits. And what I mean by that, how many positions do you at one time after determining your R? So the R is per trade, okay? So every single trade, you are going to apply that R to that trade. Now you could have 2 or 3 trades open at a time, right? That now feeds into what I'm going to talk now about, which is the maximum loss limit. So every single trade has a predefined R that you're going to risk, right? A dollar amount that you're going to risk. Now, what if you lose 3R in a day? Well, that's why now you have to have maximum loss limits, okay? So these should be built into your trading plan. So the maximum loss limit, if hit, requires you to stop trading, completely shut it down, stop trading, and you should have maximum loss limits applied to per day, week, and month, okay? And what that does is that prevents you from blowing up your account. It also protects against the psychological pitfalls of having multiple losses in a row, right? You don't want to get into a position where you feel like you're revenge trading because you've lost too much and trying to make it back. You don't want to start developing a habit where you are hesitating to click the buttons because you've had multiple losses in a row and you're afraid to click that button because now you're afraid that you're just going to have another loss. So maximum loss limits will help you not only preserve your capital, but also help you preserve the psychology of trading, right? And not allowing losses to have a negative impact on your psychology. Okay. So for instance, losing 2R per day. Okay. And no more than 1.5R on any one individual trade or stock. Losing 5R per week. Okay. Now, if Wednesday rolls around and I've lost 5R and it's 10:30 in the morning Eastern time on a Wednesday and I'm down on the week 5R, I'm done. I shut it down. I don't continue trading. Okay. Negative 10R, losing 10R per month. If I hit my negative 10R at any point during a month, even if there's still 3 weeks to go, I can't because I can only lose 5R in a week. But let's say I lose 5R the first week, 5R the second week. I still have 2 weeks left in the month. I have to shut it down. I can't keep trading. Now, that doesn't mean I can't still participate in the market. I can participate in the market. I could paper trade. I could just watch. I could do setups, but I can't actually trade. I cannot put real money at risk at that point. And that is the benefit of these maximum loss limits is to help preserve your capital. Okay. Key thing. And again, like, people talk about like, oh, I'm going to load the boat on this trade or, I'm going all in, right? Don't do that. You stick to your R. You always apply the same R. Again, the point of this presentation is consistency, being a consistently profitable trader. And if you are risking more than if you're adjusting your R on every single trade and you're like, okay, well, in this trade, I just lost 200. So now I'm going to risk 300 so I can make that up faster. No, you have to be disciplined and you have to trade the same R over and over and over again. Eric saying just to plug for RLT, their free trading day trading course is excellent. He's doesn't get any compensation from real life trading. Okay, and Cindy's throwing in some comments there as well. Okay, so again, don't have a gambler's mentality. Okay, you're a trader, not a gambler. And what's the difference between trading and gambling? Well, you sit down at a blackjack table at a casino, right? You throw down your bet, you're in that, you're playing that round till the end. You can't like look at your the cards that are first dealt to you and go, you know what? I don't like these cards, I'm going to pull out. No, as soon as you were dealt those cards, you're in. As soon as you put the bet down, you're in. You cannot get out. You can't just say, I'm going to pull my money out and I'm going to walk away. In trading, you can get out anytime you want. Okay. You don't have to stay in a trade. If you get into a trade and it doesn't go your way, exit, right? Let's say you put $100 at risk at a blackjack table. You're going to either make money or you're going to lose that $100, no matter what. Trading, you put down $100 on a trade and maybe you lose 90. You know, maybe you, if it goes against you, if the trade isn't working, right? Maybe you lose 50, but you don't have to lose your full 100, right? Yep. So Craig is saying, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Craig is saying, best advice, right? Identify risk, preserve your capital. Absolutely. And that's what this is all about. Having these kinds of rules, and these should be built into your trading plan. Okay. Logging your trades. You should keep some type of a trade log, whether it's, in a notebook, whether it's you're using some type of software. I personally use Microsoft OneNote, right? I put my trades in there, and you should not just put the trade, but write notes. What made you take the trade? What did you see? What were you looking at? What didn't work? What did work? What should you do better? Don't just log your trade. I personally don't like where you just go, okay, entry, stop, and win or loss, right? Well, that doesn't tell you anything. What I do is I actually do a screenshot of the chart. I put that in OneNote and I break it down. Here's what I was seeing. Here's what I was thinking. Here's why I took the trade. Here's what worked. Here's what didn't work. Here's what I can do better in the future. And then when you have downtime and you want to do back trading or you want to review, you go back and you look through all that. And it's just a good reminder as you go through it. All right. So a couple things here that all new traders, right, fall at one point or another, you fall in this category. Okay. A puppet trader. A puppet trader is somebody who just takes other people's trades, right? And it's great to be part of a trading community and be part of the ROT, trading room. But you need to learn to be able to trade for yourself, right? You don't want to just be taking trades that are handed to you, that are called out to you. It's great it's not to say that you shouldn't or can't take trades, while you're in the trading room, but you don't want to rely on that. You don't want to just take those trades. You need to be able to learn how to trade for yourself, right? Because again, that whole concept of, giving, fish to a man for a day or teaching him how to fish, right? You need to learn so that you can then grow as a trader and become your own independent trader and not just blindly taking other people's trades. The Holy Grail. And again, guilty right here. I'm holding my hands up. I am as guilty of this as anybody. When I first started trading, I was just out there searching for the Holy Grail. I was like, there's got to be some type of an indicator or a strategy or something that's going to give me an edge and help me beat the markets. And I spent ungodly amounts of money on all these indicators because I would watch these, presentations of these, guys using, cam presentations and clearly, they've just, pulled a handful of, trades from something that very, controlled presentations. And, oh, well, look, this is how it worked here. And it worked again here. It worked again here. And, and then you drink the Kool-Aid and you're spending a ton of money on these indicators. And in the end, you don't need them. You don't need a bunch of indicators. In fact, I'm going to get into it might even be on the next slide, but what I refer to, how your chart should look. But just remember, there is no holy grail. Okay, there are only a couple things that you actually need to be a successful trader. Okay, and so I refer to this as trading naked. Okay, I don't mean literally in the nude, trading, sitting at your desk naked. What I'm talking about is keeping your charts clean. Okay, don't load them up with a ton of indicators, and because the cleaner you can keep your charts, the easier it's going to be for you. Because what happens, especially for new traders, and again, guilty, right? I did this. I loaded up my charts with moving averages and indicators that I bought, and this and that, and the NR7 indicator, and I mean, it goes on. And what happens is you get so caught up in trying to make all these indicators align that you end up with paralysis through analysis. You spend so much time, like you'll see a trade setting up, then you spend so much time trying to see if all those indicators are aligning. And what then happens is the trade runs without you, because you're taking too much time to try to analyze a trade and make sure that every indicator is saying, yep, that's great, good setup, go ahead and take it. And by the time you take it, that the trade likely has already happened, it's already run, and now you're trying to chase it. Let's see, Lucian is saying, when I first started trading, one of my rules was I don't take the official trade if I don't understand it and why it's being taken. That's a great example, Lucian. Yeah, exactly. If you don't understand the trade or why, then don't take it. And again, you don't have to take every single trade, right? There are trades that are going to be presented to you every second of the day, right? There are trades out there to take. It's okay to pass, right? You don't have to trade. And sometimes the best trade is no trade at all. Sometimes the best thing to do is just sit on your hands and don't trade. And Lucian says, caution, you will have FOMO. Yeah, fear of missing out. And we are going to talk about FOMO in this presentation as well. So anyway, back to this, just keep your charts as clean as possible. And I'm going to talk about really the only things that you need to trade. Okay. Okay, looks like I'm going to hold off on that before I disclose that. But back to the indicators, okay? Understanding the difference between leading indicators and lagging indicators, okay? The only, and I guess this is where I'm going to jump in and say what I was about to, is that there are only two leading indicators, okay? The only two leading indicators, and all that you truly need to trade: price action and volume. That's it. Price action and volume. That is all you need in order to trade. And what do I mean by price action? That is just being able to analyze the candles. Look at the candles, see the price action. What is price doing? Okay. So price action and volume. You're just reading the charts, you're reading the candles, understanding the sentiment, understanding the story that's being told by what the candles are doing, what the price action is doing. And then being able to understand what the volume is telling you as well, right? Big volume spike at the, a big volume spike, let's say big bullish spike at the top of a move, right? Making a brand new high, huge volume spike, bullish volume spike. That makes me think it's about to reverse, okay? And I know that from experience. So, and I'm paying attention to volume. Conversely, if I'm in a short trade and it's been going down, and all of a sudden I get a huge bearish volume spike as it makes a new low, I'm thinking at this point, it's about ready to reverse. So the more time that you spend analyzing price action and volume, the better you're going to be able to read the charts and understand the story that it's telling you. Okay. I already talked about, spending too much time analyzing your indicators and then, missing out on the trade. And then what happens? The trade goes, exactly the way you thought it was going to go. Then, as Lucian mentioned, you get FOMO, fear of missing out. And now you're thinking about chasing the trade, which you never want to do. Because what happens is when you do chase the trade, you get in at a worse level, right? And now your reward risk ratio is all out of whack. You want to be able to execute when you see the setup and the setup that you want to take. So keep your charts as clean as possible. Don't get caught up in all the indicators. I just talked about all this. Okay. So all you need is price action, candlesticks, and volume. Throw in there a couple of the moving averages. So here, real life trading, we like to use the 10 and the 20 exponential moving averages. I personally like VWAP, volume weighted to average price. So again, volume candlesticks. The other thing that I like is it's volume, is I like using volume profile. Okay, so it is looking at volume based on price versus just total volume going off during a time period. Yep. So Lucian saying that there are videos that exist. So back to real quick, I'll touch on again, just to emphasize the leading indicators, price action and volume, and that's all you need to trade. Lagging indicators, all moving averages, VWAP, RSI, MACD, all those indicators are lagging, meaning that they need price action and volume to have occurred before they do something, right? So they're responding to price action and volume. They're lagging indicators. They are not real-time indicators, but price action, the candlesticks, and volume are real time. So they don't require something to have happened in order to give you that information. Whereas the lagging indicators do require, they rely on price action and volume to have already occurred. How do you overlay higher time frames on smaller ones? Someone answered that earlier, but I still couldn't figure. So, okay, there's a couple different ways you can do that. Okay, for the EMAs. So so I use Thinkorswim for charting. Okay, when I started trading, I learned Thinkorswim. I think it's a great program, and it is a great charting program, and it's very robust. So, and I just got used to it. And yeah, there's a learning curve with it, but it is a great, robust platform. It offers a lot in terms of what you can do with it. So that said, I actually did one of the indicators that I did, or one of the things that I did purchase, a third-party indicator that I purchased that was well worth the money spent, was it is specifically for Thinkorswim, and I am able to apply higher time frame moving averages to lower time frames. So the way it looks, I can't pull it up and show it to you right now, but the way it looks is let's say if I'm on a 5-minute chart, right? My 5-minute 10 EMA is going to be a red line. It's going to be nice and smooth, right? It's not going to be jumpy. It's going to be smooth. But I then also, because of this indicator, on the same chart, I will see another red line, the same exact color as the 5-minute 10 EMA, but this one will be jagged, right? It won't be as smooth as the other one. And maybe Lucian is posting something. So that's how I do it. So on my chart, I see the 5-minute 10 EMA. I also see the 15-minute 10 EMA. So it gives me the next higher moving average plotted on the same chart. Again, one line is going to be smooth, the other one is going to be kind of jagged, and that's how I know the difference between the two. And the same applies for my weekly moving averages, my monthly, and all that. The other thing that you can do is you can just add the lines across. You can go to your monthly chart, or let's say your daily chart, drop in your moving averages. And then when you go to a 5-minute chart, and when I say that, just do a line. You do a line, you color code it. Then when you go to a 5-minute chart, and you have to sync up your charts to do this, but when you go to your 5-minute chart, those lines will be there. But Lucian did post a video. So Lucian, thank you for helping you with that. So trading view, I believe there is, but again, if you, anybody here who is, again, since I use Thinkorswim, I don't, there is a way to do it, I'm sure, in TradingView, and there are plenty of people here. Lucian's posting right now, and that's the beautiful thing about this community is everyone helps each other, right? So there are, I would say, probably the vast majority of people are using TradingView, but I'm one of the like myself and Thomas Wong, a handful of others. Like we are pretty. I think Dan also like pretty heavily into Thinkorswim. So, all right. So back to the presentation. Again, it's all about consistency, right? Becoming a consistently profitable trader. So one of the things I always say is what you trade is as important as how you trade. Okay. What do I mean by that? Well, for instance, stock selection. So when I first started trading, again, I had no concept of stock selection. I thought everything was equal out there, right? Everything was same. No, they're not. There's, different stocks are different liquidity, right? Liquidity is a key thing. You want to be in liquid stocks, things that you can get in and out of easily. You don't want to get into a trade and then have a hard time getting out of it, or get into a trade and then it doesn't move and you're just sitting there waiting. And because of the bid-ask spread, the only way to get out of it, even if price hasn't moved, is to take a loss. So you want to, so again, what you trade is as important as how you trade. Okay. So again, only trade liquid stocks and avoid the low float ones. Now, back to the beginning of the presentation when I talked about these trading gurus who claim that they will turn $300,000 into $500 or $300 into $500,000. Like one of the tricks of these types of gurus, and I'm holding up my fingers in quotes, is they will have members in a room just like we do, but they'll focus on low float stocks. Now, what is a low float stock? It just means there's not a lot of outstanding shares, right? And when there's not a lot of outstanding shares, it doesn't take a whole lot to move that stock. Meaning if you get 50 people suddenly buy it, it's going to jump, right? But that's not going to happen with Tesla. That's not going to happen with Amazon, AMD, or any of these very liquid stocks. You can't push them around. But these low float stocks that these so-called trading gurus trade is they can be pushed around. So what they'll do, one of the tricks that they have is they will, like these gurus will enter into a trade long. They'll already be in it. Then they will tell their members, okay, here's a setup. We're going to take this trade long. And believe it or not, they will have enough people that when they all buy, the stock shoots up, the price goes up. The person running, the guru is already in the trade. So all he's doing is using the members to create liquidity. So they push the stock price higher, he exits, and so he's just made a huge profit, and then he tells them to exit. And all they're doing is those types of companies are using their members to create liquidity and to put money in their pockets. And then those people, and I know that there are people here in real life trading who, I know one in particular, I won't mention his name unless he wants to jump out here, and I think he stepped away. But anyway, there's somebody right now who is in a class action lawsuit, one of our ROT members who is in a class action lawsuit against one of these so-called stock gurus who that was what they did. That was how they ran their trading, so-called trading education company. Anyway, so I wasn't going to throw out the name RM, but yeah. So other things, right? So average daily volume, right? So my minimum is 500,000. I don't trade anything that has less than 500,000 shares traded per day. And obviously, the more, the better, right? You want liquid stocks. I also have, when I'm like doing my pre-market scans and I'm looking for stocks pre-market, I'm doing all of my analysis, I want to see a minimum of 10,000 shares traded pre-market, ideally, right? So especially if you are going to be looking at trading gaps, there will be stocks that look like they're going to gap, but they haven't had much in terms of the pre-market volume. And then the stock opens and doesn't gap at all. And that's because there's no volume behind it. So again, I don't have it on this on the screen here, but 10,000 shares pre-market, that's one of my minimum requirements. Okay. ATR of 50 cents or more. ATR, what does that mean? A lot of people might go, I don't know what that is. Average true range. All that means is how much does that stock move per day? Now, I put 50 cents. Me personally, I don't like to trade anything less than 80 cents. Okay. And again, why is that? Well, I see people jumping into trades where they have a 20-cent average true range per day. Well, how much does a stock have to move to make money if it only moves 20 cents on a day? Like, you're better off trading things that have a high average true range. And so my minimum cutoff is 50. Terry's posting something there. It's a script for Thinkorswim. So my minimum cutoff is 50 cents. I won't trade anything with an ATR average true range of less than 50 cents. Again, really my minimum for myself is 80 cents. But again, just something to be aware of. And then set a minimum price, right? I mean, especially like if you are comfortable going short, right? If you're shorting a $5 stock, where's it going to go? So I do have a minimum price that I like to stay at, a minimum of 10, right? Technically $5 and under, it's a penny stock. So I like to set a minimum price of 10, and then you could go up to whatever price you're comfortable with. And then the only other thing that's not on here, let me see, I don't know if it's on the next screen or not. I'll find out in a second, but also be aware of the bid-ask spread. Now, everyone loves trading Tesla, right? Tesla's like that name that people get drawn to about trading, right? But personally, do I think it's the right ticker for brand new traders to trade? I mean, it's debatable, right? And why is it debatable? Because there's a huge bid-ask spread, and that is the spread between what a seller is willing to sell for and what a buyer is willing to buy for. And if you're trading the R system, something with a wide bid-ask spread can easily turn an R loss. What would normally be an R loss if you're trading something that has a spread of only a couple pennies versus, a couple dollars in a spread, a 1R loss can easily turn into a 1.5R loss or a 2R loss just because of that bid-ask spread. So something to be aware of and keep in mind there. All right. Now we're getting, so that was kind of the best practices portion of this, okay? So now we're going to get into some characteristics of a consistently profitable trader. Give me a second. I'm going to have a glass of water. I've been talking for a long time. Or a drink of water. All right. And actually, before we jump into the characteristics of a consistently profitable trader, any questions? I mean, I know we've been answering questions as they've been popping up, but I figured I'll take I'll pause briefly and see if anybody has anything that hasn't been answered yet that you need answered. And if not, we'll just keep going. All right. So before I get going, for all of you who are taking advantage of the free week, so curious at this point, we're about halfway through the presentation right now. Like, so far, is this the kind of information that you find helpful? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're taking advantage of this free week, and is this the kind of information that you would find very helpful? Awesome. Cool. I'm glad, right? Because that's why we're here, right? we're here to give you value. We're here to help you in your trading journey and help you to be successful and help you ultimately to become a consistently profitable trader. Good deal. Okay. All right. So self-awareness. Right. So keep in mind, right? We are all individuals. We're all different. We have different risk tolerances. We have, our psychology is different, right? Our psychological makeup is different. So your self-awareness is a big thing, and don't try to take somebody else's plan and make it your own. Now, when I do my trading plan workshops, I do share my trading plan, but I make it very clear that anybody who wants to use it should use it, but only as a kind of as a template or a guide. I'm not looking for people to take my plan and make it their own, right? It's got to be your plan. You need to customize it and make it your own. So what are the things that you need to know in terms of self-awareness? Well, you need to know your strengths and weaknesses, okay? Your risk tolerance, trading style that best fits your personality, okay? So give you a couple examples. I am a data-driven person. I know that, okay? I am not a good scalper. I like to see data. The more data I have, the better decision-making I have. So when I'm trading, I can trade off a 3-minute chart, I can trade off a 5-minute chart, but I do like, so for instance, like my preferred time to trade is I personally don't like trading. It's not to say that I won't take a trade in the first 30 minutes of the market, but in the first 30 minutes of the market, kind of the dust is settling, right? There's not a lot of data. I prefer to wait until after the first 30 minutes of the market so I can get a sense for, well, does the market have a direction, right? Because one thing is, certainly as a new trader, you want to trade with the market, not against it. And when the bell goes off, you don't know what the direction is for the market that day. But after 30 minutes, you have a pretty good idea. Okay, what direction is the market going to go to today? If it is going to pick a direction, right? Sometimes, the market's open and they're just up and down and they're just choppy and they're not really picking a direction. But in 30 minutes, if it's going to be a trending day, if the broader markets are going to pick a direction, it should happen after that 30 minutes. You should have a clear idea. And if it's not clear, then again, sometimes the best trade is no trade at all. There's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines for a day, okay? So do I have anything to look forward to? So what I look for is that opening range, okay? Is it a narrow opening range? Is it a wide opening range, right? And I also anticipate after the, let's say if the stock has made, if the markets have picked a clear direction in the first 30 minutes, I do expect at 10 o'clock for there to be some retracement, right? And so, but what I'm looking for is, my name is Stephen King. I'm presenting right now. I'm not sure. It's just a email address there, so I'm not sure who's asking that question. But my name is Stephen King, just like the author, not him though. So anyway, I am looking for something ideally. Hey Dan, welcome. So I'm looking for ideally something with a wide range, right? So the wider the range, I feel like. Oh, great! Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, Dan. But when it's a narrow range, when it's a tight range, it's not really giving you much to work off of. That's not a lot of data, right? Sometimes I'll see a very tight range where that range itself is made up of only 3 candles. That's not a lot. That's not telling you a lot. So I do personally, I like to see a wide range in the first 30 minutes and a clear direction. So as I already mentioned, I'm not suited for quick scalps. There are people who are. I'm not one of them. Again, I prefer to see more data. I want to know, I want to be able to see and recognize chart patterns, and that requires more data. Know why you're taking the trade before you take it. And Lucian already hit this a while back. And Lucian is posting now. So Lucian already touched on this, right? Know why you're taking the trade before you take it. If you're in the room and you don't understand the trade or it doesn't fit your trading plan, don't take it, right? So don't just start clicking the mouse because you see the market moving. The worst thing you can do is just jump in blindly, right? So if you don't know why you're taking the trade or you don't understand a trade that is presented to you, don't take it, because there's another trade that will come up in about 3 milliseconds. So just, this next thing, be cognizant of your mistakes and make necessary adjustments. This goes back to logging your trades. This goes back to keeping a detailed log of your trades so that you can identify, what are the mistakes, right? And I want to just clarify, the way I approach this is I don't really believe in mistakes. I believe in learning opportunities. Okay, so write down what your learning opportunities. I know I have the word mistakes there, but that's, most people reference things as a mistake, but think of it as a learning opportunity. So when you see something and a trade didn't work, analyze it, figure out what didn't work so that you can make those adjustments in the future. Okay. And if you need to, like I did this for a long time, right now, I don't have any sticky notes on my monitors, but for a long time I did. If you need to, take yellow sticky notes, orange, whatever color, it doesn't matter, but use sticky notes, write a note and stick it on your monitor. So I'm going to give you a quick example, right? We had an amazing trader who was a moderator here at Real Life Trading several years back. He's still a really good friend of mine. And his name is Brad Reed. He's a terrific trader. He moved on to other things, but when I remember a couple of times, and this was when I was fairly new, and Brad was the moderator, and I actually threw in the chat a setup, right? So I saw a setup, I threw it in the chat, so that Brad could look at it and maybe, put it out there for the room. And Brad, looked at this trade and he goes, not really my thing. I don't see it, or whatever reason, he said, but I saw it, right? This trade setup, it fit my plan. I thought I should take it, and then I passed because it didn't fit his plan. But his plan is his and mine is mine. And anyway, long story short, on more than one occasion, I threw out these numbers, and not that he was poo-pooing my trade, but he basically talked me out of it because it didn't fit his plan. And so I didn't take it. And those went on to make 2 or 3 Rs. So for the longest time, I had a yellow sticky note, and he knew this too. We joked about it. I had a yellow sticky note on my monitor that said, "Don't listen to Brad." And it was just, a joke, but but the point is valid, which is if you want to remember not to do something that you did before, put it on a sticky note, stick it on your computer. Chuck, good question. I'm not sure if they are going to be available, but if you would like them, I would happily give them to you. And I'm going to put this. So how about this? How about we'll just say, yes, it's going to be available. Cindy, don't listen to Brad's corny jokes. That's right. Brad definitely had a lot of corny jokes. Okay. That should say Steven@reallifetrading.com. Okay. That's my email address. Anybody who would like this presentation, just shoot me an email, Steven@reallifetrading.com. I will just do a big bulk message back with the slides attached if you are interested. So how's that, Chuck? Let's see. Know the trade before you take it, cognizant of your mistakes. Okay. So we covered all that, right? So moving on. I'm hitting the button and it's not. Okay. All right. So again, couple more I'm covering more characteristics of a consistently profitable trader. Have humility, right? So this is very true that, and maybe you've experienced it yourself, that many traders realize their greatest losses after achieving their greatest gains. Well, why? Because they somehow get this idea that they've suddenly become the greatest trader in the world after they have some massive gains, and then they get careless, right? And then it gets to their head and they feel, as I put in here, invincible. They feel like they're the greatest trader in the world. Suddenly they figured out the market, and they've got this. And then they start getting careless with their risk management. Maybe they double their R. Gabriel, my pleasure. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. But remember, the market will quickly humble you if you get careless with your trading plan. And again, all goes back to a reason why you need to have a written, not just any written plan, a comprehensive written plan that will walk you through everything that you need to do in terms of a trade. And my trading plan, again, this isn't a workshop on trading plans. I do one, but my trading plan is spelled like, even when I'm in a trade, it tells me when I can move my stops, when I can take off a partial. And so it is that comprehensive that it is just, if I just follow my plan, I'm good, right? And, sorry, that was too Maloney. So anyway, okay, lifelong learner. I believe this, and I believe in this concept, not just in trading, but in all of life, that you should be a lifelong learner. When you think you've got it all figured out, you're going to figure out that you don't. Okay. So like I try to learn every single day, right? So you must possess the ongoing voluntary and self-motivation, okay, to pursue knowledge. And that's whether you're trading or you're in a different profession, whatever it might be, but constantly looking to learn. Every single day, I want to learn something new. And like, my thing is like, when I'm in a group, like I want to be the dumbest person in that room, right? Because that means I can learn from everybody around me. So I want to be surrounded by people who know more than me, because if I can learn more, then great. And you know what? Am I the most knowledgeable trader here at Real Life Trading? Absolutely not. But that's why I'm here, because I'm surrounded by traders better than me, and I'm surrounded by traders who I can learn from, right? And that's the great thing about this community, is you're constantly going to be presented with different traders who have different approaches and strategies, and you just can constantly be learning every single day. And again, as soon as you think you know it all, the market's going to give you a harsh reminder that you don't. And believe me, that happens. Any of you who have blown up account, you know what I'm talking about, right? So, you want to control that urge to think that you've learned it all. Control that urge to think that you know it all, right? Be humble, right? Don't allow the market to humble you. All right, discipline and self-control, right? Key concepts for trading. Hey, Dan, sure. Okay, sorry, I'm reading Maloney's message. I just want to make sure that wasn't something I needed. Discipline and self-control, right? Two obvious characteristics that traders need, right? Discipline, self-control. Again, I keep saying this, but I will say it over and over because it's that important, right? You have to be capable of developing, but not just developing, but following a rules-based trading plan. And again, it's got to be comprehensive. You have to be able to just go, no matter what, I'm going to trade. That's my plan. That's what I'm trading. And if I don't have it in my trend, okay, I'm behind on a trade, I'm losing, and I'm panicking, I'm just going to exit that trade. Well, no, if your plan says that you can't do that, then you don't do that. So to give you an example, okay, I cannot move if I'm in a, let's say if I'm in a bullish trade, okay, so this is actually, I'm not going to give you the words verbatim from my plan, but here's the concept. If I'm on a bullish trade, I can only move my stop after a bullish candle. Now, why? Well, because what happens is let's say you're in a bullish trade, and all of a sudden you get 3 bearish candles running at you, running at your stop loss. What do? You panic and you exit. And then suddenly price turns around and it runs to your initial target. So to prevent me from allowing my emotions to control me and control my actions, I have it in my plan that if I'm in a bearish trade, I cannot move my stop. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. If I'm in a bullish trade, to make sure I'm saying this correctly, I cannot move my stop on a bearish candle. I can only move my stop on a bullish, and vice versa. So if I'm in a bearish trade and price is it's going against me, I cannot move my stop on a bullish candle. I can only move my stop on a candle in the same direction as how I'm trading, right? That's in my trading plan. So that is a rules-based plan. And if I just follow that, I'm okay, right? Even if I got stopped out, still follow my plan, okay? So the samurai, right? The Japanese warriors, they say that they went into battle without fear. That's what we all need to do, right? So when we're trading, we need to trade without emotion. We need to trade without fear. We need to be robotic in how we approach trading and don't let our emotions control our actions. Again, it goes back to having a rules-based plan and having the discipline to follow that plan. So you need to control condition yourself to control fear, greed, and every other emotion that you're going to experience. Yeah, Cindy, thank you. Great point. Cindy says, our job is not to make money. Our job is to follow our plan. 100% agree, right? If trust in the process, right? You follow your plan, you trust in your process, you trust your own analysis. The money will come, right? So don't go into a trade thinking, I got to make money. No, I have to follow my plan. And that is so great point, Cindy, that your job is to follow your plan, not to make money. And if you do your job properly, meaning follow your plan, the money will come. The money will be there. So again, condition yourself to control your fear, greed, and every other emotion. Critical, right? Be a robot. More of this discipline, self-control, ability to control the urge to exit a trade early. I already talked about that, right? So let me give you a scenario that is very common with new traders, right? You lose a full R. Next trade you get in, and let's say suddenly you're up an R, and you're like, I'm just going to exit here because now I can be at break even on the day, and you're allowing your emotions to control you versus you following your plan. And so what you do is you exit because you suddenly have this sense of relief that you are at break even because the previous trade just lost an R. So now you're going to exit, even though it's going your way, but you're up an R. Now you're going to exit so that you're at break even, and then it runs to 3R, right? That's why you don't allow your emotions to control. You need to have in your plan as to when you can take profit, when you can exit a trade, okay? And you don't want to flatten a trade just because you're profitable. One of the things I like to do personally is when I'm in a trade, again, I already mentioned at the beginning of this, or at some point, I said that when I create my OCO brackets, I will set a 3R target, right? So it's really far out there. And what I'll do is I'll take off at like 1.2R because we've been doing this 10 EMA strategy where our target is 1.2R. What I'll do personally is I will take off 90% of my trade at 1.2R, and then I will let that remaining 10% run. So I'm not taking the full 100% because I'm going to give it a chance if there's still movement in that price. If price can still keep moving in the direction of my trade, I want to be in it, even if it's only 10% of my, even if it's only 10% of my the total lot that I had initially. I want to be in that trade and let as much run as I can. And let's say if it reverses, and by the way, I am at that point going to be tightening up my stop. I'm going to be using what's called a trailing stop. Okay, so I'm going to be trailing the price as it moves with my stop to make sure that I lock in my profit. And, and sometimes, I'll, it will hit my trailing stop and I won't have made the full 1.2 R, but other times it keeps running and that 1.2 R becomes 1.5, 1.8, 2 R. So I like to hold on to some runners, as the term that I'm using here, just in continues to go my way. So also, again, we've already touched on this, not allowing FOMO to control your actions and jump into a trade just because you see a big move happening, right? If you miss the entry, don't chase it. Just move on to the next trade. Yeah, so if your R is $150, correct. That is all that you can risk in a specific trade, right? Any one trade, that's all that you can risk. Let's see, Cindy's posting. All right, so I'll if you want to read Cindy's post there. Oh yeah. So the amount of capital required to take the trade is completely separate from your R. And right, so you could take a trade that requires $15,000 in capital, but you're still only going to put $150 at risk, if that makes sense. And if you don't know what, I know that you jumped in late, right? I know that you joined us late. If you're not sure how to determine that R, hold on. See if I can put it here. R divide the well, so yeah, so R is 2% of your account, but we're gonna talk about that, right? So it doesn't have to be. And okay, so let me talk. I'm sure at some point it's in this presentation, but let me touch on it now, right? So we had this. We talked about it briefly earlier. So yeah, so the R, right? Your R is your dollar amount, right? R divided by entry minus stop equals shares. Okay. There's the oh, thank you, Cindy. Cindy's way ahead of me. Look at Cindy, you should be doing this, not me. So yeah, so the R, like, so let's say you take $200. Let's say your R is $200 or 100, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Take your entry minus your stop, right? R divided by entry minus stop. So let's say, entry minus stop is, 30 cents, right? Divide your R by that, and that will equal the number of shares. So it doesn't matter how much capital is required for the trade. The shares is going to be in direct relation to the number of shares is going to be determined by what your actual risk is, your R. So hopefully that helps. But let's talk about how much, what should your R be, right? The reality is, and again, I know people throw out, it should be 1%, it should be 2% of your account. It should be like, but how about this? What if you're brand new to trading and you've never taken a trade before? Should you, and let's say you have a $200,000 account because for whatever reason, you just inherited, a chunk of money from a relative, right? Should you really be putting 1 to 2% of that at risk when you're just starting out? No, I would say no. I wouldn't do it. I would urge you not to do that. Okay. So what you should do is your R, especially when you're starting out, your R should equal an amount that is insignificant to you if you lose it. Okay. What do I mean by that? Well, your R should be a dollar value that if you lose it, you can shrug it off and go, that's a week's worth of coffee at Starbucks. That's, drinks out with friends, right? It shouldn't be a dollar amount that is going to make you go, oh my, I can't believe I just lost that, right? That's what you don't want. You don't want to be putting money at risk that is going to make you regret taking that trade. You want to use a dollar amount. And again, throw that 1% out, 2%, throw it out the window for now, right? If you're brand new to trading, pick a number that you are comfortable losing that is not going to adversely impact your life, okay? Now, when I first started trading, I will tell you, at one point, because I was the worst trader in the world, at one point, I had a $25 R because I was losing so much. I just had to stop the bleeding. And here's the difference between trading real money and paper trading, right? It's the psychological part of it, right? You don't have a psychological connection to money in a paper trading account because it's not real, right? But even $25, even though it's not a lot of money to most people, right? Losing $25, it still has that emotional connection to it. So when I got to the point where I was really struggling with my trading, I went down to a $25 R because I could lose a ton if I did, if it went that way, and it wasn't going to prevent me from putting, food on the table for my family. Okay. So Lucian just saying, I just lowered mine to 50 until I get perfect. Lucian, I love that. Seriously, I love that. Like, there's no rule for how much you should be putting at risk. It should be an amount that you're comfortable with. And if $50, if you lose, and again, I can only lose, 2 trades a day, right? So that's $100 a day. If I lose $100 a day for, and Terrence is saying $5. I love this. This is great. Thank you. Right? Because it just is going to help everyone understand. Pick a dollar amount that doesn't mean anything to you if you lose it, right? But it's still real money, so you have that emotional connection to it. Okay, I'll move on from that. I'll jump off my soapbox from that. But thank you, everyone who was jumping in and offering your thoughts on that. All right. So talk about, I have 9 minutes to wrap this up. I'm not sure how many slides I have left, but we'll just cruise through it. Consistency. Avoid large swings in your equity, right? How do you do that? By trading the same R all the time. Don't switch up your R. Trade the same R consistently. If your R is $100, you need to put $100 on the line every single trade. Don't one trade, if you lost $100, don't go, well, I'm only going to risk $50 this trade. No, you need to trade the same R consistently all the time. This is all about being consistent with your trading. Trade the same strategy every day. Don't bounce back and forth. And again, I did this. Don't, you have to realize that, you need a sample size of, let's say 21. It's my go-to number. 21 trades to determine if a strategy is viable or not, right? So you can't just test out a strategy and go, okay, well, 5 trades and it didn't work, so I'm going to move on. No, 21 is the sample size that you need to determine whether a strategy is viable or not. Now, my caveat to trading the same R all the time is if you are testing out a new strategy, okay? So let's say you've been trading a strategy for some time, you want to try a new one. That is my caveat to when you can, what I'll do there is I'll go with a half R. If I'm going to trade a brand new strategy that I've never traded before, and I'm committing up front to 21 trades before I can determine if I'm going to keep trading that strategy, I allow myself to cut my R in half. Okay. So that is the one caveat to that rule. So again, trade the same strategy, be consistent with the strategy that you trade. Don't go, well, this week I'm going to be a scalper. Next week I'm going to be a momentum trader or position trader or a swing trader or, what have you. Stick to one strategy and be consistent with that. Remove all the variables and focus on systematic trader. Again, I already touched on it 100 times here. Be robotic. Okay. So lack of consistency will lead to massive drawdowns. You need to know that. And again, why it's so important to be consistent with your trading. Okay. Willingness to do the work. Trading is easy, but it's super hard, right? Those who think that trading equals easy money, you're going to find out you're sadly mistaken. It's not, right? Requires work. I already mentioned this about becoming a doctor or an attorney or a professional athlete. Requires an investment of time. You need to put in the reps. You need to put in the time. Can't just wake up and go, oh, I'm going to be a surgeon today, and then go start cutting into somebody. I mean, obviously there are serial killers who go that route, but hopefully none of us are, fall into that classification. You got to put in the time, right? Thousands of hours of work, practice, studying, training, and again, being willing to learn constantly. Okay. Ability to anticipate. Okay. The market, right? The market is made up of people, right? We're all there gathering together and trading back and forth. So it's a living, breathing entity, right? And it's driven by fear and greed, right? And that's how people make their decisions. Fear and greed. I'm profitable, so therefore I'm greedy. I'm going to get out. Trade's going against me, right? I am full of fear because I'm losing money. I'm going to get out, okay? And then you have to factor in the high frequency traders and the algorithms and all that, right? So as a result, for instance, but you do have to remember that even the high frequency traders, the algorithms are still created by humans, right? So even though they're computers, there's still a human with emotions who wrote those programs, right? So there is still a component of emotion, even with those algos. Oh, Chuck, I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. And to try to anticipate moves in the market. Now, I don't mean trade what you think. You got to trade what you see, right? When I say anticipate, I don't mean take a trade based on what you think, right? But you trade what you see, not what you think, but try to anticipate, right? And that goes with being able to read the charts, right? Back to understanding price action and volume, being able to read the charts and understand the story that's telling you so that you can anticipate what might happen. And then what I do is I have a series of if-then statements that I apply to every move. So if I get into a trade, I go, okay, if it does this, then this is what I'm going to do. So I might say, okay, if price makes a new high, then I am moving my stop to here. And so every single trade, everything I do is based off of an if-then statement. And I actually have those if-then statements built into my trading plan, right? So I already mentioned the one. If I'm in a bullish trade and price goes against me, then I have to wait for a bullish candle to move my stop, right? If then. So think about that. It's a very key thing to be able to develop these if-then statements that you can then apply to the market and the market as the market changes. So here I've got some examples for if-then statements. If immediately after I enter a short, there's a high bullish volume spike on the 1 minute chart, then I will look to lower my stop to avoid losing a full R. Boom. If after entering a long trade, price makes a strong move in my direction for 2 to 3 bars, then I will look to move my stop to break even. Okay. If after entering a trade, price quickly runs to my 2R target, then I will take off half the position at 2R and use a trailing stop for the other half, right? Again, they don't have to be set in stone, but you should have a sense for these if-then statements, okay? Scott, glad you liked the session. Thank you. Key thing, right? Be aware of the Fed announcements, things like, Fed meetings, announcements, because the market becomes extremely volatile. So any of you have ever been in a trade, David's jumping in because by the way, David, who you're seeing there, Potvin, is the master of algo trading and developing programs. And so he understands the whole if-then statement better than anybody. The bots. All right. Let's see. I've got 2 more minutes. So Econo data, I'm going to type this in here. Okay. So anybody who isn't familiar with this, econoday.com, that website. Okay. That website has a list every single day of what's on the calendar, what announcements. Check that in the morning before the trading. If it's a Wednesday morning, which is typically when the Fed has their announcements or the meeting, announcement, know that. Go to a calendar day before the market opens, look and see. It will tell you what announcement or what event is happening and at what time, and you want to be aware of that time. So if you're in a trade, you can exit out of that trade or tighten up your stop so that if the market just starts getting crazy volatile, you're not going to end up taking a huge loss. Randy, my pleasure. My pleasure. Let's see. I don't know how many slides I got left. I got 1 minute. Okay. Loss of your aversion, fear of losing. I'm gonna run through this real quick. Don't focus on losses. I'm sorry, that many traders avoid losing rather than focus than acquiring gains, right? I always go into a trade, and I learned this from Jeremy. I go into a trade expecting to lose, and if I win, then that's just a bonus, okay? So, and we talked before, we touched on it about that you need to focus on the process, okay? Focus on the process, not making money. And if you do that, the rest will come. All right, it's 3:30. Unfortunately, I didn't get through everything here, but I think you get a really good idea as to what it takes to be consistently profitable. Sorry I didn't get a chance to run through the entire presentation. Dan, are you coming on next? I'm not sure. Oh, David's coming on. Okay, so David, I need to promote you, I guess, right? Let me do that real quick. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Okay, so I just promoted you to panelist. See, might take a second. There you are. Okay. David, you just got promoted to panelist.
Yes, I did.
Beautiful. I'm going to make you host.
Please do. I love how you're like if and statements, man.
I knew you would like that.
Right on time. I'm like loading up my
Right.
stuff, and I'm literally, oh, you know what? I'm just going to show it. All right, where does the screen share? Right here.
I stopped sharing. You've got it all. Hey, I want to thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the kind words. I hope this was helpful to everybody who's joining us during this free week. And look, this is what we do, right? Like I said, my thing is with real life trading is I do a series of these workshops, and this is what I like to do. Just like to present information that's going to help you get to the next level. So thanks for being with me. Turning it over to David now, who is the master at algos and writing those programs.
Well, thank you so much for that, Stephen, and thank you for that presentation. That's pretty awesome stuff. It's actually super important. And probably this is not a bad kind of way to jump into that next topic, right? So he was saying like if and statements. You can see right here, I have a lovely and statement right here. Got these weird little formulas going on here. How about I throw, I think I got one, or statement, right? There's that if and an or statement together. So definitely useful to have in a trading plan. And this is pretty much a trading plan that we're looking at. It's quite cool. We'll look at that in a second. But first, let me do a quick little introduction. My name's David. I do the algo trading courses here at Real Life Trading, and I help people try to get away from the screen and help have more freedom to do what you like to do and not actually have to trade the markets all the time in front of the screen. Let me just get this video going here. Is it working? Boom. There you go. Right here, this guy. So, algo trading, automation. Can I get a couple of ones if you have no idea what that means? Automation. There we go. There's some ones coming in here. Algo trading. All right. So here's what happens. I'm going to break it to you really simple. All right. Actually, I got a better example for you. This Friday, I'm going skiing. I'm going to be about 45 minutes away over here. I'm going to be on the chairlift. enjoying that fresh air, just finished going down one of my favorite runs. And this computer that we're looking at right here, you guys can all see my screen, right? Can I get some twos and make sure you guys can see my screen right now? Make sure I did that properly there. Awesome, Casper, Frank, thank you. So this computer that you're looking at is going to be trading the markets while I'm sitting on that chairlift, and I'm going to come home. It's going to be around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to open up my brokers and I'm going to see that I made money. All right. So what does that mean? That means that my computer does the trading for me. I have programmed various tools to do the trading for me. Now I see someone saying, I don't know how to write programs at all. I got a perfect example of that, right? So let me just load this up real quickly here. I'm going to load up our funded trading account. So we do have automation with our funded trading account. And let me just pull up. It's on my other screen here. Just bear with me for a second. Language editor. So look at that. This is a robot that looks kind of creepy and scary. And how many lines of code is it so far? So it goes down to 475 lines. Now, not every single one of them is code, there's spaces, but that's a lot of typing and a lot of knowledge that you have to know to be able to do something like this, right? Yes, if you want to use this tool, but here's the cool thing. Like I know coding. I'm not great at it. Like I'm actually probably like if I were to do like grade 12 coding would be like the guys who are writing AI scripts for Google's. I'm like primary school, maybe second grade coder, right? I could read this, I can understand it, I can modify it and stuff like that. But I don't actually do that kind of automation. I use another tool. I use two other tools. And the first one I use is this one that we're looking at right now. It's called Trade Ideas. You probably have heard about it before. I mean, you might have seen it before. It is a paid piece of software, tradeideas.com. You can look it up. And I use Trade Ideas as one of my tools to do my automation. So next question is, well, what is Trade Ideas, right? Trade Ideas is literally the most powerful scanning software available for retail traders, right? That means that you could build take FinViz and then just kind of like multiply it by 1,000, right? Like you could do any kind of list that you can kind of imagine, right? So for example, I have a couple of things that we're looking at my screen right now. We'll just take a look at the high quality gappers list, right? So this is a gap list. Everyone knows what a gap list is, right? If you're here, you know, we like to do trading with gaps, right? So what this particular list right here, and I'm going to actually just backdate it for now. So I'm going to go back to historical. I'm going to look at this morning's gap list. All right. So today is the 24th. Let's take a look at 9:27 a.m. this morning, right? So before the market opened this morning, according to this list that I have built, right, these are the kind of gaps that were happening before the market was actually open. We had Sumo, it was gapping up at 6.4%, right? We had 330,000 shares traded in the pre-market volume. So that's what the chart looks like in the daily right there. So we were probably opened up right here right before the market opens. So a lot of pre-market action here. This is what the scanner does, right? I asked for stocks that are high quality. So how did I do that? Well, I went to the filters, just like you would in FinViz, and I defined it, right? So first one, this EPS one, I just get rid of ETFs because I don't like that. This is just a thing for ETFs. I want shares that have, you know, a lot of float, right? I think this one is probably 10 million or 100 million, 10 million share floats. Anything above 10 bucks, right? Anything lower than 10 bucks, it can be tricky to trade if you're doing a tight stop and whatnot. Volume today, so I'm looking for volume that's already happening today. And I'm looking for gaps, right? Change from the close, from yesterday's close, of either 2% or greater or 2% or less, right? And then I want something with an average true range of at least 50 cents so I can actually, you know, trade it easily. I'm not trying to trade like a $12 stock that moves, 5 pennies a day, right? I'm not going to make any money with something like that, right? So with these filters, searching all of these exchanges, it provides me with a list, a gap list. It's not too difficult to understand. Any questions about that? If you have any questions, go ahead and type them in the chat while I'm kind of covering this. But this tool basically helps me find different things. So here's the gap list for this morning. And if you just need a tool to help you find certain setups, this could be another avenue to help you kind of leverage that information because there's so much of it. What is short float percent? So this is the amount of shares that are currently short. People have positions who are short on that, right? So that's reported a couple times every month to the exchanges, and then that's just what the details are. So if this particular stock has, say, I don't know, 10 million share float, then there'll be 165,000 shares would be currently short right now, right? And this is something you could use for like a short squeeze kind of deal. So when the stock is heavily shorted, and then we're gapping up 7%, those guys who are currently short are probably trapped. And what are they going to do? They're going to have to buy to close. And if they buy to close, that means they're going to buy. They have to buy back those shares that they're short, which is going to create additional buying pressure on a gap up. And that's called a short squeeze, right? And that's something that you could play sometimes for as it's a particular strategy is to look for a good short squeeze, something that's got high short float, gapping up wild, go long at the open and, squeeze those people out and make a couple of dollars in the long direction, right? Where can we find this recording? I believe it is on YouTube. If not for this particular one, I'll make sure that we get a copy. I had a couple people reach out to me asking for today's session to be recorded, and it is currently being recorded. Cool, so that's the gap list. Here's a couple other lists that I have kind of just on my screen right now. What do you consider a high short float? I've seen some pretty crazy short floats before. I think it starts to get interesting above 40%. Mind you, it's a very popular strategy, and the short float information is shared with the exchanges roughly twice a month. And we don't really know when that is. So if they had reported the short float, say 2 weeks ago, well, that's 2 weeks of people potentially unloading the shorts already. So we say it could be 16% for AFRM. Well, it actually could be more like 8% now, depending on when that was reported for that particular stock. So keep that in mind. So if you see something like, say right now, this is actually a great example. So it says short float is 16%. Well, that could have been reported back here, and we've kept going up, and we've kind of missed the squeeze perhaps on this one. If it was like down here on the 10th on the 10th or something like that, and we had this wonderful kind of lightsaber kind of green candle right off this 10 EMA, that could have been a really good short play if that's what the short float was back then. Can we get the same info using Thinkorswim scanning tool? So the scanning tools that come with all brokers, whether Thinkorswim or Interactive Brokers, or I think even some of the option ones are, I'm with Interactive Brokers. Because I'm in Canada, I don't have access to all the really good brokers like TWS or TOS. But my understanding is that they're very limited in scope. So you can get some of the information, you can build a gap list, you can build something that's got lots of volume, but this is the tool that you can really leverage to get really nitty and pitty, like really pick your stocks, right? Like you could build a gap list, but it won't be as good in TOS as it will be with Trade Ideas. So yeah, the other windows I've got open here. So this is NP sales. This is for naked puts. So this one I can look at real quickly, and I can see that ticker SE is down around 5% for the day. It's now 4.27. And if it was, maybe Target looks a little better, right? So Target, whew, look at that candle. So Target's retraced pretty much their whole gap for the day. But say it was still down here, well, you've got this beautiful support at 140 that's held quite well. If I take a look in the weekly chart, yeah, look at that. 140, even like down here, we tested the 136, 37 range. Like that's that's a pretty strong support that you could lean off, and you can look at probably putting a put sell somewhere around here, 45 days out or something. And if that gets broken, then you know that you should get out of that pretty quickly. So that's what this particular scanner is for. And then here's a couple other spread scanners. So I'm not going to get too much details on how option spreads work. That's a whole different topic in automation, but this one helps me identify stocks that would fit a bear put spread, an iron condor, and I have a bear call spread. So these are 3 different kinds of spreads that I do like to look for. And these scanners are designed to help me look for that. So now instead of me trying to get, oh, where can I put a spread today, right? Well, I've got a list right here, right? I built it within Trade Ideas, and I can quickly go, no, possibly. I like that one, and put it on a watch list, and I come back and analyze it later. Then I can look at the option chains, and then boom, right? Isn't this a regular room? What do you mean by regular room? Talking about the actual day trading room today. It's definitely the regular room. We just got a whole bunch of extra people with us for the free week. Do I find interactive brokers really hard to use? All right, interactive brokers. You love them, but you hate them. All right, their platform was built back when dinosaurs roamed the planet. Dinosaurs were coding in Java, and they haven't really done a lot of work with their platform trading, right? You want to open up a chart, it's slow. You want to draw a line in your chart, have fun, good luck. You want to take a trade, okay, it's not too bad. You want to modify that stop manually in the chart, have fun. It's so difficult. So I very rarely use the actual interactive brokers platform to do my trading. I use either Trade Ideas or the other piece of software, which we'll cover in a bit here, called PCAR charts. And then from that, it connects to my interactive brokers and it manages my trades through there, just because I really hate using TWS, the Trader Workstation. Shorting is impossible on interactive brokers. As long as, I believe, if you have enough money for the margin, you should be fine. I've never had any issues trading with interactive brokers. I'll just quickly pop it over here so you can see. Can I move this? Thank you. So here's my interactive brokers account. So right here you can see, like, here's SPY ticker right now, it's shortable, and I have 6.7 million shares available to short. So if you can pick something, say like Tesla, for example, all right, there's still a lot of shares available. Oh, it's still showing SPY. There we go. 85 million shares available to sell short for Tesla. I've never had any problems with it. It's possible, and it will tell you what your margin requirement is for selling short on interactive brokers. Oh, where'd my chat go? There it is. All right, so that's cool. We kind of went over what the Trade Ideas list windows is, but how do I automate it, right? Well, that's the cool thing. That's where we take the Trade Ideas to the next level, right? So we covered list windows, but I didn't cover alert windows, right? So an alert window is the same thing as, just pulling one up right now. I don't need that one, don't need that one. An alert window is just like in a list window, except it gives us alerts. Let me just pull one up right here. And here we go. So this is an alert window, and I have all the same filters available as I do for my gap list and whatnot. And just to give you an idea how many we're talking about, right? So if you looked at FinViz or whatnot before, here's all my filters. And I can start scrolling. We'll be here for about 3 minutes, just scrolling. So I'm gonna go a little fast here, right? And these are just all the different filters that you have available to use in trade ideas, right? So if you take any combination of these filters, you can pretty much design the chart pattern that you're looking for. If you're looking for an S curve, if you're looking for a consolidation breakout, if you're looking for, you know, like a triangle pattern, and then we break that triangle pattern over a daily or over 15 minutes, like all those chart patterns can be kind of built using any of the combinations of these filters, right? Now, let's take a look at the alerts. So on top of that, you have but another 300 alerts that you can pick from, right? So quickly scroll, give you an idea. Alerts after alerts, right? You got a couple of chart pattern ones. They're not the greatest on this software. It's easier to just kind of build it out like I was explaining. But say you wanted to build a robot that does something like this, right? So we're consolidating, market's going dot, 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 and then boom, we break out, right? You could literally build an alert window that's looking for this level, looking for this kind of compression, and then we play the breakout, right? And that's what I do with trade ideas is I build robots using filters and alerts. I'm not typing any code, I'm not doing any of this. And then this will send the alert to my Interactive Brokers account and take the trade while I'm skiing on Friday. That's what automation is. That's what Algos is. And that's how I do my trading with this particular software, right? So we build a robot. Put in a 3 if you want me to build a robot right now. 1, 3, 2, 3. Okay, we got lots of 3s here. All right, let's do it. School, I saw a question before all those 3s popped up. If you have time at the end, could you show how to short on Interact Brokers? Do you limit buy or limit stop? So it depends on where you place your order in Interactive Brokers. So let me just pull it up real quickly before we do that. So if I wanted to short Tesla up here, right, at 140, we'll just make it easy, 145. It would be a short limit order like that. And then I can go to my advance here and I can attach a stop and a loss, and I'll just save it for now. And here you can see it's on my chart, this little red line right here would be my entry. Here's my stop and here's my limit. You could see right here. That's how I would do that kind of order, right? So this is, I'm waiting for the market to come to my 145 entry. And then once it gets at 145 or higher, I will get triggered into this trade. All right. Now, if I wanted to do the opposite, and I wanted to do a stop order, and I wanted to get in at 141, all right, it'd be the same concept, right? I can attach a stop and target like that. You could save that. And now, obviously, I put my stop a little higher, maybe, but my lure a little bit lower from my target. Oh, not too low. See, this is what I mean. This is why I don't like charting. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible disaster. Ah, stop it. I was trying to stop, honestly. Anyways, now my order would sit here as a sell stop, and I will wait for the price to get below 141 or lower, and then I would be triggered into a short position with Tesla. So that's how you can do shorting. It's the opposite of buying, really. You just, sometimes it gets a little bit mixed up with your limits and your stop orders. The best way to remember is a limit order is you are waiting for the market to come to the better price that you want. And if you want to do a stop order, you're typically trying to play a breakout in the direction that you want, and you just kind of want to play that break. There's also an order called the stop limit, which is a little bit more complex. You're waiting for the price to kind of reach a stop level, but then you're going to have a limit order a little bit higher, right? So say this was a stop limit order. So we would say the price has to go below 141, but I want to get filled at 139.90 or greater, right? So you're waiting for that stop to be triggered, and then the price comes back a little bit, and then it fills you, and then you play the short, right? So many different type of triggers and orders, possibilities. All right, back to the bots. Is this a one-time meeting or do you come back for regular sessions? I'm on every other Tuesday. So this Tuesday, and then I will be back on the next time will probably be early February. February 7th will be the next time I'll be on. And that's when we cover literally just algos, trading robots, building bots, which we're about to do. So, and what program to use? This is one of the programs I use. This one's called Trade Ideas. All right, Trade Ideas. Let's just move this window here real quickly. TradeIdeas.com. So this is the software that we're currently playing with right now. It does have a cost associated with it. All right. For the execution to your broker, you obviously need the premium one. If you just want the scanning abilities, then you can just use the standard software, right? And I can see people saying, well, $167 a month is a lot for this. Well, honestly, I've been using it for 5-6 years, and this thing pays itself off usually by the 3rd day of the month. Usually, sometimes more sooner than that, right? So, I mean, if you get 8 good trades a month and your R is $200, I mean, it doesn't matter how much it costs, you still make money. So, and if you, I have a discount code, so if you are interested, just reach out to me in Slack and I can give you, I think it's 15% off your first year of registering. So, all right, this robot, this is the one that we're going to build today. I call him Algo Buster Dip. What this robot loves to do is to catch a dip. So this is a reversal strategy. It's not a breakout strategy. I can use this chart as a great example. So I'm looking for a gap here. We got a lovely gap. Bam, bam. And then I'm waiting for a 15-minute breakout in the first 15 minutes chart, right? So say that breakout is around here. After 15 minutes, I get triggered in around here. And I'm going long. I'm not going short, I'm going long. And I'm going to have my stop around here and my target around there. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to buy the dip and then play the reversal. That's what this particular Algo Buster Dip robot likes to do. So let's take a look at it. This is kind of like my template. This is the one I kind of always go to when I'm starting to build a robot. Some people have this notion of thinking that you build a robot once and you're set for life, right? You just put $1,000 in every trade and you're going to be living in some Pacific island and sipping cocktails every single day, not doing anything. That's not the case for automation. Like all strategies, they work, but not all the time, right? So you will build a robot and it will be good for 4 or 5 days or 4 or 5 weeks, depending on what the market is doing, right? If the market is trending and the slow volatility just kind of always going, going higher, grinding higher every day, well, that robot will, if you have a robot that just kind of do an S-curve robot, for example, right? We're looking for that S-curve and just kind of grind higher every day. If the market does that for 3 weeks, and that robot will be good for 3 weeks. But if the market is kind of all over the place right now, I think it kind of has been for the last, I don't know, while now, a robot could maybe only last a week before you kind of have to either rebuild it or redo something else. So there is, maintenance in your robots, but once you get good at it, it's just, you can build up a robot pretty quickly and test it and have it ready to go. Speaking of testing, let's take a look at it. So I'm going to run a little back test on this bot, and I'm typically looking the trades between this time, right? I'm going to stay in the trade for 75 minutes. So what does that mean? Well, when it sends the order to my interactive broker account, if it's a buy, I'm going to have my buy order here. Now, most of the time you have your stop, you have your target attached as an order. We just saw that in my interactive brokers account. But with this particular rule right here, it adds a 3rd order to this. And it's a good at order. So what that basically means is that After 75 minutes, I get triggered into a trade. It does not matter what the price is. This will execute a market order and these two will get canceled out. So that means that at the end of the day, my account is always flat. There's no other open trades sitting there. I don't have to, oh, I left my robots on and run home back to my desk and, you know, close out any positions that I have lingering. No, it's all done with this particular setting. I'm out flat, done, and I can enjoy the rest of my day. Right. Does this system allow you to share your setup? Absolutely. I share my robots all the time with anyone who uses Trade Ideas, and I love to collaborate with people when building other robots. There's nothing secrets about this. I'm not hiding any secret sauce. There's nothing like that really exists unless you're working for Citadel. They have, you know, much different kind of robot trading than we're doing here, right? So any strategy that you probably already thought of, I've probably tried back testing at least 100 times. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Risk management. So here, this is where I set my stop and my target. So right now I've got a enabled target profit of 3% and a stop loss at 1. Right now, I'm going to increase that to 1.5. Volatility is around, VIX is near 19, I think. So we kind of want to increase that a little bit. Give the stock a bit more room to wiggle, right? So with this, it means that if I get triggered at, where's my drawing tool? Here we go. If I get triggered here, my stop will be 1.5% away from the price that I get triggered, and my target will be 3%. So that gives me a risk to reward ratio of 1 to 2. So mathematically speaking, with this robot, all right, I could be wrong 33, I'd be 34, actually, we'll round it up. 34, that's terrible. 34%, one more undo, please, thank you. 34% of the time, and still be a break-even trader. I would have made $0, right? If every single trade either hits my target or hits my stop, if I could be the worst trader on the planet, I'd be wrong 2 out of 3 trades, I won't lose any money, right? So the objective here is to increase this to more than 34%, right? I generally aim for 56 to 60% of my robots, and I try to keep a risk to reward of 1 to 2. Right? That's my goal. So I'm going to back test 62 days of data. Let's do it. So here is the back testing window. This is just all hypothetical numbers. I don't care about the buying power right now. I don't care about this. I don't care really about what my ending P&L is and my starting P&L, right? This is just help me kind of guide how I want this robot to work, right? What I'm looking at is I'm looking at the profit factor. I'm looking at my total trades and my average wins and my average loss, right? These numbers don't mean anything. It's projected returns. It's a projection saying that the market is going to do exactly what it did in the last 62 days. And take the exact same trades, that's what it's going to be like. Yeah, true, but I don't know what the market is going to do tomorrow, neither does this robot. So right away, I can see that I have a lot of trades, and it's already profitable. Anything with a profit factor of 1 or greater is you're profitable, right? Anything less than that, you're going to start losing money. But 1,000 trades is a lot, and then I can take a look at the breakdown on each day and each trade. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the calendar view, I can see yesterday it would have taken 3 trades. It would have taken the XYL, and that was a dip it tried to buy right there. And maybe we can zoom in a little bit here. So you can see it's very light, but there's a little blue line right there. Little red line where my stop is. I did get stopped out, and there's my target on this particular trade, right? So this one wouldn't have worked out, but you can see very easily Okay, get rid of that text there. Properties. Show executions? No. So AI trace? Ah, there we go. Cool. So now that we're back here, you can see that this was the 15-minute breakout, right? So there's our 15-minute low, and then we broke it here. This is on a 5-minute candle, right? We came down here. This is where we got in, and then we did get stopped out in this wick, right? So if my stop was a little bit wider, say 2%, this one would have worked out as it would have faded the rest of the day. This is the kind of ideal setup that we're looking for, right? Just this one didn't work out, right? Earlier, Stephen was talking about, loss aversion. Well, you're going to lose some trades. You see, we had 2 other trades that did work out a little better on the day, and they pretty much canceled themselves out. I think was a small losing day. Yeah, down like $16 on the day with that kind of setting, right? So here we go. We bought that dip right there, right here. Look at that, perfect. See, came in, boom, tricked everyone. Everyone here went short. We're going for the break. Look at that volume. We're going lower. We're all going to get rich, and I'm the guy buying, right? And then we just kind of blow for the rest of the day. And then my timed exit was around here. When this line kind of finishes, is my timed exit. So I got out here, and this was my profit. Cool, right? I haven't even optimized this robot yet. We didn't even start that process, right? So I told you earlier, this is my default robot, my template, right? But we got to optimize it. We got to make it better. That's what this tab's for. So here I can start looking at the different settings that I can do to increase my profit factor and make this robot slightly more successful historically, right? How long? Okay, questions. Ooh, holy cow, Softy. Pretty cool, that back testing tool, huh? How long was the back test for? This one was for 62 days. So Trade Ideas stores 1/4 of data going back every day. So whatever 62 days ago today, well, tomorrow that last day is going to be gone, and the day prior will be the next last day, and this kind of follows us. All right, next question is, do you have a setup, a new robot every trade, or can you reuse one? I reuse my bots all the time. So this particular robot is one of my favorites. I teach it in the algo trading course that we do have at Real Life Trading. We go over this one, and it's stepbrother, which is the opposite. So we'll look for bullish gaps, and then we short to kind of fake breakout and take it lower. That one is less successful than this one, but it's still there when, say, when the market starts really selling off. If I remember correctly, during this period right here, it was very successful because obviously we're just down. So anything that was trying to gap up and break higher was just getting pulled down by the overall market. So that's a good strategy to use them. Thanks. I love robots. Me too. I love them. All right, so we can go back to look at this real quickly. So we have price filters. We can adjust the price. We can break it down. So I don't know, $50. And what I'm looking for here is I'm trying to find where the stocks are failing, these big reds here. There's nothing really good for price, so we'll move on. Time of day as well, so we can see that most of the trades, right, happen early in the morning, before 10:10. And then for some reason, anything that kind of breaks down between 10:10 and 10:19 seems to just break lower. But then after that, they're all fake out again, right? So nothing really of value here. This is just a symbol list, so you can see all the different trades sorted by symbol, really. It's not bad. Let me give you an idea, like who the bad guys are. Teladoc. All right. Do not buy the dip on Teladoc. It will not work. This robot tried 6 times and it failed 6 times. Something tells me Teladoc isn't doing so good. Hey, look. T-Dog. Look at this. Look at that today even. huge wick up. Everyone's buying Teladoc, and then everyone sold Teladoc. So it's really hard to be long Teladoc right now. So that's one piece of advice you can take away. Maybe if you don't do automation, try not to buy the dip on Teladoc. Try not. And then the next one, this is where most of the work happens, is in the optimization tab, in the other filters tab. And here is a list of all the filters that we saw previously, right? So this is the same filters that we use to build our gap lists or my spread finder lists and this particular robot, right? So right now on this robot, if I go here, I've removed ETFs with this filter. I'm looking for stocks that are gapping at least -1% or greater, greater as in lesser, right? So -5%, -6%, that stock, right? I'm looking for stocks that have float of at least 10 million shares, right? Now this one's very useful. If you've probably seen videos on YouTube with guys who are making $1 bazillion trading low float penny stock, you know, they're 4 penny stocks, and then they're buying 400,000 shares of it, and they're waiting to get that 8 pennies, and then they're going to double their money, right? That's garbage. All right. And I avoid garbage in my robots. I do not want to be touching that kind of stuff ever with my account, because I know that they don't work, right? You can get lucky on them, but that's not what I do. I don't trade off luck. I trade off of probabilities. And that's what robot trading is using probabilities in my favor, right? Volume. So I'm looking for stock that have volume today and average 3-month volume of 500,000 shares. Why is that? Volume makes it easy to get in and out of trades. So again, if you have a low float stock and only 50 people trade it today, you're going to have wide spreads. It's going to be hard to get in and out of a trade. You want volume. Volume is your friend. All right. And then I have my time of day, my 20 to 90, and then my dollar volume. This is a really cool thing that Trade Ideas offers. Is it takes the volume of shares traded multiplied by the price of the share, right? So something that's got a high dollar volume, right, means that it could either be a high stock that's got a little bit of volume, or it could also be a low price stock that's got a lot of volume, right? And this kind of helps, again, clean out some of those garbage trades that I like to call, where you get triggered into a stock that's no one's trading. It's just all going back and forth fighting, and now you're going to be stuck trying to get out of a trade you don't want to be in, right? And then the 5-minute volume, I want, you know, especially since we're doing a breakout, we need a little bit of volume for that breakout to happen. I don't want to get stuck into one of those little stock goes like this and it goes boop, boop, like that. I want like oh, okay, here's a good breakout, and then it was a fake one, right? I see some questions flying all over the place. All right, with this, do I need to watch the candles or do I just pick shares? So with this robot, I'm going to turn it on, and I'm not even going to be at my computer. So I do have a 9-to-5 job, and I'm living on the Pacific Coast. I'm near Vancouver, BC. So market opens at 6:30 in the morning. I got a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. So I'm not up at 6:30 in the morning. But my robots are, and they're doing the work for me. So I don't even look at it really. I just set them, and then I'll take a look at my charts at around like 7:30 in the morning. So market's gonna open. Oh, cool! I'm in Adobe right now. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I got stock out of this one. Oh, whatever, and then go on with my day. Right. So minimum effort once you kind of put in the initial work and building your robots. Are these robots taking trades on several stocks that you list, or do I have set up a bot for only one stock? I love that question. I'll tell you why. I do both, right? This software that we're looking at right now does the first part, where I'm looking at several stocks, right? This is looking at the whole market, right? But I can also build symbol lists. So I've got a hate list and always gapper list I don't want, and a NASI special symbols that I do not. It's excluded, right? Hate list is just like stuff like I could probably throw Teladoc on there because it's garbage. I don't want to be buying the dip on that. The always gapper list is mostly stocks that trade abroad. Budweiser is a great example. So just pull that up real quickly. Bud. So as you can see, this particular stock, Bud, is traded in Belgium as well. And we just have an ADR, which is like a sort of a derivative that's tradable on the US markets. And it just gaps all the time because it's traded in a different exchange, right? So if I'm trying to play a gap strategy on a stock that gaps every day, that's traded elsewhere, I don't really have a lot of control of how my filters work. So I kind of avoid those ones, right? What other automation trading platforms do you use and what is Trade Ideas better? So to build off of Cindy's other question is, do I have one bot that does one stock? Yes. This is with PCAR charts. This is a robot that I'm working with a good friend right now, Indy. It's a Tesla bot. This robot only focuses on Tesla. Momo, which is right here, we're going to get into this hopefully in the next 45 minutes, is the same Momo that we use at Real Life Trading built in with PCAR charts, right? So you can do both, and you can see I have my watch list built predefined below. So that's how you answer Sydney's question and Shane's questions, because I use two softwares for that. I don't do a lot with our funded account simply because time constraints, and I don't mind it, but it's a lot of effort right now, and I can't do that. And I'm profitable with these two, so why? All right, do I mentor and will this work on a $5,000 account? Yes and yes. All right, back to our optimization. So we've got a whole bunch of filters to work off of. Now, generally the process would be for me to go and review every single one of them, right? And there's about 200 of them, and I've done it 1,000 times, so I can do it quite quickly. Thankfully, I already did it for us. And I'm just going to go pick the first filter that I'm going to use, which is change in 20 days. That is not the filter. Oh, yes, it was, because I changed the parameters earlier. So I'm going to go back to what I had it set to earlier, because I built this right before we jump on the call, so I wouldn't be wasting our time on my stop loss was 1%. So if we go back to change in 20 days, this is what I had originally. So what I really like about this filter is that I've got this clear indication that if my change in 20 days is between 0 and 40%, right? Well, I can get rid of these 5 trades, but what I really like is that there's almost half of my trades didn't work out, right? Now, there's 1,000 trades in this particular backtest. That's a lot of trades to go through my account. I don't do that many in my account a day. On a busy day, I'll take 5 or 6, but generally it's 2 to 3 trades every day. So I'm okay with chopping all of this out, right? So what do? Well, it's quite simple. I go to my robot, I'm going to configure, and I'm just going to add that filter to this particular alert window. Any second now. I'm waiting. We're all waiting. Please wait. There we go. All right, so change 20 day. I'm going to add that filter. It's between, what they say, 0 and 40%, right? So now I've applied that particular filter, and I'm just going to run the back test again. Shave the parameters. Bingo, you nailed it. So now I'll just take a look at the results. So I went from, again, you don't have to, but I ignore this and I ignore this and all this. But what I really like is, so I went up from 46% to 52. I've cut out about 400 trades, and my profit factor went from 1.16 to 1.57, right? So we have some improvement across the board. Our average loss went down by 7 pennies and our average wins went down by 5 pennies. So that's still a win in my heart, in my mind. And if we just get rid of those drawings for a second, and if we take a look at the equity curve, right, it's an improvement, right? It's still got a big kind of dip going on right now, right? So this imagine is your P&L, right? You go up and down, up and down, up and down. It looks a bit like a stock chart, don't you think? With no candlesticks. Here's your resistance. Here's the breakout. Here's the retest, and then we're going higher. Boom. Your P&L is literally a stock chart. Probably like 5 people who never thought their P&L would look like that in this room. All right. Let me take a question. How do I find you on Slack? Right here. There you go. I'm in Slack. All right, so that was the first filter that I did. Now, there is something called overfitting when you start to kind of build too many filters, right? And we'll jump in that for a second, but I'm just going to quickly apply beta, which is the second one that I found that I really liked, and it was with these 2 values here, right? So I'm going to go and configure that one. And I'm going to add that filter, beta, as from 1 to 2. I'm going to back test it one more time, right? And here we go, right? So we went from a profit factor of 1.57 right here to 2.23. Our wins are now 60%. All right. We bumped up our average winner again to 76 cents and our average losses at 52 cents, which it's still very good, right? I'm seeing green on a lot of days, which is what I really like. So we got rid of this red day, we got rid of this red day, got rid of this red day, right? Our biggest losing days right down here just kind of gives you an idea of what it is. I generally don't take all the trades in one day. Like I said earlier, like there might be like 15 triggers, but I only take maybe the first 4 or 5, depending on the robot and what the market's doing, right? So huge improvement with just applying 2 filters on this bot. And then what I like here as well is that my equity curve is going like this, right? There's some dips, dip here, dip there, a little pullback right here when the market was probably selling off for a couple of days, right? We can take a look at that real quickly, actually, and see what day that was. Probably back in December near Christmas time. So right there, that will be the dip right there, right? So 14 of the 34 trades didn't work out. If I said I would have gotten the first 5 trades, so I would have lost all of them but the first one, which was a break-even trade, right? All these other ones I wouldn't have taken. But the same goes for like these days, right? So for this one, if I only taken the first 5 trades, I would have won here, lost those 2, and then would have hit my target on Roku on that one. Same here, right? These would have been the first ones that would have got triggered into my account. So you got to keep that in mind if you're building a robot where it has like, 14 or 41 triggers in one day. You're not going to take all of them unless you want to take that many trades. But generally, what I consider like a good robot would be something that looks similar to this, right? Decent profit factor, not too high of a win ratio, and an equity curve that looks realistic, right? So what does that mean? Well, I could keep applying filters. I can go and put filters all day, and I can make this equity curve look like that and have a win ratio of 100%, right? Never lose ever, right? That's called overfitting, right? You've basically filtered out something that happened in the past to get that perfect one trade, right? And going forward, that's probably not going to happen again. You're either going to lose money right away, right? So this equity curve, you do that, you get this beautiful equity curve. Next day, boom, it goes down because you've overfitted it, right? Well, the other thing that's going to happen is that you'll never get triggered because that perfect combination that you built with filters just isn't realistic, That just happened one time on a fluke and you managed to get it like overfitted to fit like that. So that's kind of one of the things you got to watch out when you're automating is you don't want to become overfitted. You want to have something reasonable. You will have losses in trading. It's part of the game. You win some, you lose some. You just have to win more than you lose to be profitable, right? And if with this particular robot, with the one, right now it's 1 to 3 with the 1% stop, I mean, like, it's pretty good. You'd have to lose a lot of times in a row to make this kind of not be great. And then that's, part of the maintenance process of a particular robot. All right. I'm gonna, Sataro, I probably said your name wrong. I'll email you real quickly, just so I have it here. RLT. Yeah, super quick email, just so that you can reply to me and we can talk later. All right, next question I see. So does this chart give you an idea of how to shade parameters? The chart, no. It's within this tab here, where you could start looking for, say, for example, I want to take a look at what the NASDAQ's doing for the day, right? So if there's a particular, not really, let's go take a look at the 30-minute one, right? So what you could do to answer your question is, if there was a lot more trades than just 9, right? And you see that, 33% wins, and that, you could actually dive deeper and take a look at what those trades are, right? You could start looking this way to find out where you need to shave, right? That's where you do that, and not from the actual just looking at the P&L chart, is going through all these filters, right? So it is a bit of a tedious process, having to go through here, but I do it so many times and so quickly that I can just, I'm using my down arrow on my key right now, just going that looking quickly and seeing if I find something that kind of pops in my mind. Oh, that one looks decent, then I note it down. Next question was, since that chart showed some support turned resistant, did that give you a hint about the parameter change? You met my P&L chart earlier when it was just figure. You're talking about this chart here earlier, I believe, right? The support trend resistance when I was talking about the P&L chart. I think you might be talking about, this is just a P&L, right? Like, this is like saying I had $50,000 equity starting, and I'm now at 57K after 600 trades, right? Not fantastic, but again, like the way how this back test amount is set up right now, it's basically saying that it's roughly $100 R, just mathing it out. So no, for if this is what it means, is like I wouldn't change the parameters much on that. What I'm looking for is, like I said earlier, profit factor being I like a profit factor around 2, anywhere between 52 to 60% win ratio. My average wins and loss, but what I really like to have is kind of an equity curve that goes like that, like I have on this on the one on the right here. Eddie, I take it this system is not just for Canada, but can be used in Europe. 100% right. This is, this tool connects to Interactive Brokers. And part of the reason why I really like it is that TOS is not available for me. Before moving back to Canada, I was living in China, and it just made a lot of sense there. Like I would, markets would open up either at 9:30 or 10:30 at night. I've had a whole day, and it's like 9:30 market open. I was tired, right? So that's kind of what led me to do automation. And then we moved back to Canada about 3 years ago to get away from something called COVID, which I'm sure you all know the story about that. Didn't go away. All right, Cindy says, well, I noticed we shaved off the outside losers to a narrow scope. Then you concentrated on the winners in the middle. Oh, that's the beta. So we go back to this filter earlier. I had already kind of went through all the filters just so I wouldn't be sitting here bashing the keyboard and you guys watching me go through 100 filters twice. So for this one, I picked it. So I looked at the profit factor here. They're both relatively high. I saw that there was a lot of trades, right? There's 244 and 122. And then there's just like, there's these losing trades here, right? These ones all here. And like the profit factor ain't so great here. And there's more losing trades here. So I just figured it made a lot of sense to just kind of focus my narrow on this beta range right here. That brings me down to the amount of trades that I have right now, right? That's how I determined this one. It's just get rid of this stuff, get rid of this one, focus with trades that are right here and this beta level. And it's not like these two filters are kind of decent when you combine them together. I'm not kind of looking for market moving days. It's just kind of generalized filters, nothing kind of crazy. You know, like some, you know, one example you could look at perhaps would be like change period 8 SMA to 15 SMA. You know, a lot of stocks follow what the market is doing relatively. That's what the beta actually, that's what a beta value is. So if the whole market is kind of doing this right now, that's the SPY, right? Well, most of the stocks are going to look similar, very similar, right? So if you choose a filter that's going to be more market related, you might end up just having what I call like market moving days, where you get triggered into trades when the whole market is doing one thing. And that could either be great or bad if it goes against you. All right, Shane asked, did you show simulating building the bots? What's the process like? Absolutely, this is me building a bot right now. So I'm optimizing a bunch of filters with this particular alert window. And this is the new alert window when I backtest it. So when I get a 15-minute opening range breakdown with the combination of filters that I have applied here, if I had taken this trade with a 1% stop and a 3% target and a 75-minute exit, all right, this is the amount of money I would have made in the last 62 days, right? So the last step of this particular process, Shane, is to connect this alert window to my interactive brokers account, right? And that's built in here. Let me pull it up quickly here. I think I got it open. Brokers Plus. So it's currently disconnected right now, but here it is. So you basically put the robot here. It connects to your interactive brokers account, and it fires off those alerts as trades into my broker. That's it. That's how I build robots and trade ideas. I didn't write one line of this lovely text. None of it. Didn't have to. I mean, if you know how to code, this is an excellent avenue to go. There's nothing wrong with building robots with code. Absolutely nothing wrong. But you have to know how to code. You have to go learn that skill if you don't already have it to be able to do it, where this does not require coding, which is cool. Todd says, pardon me, but I had a meeting. Is there a replay or the video that would explain your robot programming? Yes, this is being recorded. I believe it will go on YouTube, but if not, I will make sure that this portion does end up in the public domain. Also, can a robot program be created to automatically place a trade? And could it be assigned to something like a MACD or RSI for triggering to execute the trade? 103% yes, that is possible. Work with TOS. The tools that I use do not connect to TOS. Their API is a little bit limited for what you can do for these particular tools. There are other tools that work on the internet that will connect to TOS and be able to do that. If you write code, it's very simple. The other tools available out there can also do it. But yeah, MACD and RSI, those are actually even available, I think, pretty sure is a MACD. Is there one in this one? There you go. Some MACD crossovers alerts there for you. Can I please recommend? There is the best tool I know of is TraderPost.io, and that uses trading view alerts. So you still have to do some coding within trading view, and then that will hook into your thinkorswim. So that would be requiring you to have both a trading view account and then also traders post, and then you can link that to your TOS. So that's the first one that pops to my head, and I know that works. There are probably other ones, I just can't think of them right now. So this is, we got 30 more minutes. Does Trade Ideas connect the TradeStation? Don't believe so. Let's take a look. That's a very good question. Oh, Brokers Plus. E-Trade and Interactive Brokers are two that these ones are supported right now. I don't know if TradeStation has the ability to connect, allow third-party tools to connect to you, but I do, if I remember correctly, TradeStation does have built-in automation tools. I haven't played with it for like the longest time, but I believe there are some things that you can do within TradeStation. It might be more coding based, or it could be a little bit what I'm about to jump into in a few minutes to let you do that. Have I worked with ChatGPT? No, not yet. And they just made it a paid product too, huh? It was free. And I saw some guys on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. He was saying that he built an automated robot with ChatGPT. And he was going to share the strategy. I don't know if he was joking or whatnot, but he basically got it to help him build an algo. So do I use IB and Trade Ideas, and where does Sierra fit in? Well, Sierra also connects to my IB, and it fits perfectly great right here on my screen. It's a lovely software. So let's jump into that. This is Sierra charts. So when you look at it, and if you ever do go to their website, you're going to be wondering, why is this website still on the internet in the year 2023? It looks like it was done in 1994. It does. You go to the website, take a look at it. It's actually, it's a very old looking website, and it kind of makes you wonder, how do these guys even make money, right? Well, they don't really care too much about their website, and their platform looks kind of old and outdated. It doesn't have cool little buttons like thinkorswim or maybe Webull. It's all really cool and nice feeling. This is a very basic Windows-based get the job done interface, but it is extremely fast, extremely lightweight in terms of memory, and fully customizable. And what I mean by that is that you can customize this button. You can customize all of these buttons here. You can customize what you do when you right click on your monitor and what are the options that appear. You can customize your chart to whatever you want, right? So like, I'm barely scratching the surface, but if, like, for example, if I want to come to this particular chart window, right now we're looking at Apple, I can choose range bars, reversals, flex, delta volume, price per change, monthly bars, point and figure, number of trades per bar, volume per bar, and I can define how many that is, what kind of candlesticks they look like. I can do footprint charts if you have any idea what those are. You can do TPO charts if you have any idea what those are. And the list just goes on and on and on and on, what your chart actually looks like. And then once you do it, you can customize the chart to whatever your imagination can be, right? It's extremely flexible. And then you throw in all the different indicators, right? And there's about 500 indicators right there. Then if that wasn't enough, here's some more. And then here's another 200 or 300 more user contributed to CR charts. So any indicator that you thought of is probably already done, right? And on top of that, you can modify any indicator, right? So let's take a, I don't know, moving average. Well, let's just add a moving average. Should spell it right. So we'll take an exponential moving average. And then you can go and change the parameter to another moving average, right? So you can have a moving average of a moving average, or you can have a moving average of an RSI that's built onto a Copic curve, if you know what that is, right? Like everything can be kind of built and intertwined, and it's just extremely customizable. And that's what I really like about that. And then when you connect it to my brokers, interactive brokers, I can manage all my trades except for options right off of here. I don't even have to open TWS, which is fantastic, right? So all that lovely talk to try and make it look prettier or sound prettier than it looks. How do I automate with it? So it's a different approach from trade ideas. Right? Trade ideas takes a look at everything in the market, right? So minimize this quickly. So this particular robot, if I go and configure it real quickly, right? I'm looking for everything on the main stock exchanges, excluding a couple of stuff that I don't want, right? So whatever fits this scanning, this alert windows criteria, right? So let's take a look at this one today. This one didn't work out. Look at all of them today. There we go. Macy's, how did Macy's play out? Oh, Macy's would have probably got out around here. So that would have been a good profitable trade for Macy's. Cake, nope, that's a losing trade. SC, also a losing trade. Roku, there we go. Roku, probably timed exit around here. So a little trade right there. So, and if I did 5 trades for today, don't know if I would have got wicked out there, but probably small little win there if I didn't get wicked out. So probably a little bit of a negative day for this one, but not bad for only 2 filters and done up quickly. So again, this one looks for everything, where in CR charts, I have to either build a robot that's specific to one particular instrument, or I can have sort of like a little watch list, what we kind of see at the bottom down here. Here's my watch list. And that is kind of what this robot is looking for. So what is this robot? Well, the name's up here. It's called Momo, and it's our standard Momo that we trade off, right? So it's on a 78-minute chart, and we're looking for the moving average cross right here. So here we can see the little green moving average cross below the purple moving average. So then our sell was down here. And then we rode it all the way down until the little green one crossed the purple one. Make it sound as simple as possible because that's what it is. And then we bought to cover this one. So this is our profit right here for this particular was Apple. So we got short at Apple around $142. We got long Apple at $30. So we bought this one, we flipped the trade, and we're still currently long Apple back at $42. So bam, bam. Not too bad for Momo and Apple, right? So how does that work in terms of automation? Well, what you do is you just add a particular indicator. It's called spreadsheet study for trading. There you go. It's already here. And there's some configuration that needs to be done. I'm not going to go over all of it because it can get overwhelming if you haven't seen this before. But basically, you have to configure the parameters of your robot. Is it allowed to trade? Is it allowed to go in reversals, for example? Do we wait for a bar close or do we not, right? There's a lot more customization required for this kind of robot. And then that kind of opens up spreadsheet, right? And if you're a little bit familiar with Excel, this is kind of like an Excel file, just a little bit different. And I'll explain that. So each one of these rows that we see right here is a candle, right? So here is the today's candle that opened at 1442. There's the opening price, there's the high, there's the low, there's the last, there's the amount of volume on there, and that's the amount of trades on, this is Costco. I think we were looking at Apple there, so let's pull up Apple. There we go. So there's Apple right there. Right, so there's a lot of volume going on, lots of trades near the close. And then here's the next candle, right? So that's the one that's before that. So if we go back to Apple, we just looked at this candle. Now we're looking at this candle, right? And that's all the data within that particular candle, right? Now, any indicator you add will be added as different columns here. So here's the 8 moving average, and that's the value of the 8 moving average on this particular candle. And those are the previous ones, right? So now, basically, what we're kind of doing with this version of automation is simple if, and or statements, just like Stephen covered right before I jumped on, right? In your trading plan, you probably have similar statements, right? If I want to play a breakout, I have to wait for the first 5-minute candles, and the breakout needs to look like this, and I have to take the trade between this time and that time, and the price cannot be more than XYZ, right? That's all probably written in your trade plan. Well, this is the same concept, right? This is where I start to build those if and statements in CR charts, right? So very simple. What is a Momo cross, right? We're looking for this right here. We're looking for the moving average to cross the other moving average. So basically what I need to tell the computer is I need this price on the last candle to be greater than the price of this candle, but now this price is less than the price of this candle, right? That's basically the rules of a Momo. If you think about it, you're literally waiting for a cross. So I just have to say, well, 78 minutes ago, was the green above the purple? Yes or no? Yes. Is the green still above the purple? Yes. Okay, now is the green above the purple? No. Okay, cool. I can go short. That's how it works. So if I go back to Momo, I'll just build it right now. Here's our 8, and here's our 21 moving average, right? So I basically have to go and cap locks, thank you, is AA3, is it greater? So is the 8 moving average higher than AC3, right? So that right now is just going to say, is this moving average, is the green above the purple? Yes, right? Now, a little bit of programming language. 1 means true, 0 equals false. All right. So now if I were to put this the other way, right, 0, false. So this is saying right now, is the green line above the purple line? Well, that's not the case. Right now, it's totally above. So it's false, right? Well, we want this robot, we want this one to be lower to go short, but we also have to check the previous candle, right? We want to know where that cross is. So now we want to do AA4 is greater than AC4, right? That's going to check this candle. Is this one greater than this one, right? All right, yes, it's true. And now this one is less than this one. Oh, that's also true. Boom. All right, so this piece of code right there is what's written over here, just opposite basically. So AA3, this is the buy, so we're looking at the sell one. So AA3 is greater than AC3, and AA4 is AC4, right? So this is my buy entry. So once this becomes a 1, we go buy. Once this one becomes a 1, we go sell. And that's what those little arrows are on my chart over here, right? So here's where a cross happened, so we went buy. Here's where a short happened, we went buy. Here's a long that happened, so we got long at this price. And then we got flipped probably a day and a half later after that fake breakout, right? Here's another short. So we got short here, and then we got out at break even pretty much, or maybe minus a couple bucks. Same here, right? So we went long, and then we got short, lost a couple bucks on that one. So right away you're going, oh wow, what's going on over here? Well, Momo, this particular strategy works on stocks that have momentum, right? If you were playing the crazy bullish market of 2020, Momo was impressive because the market was only going up, right? But the Achilles heel of, say, this particular strategy is this right there. Chop. Momo hates chop. Look at all those right there, right? So to get over chop, I mean, you do have to, if you want to run this robot and you have chop, these losses are tiny, right? You're talking, you got short here at $48 and you went long at $49, and then you went short at $48.50, and then you got long again at 48, right? So we're talking about little tiny losses. Like, if it were to trend, if it were to range for 6 months, and it'd be death by 1,000 cuts, and we don't want that. We want stocks that are trending. But if you can live through this small little chop, and then when these big moves happen, right? So from like $42 to $29, right? That's, what is that? That's $11, $12 profit. And now we're back almost $12 profit, $14 profit right now from this long trigger, right? So yeah, sure, you got chopped up, but now you got a $14 win this way and then a $14 win that way. I mean, pretty profitable, right? This is more of a swing strategy. You can see that like the chop started way back in November, and we didn't start trending until around December 14th or 15th, if that line isn't straight. And then we're still trending, 45 days later, right? It's like, yeah, Apple right now might be a good one to look at. So if we take a look at some of the other stocks I've got on my watch list right now, Costco, flat pancake. Disney, oh, look at that. Look at Disney. Yeah, you got a bit of chop here. And you got chopped one more time. Then you rode this down. And you got in at around $92, and then you got out at 87. So that's a good little $5 one, only to get stopped out the next day, then go long the day after from $88. But now you're up $28. My mental math is right. Not bad. Not bad for Disney. Trending, like 1 month of chop to 2 months of trending. Yeah, that's right. The key is trying to find stocks that are moving a lot right now, that are definitely trending, and trying to anticipate it before. Because if one of the downsides of Momo is like you identified that we're trending here, right? Well, there's no long signals anywhere. You almost got a short and a sell signal here, but then it didn't happen, right? So you missed all this because the trigger was back here, right? So it's kind of hard to like wait for something to trend and then hope to get into a Momo. You kind of have to be already in or anticipate a momentum in a particular stock. And that's just picking names that people like, right? Now, how do you backtest this? Right there. That's how you backtest this. So the backtesting and trade ICR charts is not as easy to use as the trade ideas ones. They've got two different ones. They've got a back test, bar test, which is a really quick kind of test to do, where this one is one where you actually replay the chart. Do I have that? Yeah, let's just do it quickly. And then you literally just watch it, right? And then you can replay it in real time. You could speed it up and slow it down. And then this allows you to kind of really fine tune and identify certain trends. So you could do it for swing trading, you do it for day trading and whatnot, but this is the technique that you back test with CR charts. There's no optimization tool. So that's something that you have to analyze and do on your own and add additional if and or statements with either a combination of what the candles are doing or throwing on different indicators, right? So that's kind of another really cool thing I didn't talk about yet with CR charts is that trade ideas, great tool, helping you kind of like find very general things, right? It's candlestick specific stuff. There isn't any. If you take a look at this, of all the alerts and filters, right? You've got pullbacks from the highs, you've got cross from above and below the close, you got a couple of these moving average ones. Most of these filters are not amazing. Same with these ones. I'm just going to be straight up honest, right? Like these ones, they don't give a lot of good signals to work off of. These ones work great. These ones work great. But there's one more that I wanted to show you. These guys here. So these candlestick ones, the amount of triggers are very low, I find, and I haven't really been able to get a really good robot using their candlestick pattern analysis that's built into Trade Ideas. Now, you go to Sierra charts, for example. Do I still have that 10 EMA up? So here's our 10 EMA strategy. And you are not going to be able to download the software because my data feed changed. So here we go. Change that quickly. Load it up. So here's our 10 EMA strategy. And this is where we do candlestick analysis. So it's a little bit more of a complex robot, as you can tell, right? A lot more lines of different code being built into this particular one. So I'm looking for trending. I'm looking for my buy trigger candles, if it's bullish, counting how many triggers we had for a day. Are we a new day, right? Buy signals. And here I'm storing values, right? So storing a last high, storing a last low. And what this particular robot does is quickly explaining it. So I got 5 more minutes. Is we're looking for a 10 EMA. So we're moving up. Here's our 10 EMA, the green one. And then I'm looking for a bearish candle after, if I remember correctly, it's the bearish candle after a bullish one, or a series of bullish candles. And then what I do from here, well, I've never run this bot for a while, is that I store the high value of this purple candle, this pink candle. And if we break that level over the next, say, couple of candles, we would go long. So that's why we have this long signal. These other ones are just the continuation of that, but we've already been long on the first one. So long here, stop there, target there. And then that's what this robot does, right? So now I'm looking for a very specific candle pattern, right? So if I want to have, say, 3 bearish candles, 1 bullish candles, and then the next one is a bullish candle, we break the moving average, right? And then we have a bearish candle, we retest the moving average, and then we go long. You could do that. There's no way in the world you could do that with Trade Ideas, but with CR charts, you could do it, right? You can analyze as much as you want, and you can build all that customization. You can get really, really cool with candlestick patterns if you really like looking at, say, that price action or whatnot. The other cool thing about CR charts, supports futures. So if you trade futures, it's primarily designed for futures. So it definitely works with stocks, but the platform's designed for futures. So if you like to do trading futures and you want to automate futures, this platform is really good for that. It's probably better than that, better for that. And yeah, I think that's downside is no result. Oh, there is results. I just didn't show it to you. Sorry. So here's a recent backtest that was done. So here you get all the results, right? So it gives you all like the main details that you would want to expect to see in a particular backtest. And then you actually have all the trades here. You can see that was the backtest of a Tesla trade that I have been working on with my buddy. Working on this bot together right now, and here's your stats. So you do have your trade results, and you can actually visualize. I think here we go. So on this here's the bot that we're working on right now. I won't go into too much details of how this one works, but for today's back testing, it's down a little bit. We can see we're testing some trailing stops, and so we can see here's the trades that happened. You can see there's markings on my screens of where they happen on the back testing today. This was live testing, so forward testing, right? And yeah, you can visualize it on the chart, and then you can also read it through the trade activities. If you're building for a specific stock, I think it would be an absolute necessity. Absolutely, yeah. So right now, what we're doing in this robot is that we're storing all the results as we do different iterations of our back test, changing our targets, changing our stops, changing the different parameters, and we're kind of storing those back test results in a sheet. And then we're just comparing them as we kind of like navigate our way to finding the optimal settings. So this is a little bit more of a complex bot. Again, there's lots of code involved on this one. You can see there's quite a bit here just for that. We're storing different values as well on this one. So it's a really cool bot in progress. But absolutely, yeah, we can back test it. We can store all the results, and we can definitely follow up through it with, like learn to optimize and make improvements on that. No, I'm not working on that with this one. Matt spends a lot more time with the this platform. So this would be the funded account platform. So MetaTrader here. So here's MetaTrader. We'll do very, very quickly. I'm not too much doing this, but you can back test as well. So you have your moving average here. You can run the back test results real quickly. So I think Matt just put out a video about running different back tests to finding the optimal value. So this is what he was talking about for this particular one. You can see this back test I just randomly did right now. If I had I think it was a $10,000 account, so I would have lost $5 grand on that back test right now. Here's the history of all the different trades. And then I think there's like there should be a way to tester view. There's a way to kind of see like an overview of it. Oh, look who's on with us.
What's up, David? You're talking about me, right?
Starting them young. Oh man.
Yeah,
I got a question for Jason.
hit me or hit him.
Hit him. Long or short? Up or down? I love it. I'm doing that.
That's the answer. It's obviously the right answer.
Dude, yeah, I'm totally doing it. I'm going to figure that out now.
Let's just go code it and make it happen, okay?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Team,
All
type
right.
in a 4 if David Potvin opened your brain to a whole new parallel you didn't even know existed. Yeah, I love it. That's what our boy David does. So he is obviously half cyborg, but that's okay. It's fine to have half robots, half humans. But it's very, very cool. All the fantastic things that are available for us, that are existing, that are out there. So David, thanks, man. Appreciate your assistance, big guy. Love you, dude. Tell all of your kiddos I said hi as well.
All right. Have a good one, guys. And enjoy your afternoon swim room.
Thanks, man. All right. Give me 3 seconds to pull up what I want to pull up. There we go. All right. Perfect. Okay, here we go, boys and girls. Live from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. This is your motivational, sensational, inspirational, educational, aspirational, international, keenly awaited, daily created, highly anticipated edition of the Afternoon Swing Trading Forward. The humble host, Jeremy Alexander Newsom, with another daily dose of mentally delicious brain food, reminding each of you to love life, live life, and trade it. His perfect mom is coming down the stairs now to come get him. Hey. All right. Okay, cool deal. Let's go talk about the broader markets and discuss what's going on out there. We're going to talk about most specifically Microsoft earnings as well as Tesla earnings and go through some individual tickers. I have a nice long list today. If you're watching this on the recording or especially live, strap in because there's a lot of information to cover and I'm really, really pumped to do it. First and foremost, the SPY, I mean, we're really just at a crucial level. If there's going to be any type of actual rollover, it needs to happen really sooner rather than later. Again, I don't know if it will. I'm okay to play both bullish swing trades and bearish swing trades. Earnings season is here, which is fantastic. The only downside right now is the VIX is very, very low, meaning there will not be tons of premium to sell options. But the good news is for option buyers is if you can pick a good gap and you can focus and get the right direction. I mean, it's kind of like roulette. You're betting red or black, gap up or gap down. My theory is to have one consistent edge that you're focusing on the entire time. For anyone who is super bored over the next 3 days, I do have a free advanced trading program where I cover my earning strategies entirely for free. So you're welcome to go check that out if you get a chance to do that. Also, just so that we know it and so it's available to all of you, in February, I'll be doing a new campaign where I'm raising money for Arrow Recovery, which is our current benefactor for the Real Life Foundation, where I will be running 1 mile for every $100 donated. So the goal is obviously, I mean, heck, if $100,000 got donated between now and the month and the end of February, I'd be running 1,000 miles, which is a lot. And I'd have to figure that out logistically. So I'm starting it now so I can chip away to kind of get an idea of how much I'll be running in the month of February. But just in case you win some extra money or want to throw some, go to reallifefoundation.org and feel free to throw us some love so we can help impact the world. All right, cool deal. Let's go look at the NASDAQ, which is the QQQ ETF. And this is gapping up almost entirely because of Microsoft. We're going to look at Microsoft in just a few seconds. But the interesting thing to keep in mind on Microsoft, and I think on the Qs, is you do have a few bull candles in a row, and we are gapping up into a little bit of a resistance. It should be a very interesting and a pretty decent bullish gap, but we'll find out if we fade off the 200 or not. So we had a little bit of a small gap down today. Tomorrow will be interesting, but you know, a quick little bull move, trade up into the 200 where some selling could come in. It could be really, I would expect tomorrow to look and feel a lot like today if we truly do gap up in the morning, but there's a long time between now and tomorrow morning. The Dow Jones ETF, we're just chilling still, actually. We're battling the 100 simple moving average on the non-adjusted for dividends chart. So that's the one that we're kind of acting as a little bit of a resistance. And if you turn the adjusted for dividends chart on, that's acting as a support level. So that particular support level will just be a price where we can kind of bounce off of on the Dow Jones ETF. Microsoft, not really going to impact that dramatically, I don't think. But again, I'll be watching it. We're going to analyze it in just a few seconds to see if we're going to gap up and fade down on Microsoft. And then IWM had a pretty, inside day, usually after a very, very fantastic day. And I had a chat with a gentleman named Scotty yesterday afternoon. And Scotty and I's conversation went essentially something like this. When you have a really, really good day, especially towards the end of the month, it's a great, super fantastic opportunity to lock in a bunch of profits and just protect those gains going forward. So that was a good example of today. All right, type in a quick M into the chat pane if you want to look at Microsoft for you. For those watching the recording, you're just going to go ahead and get it now. So here's Microsoft. This is a very, very nice gap. And about 3 days ago, I was analyzing Microsoft and was discussing that an iron condor would probably be the best way to take advantage of this overall earnings move. Iron condor, of course, being selling a bull put spread and selling a bear call spread. And we are gapping up, but nowhere near into the spread. And in fact, we're still going to be battling the 200 simple. So 200 simple on the daily chart, you're going to want to draw a line there because we're going to interact with that a lot tomorrow. My thought process on Microsoft, and I'll just go ahead and kind of draw it on this screen, is that we probably have a little bit of a pop up into here, a little bit of a rotation, and we kind of just chop around a little bit, is my guess, and end with a small bull candle tomorrow. That's my guess. It is a really, really good gap, though, and I'm interested to see what happens. I mean, if it really gets an amazing strong close above the 200, I could always buy a dip on a day trade or something, but we're going to swing trade this and look at this tomorrow and the next day to just get a good idea of what might happen based on this gap up. But just keep in mind the 200 simple is going to be a resistance of some magnitude, and that's okay. Not a big deal, but it's there. However, the gap is legit. It's a strong gap. It's a good bullish gap and go. And I think that there's going to be some people who are going to be buying this, buying really good news. And the big, big candle to keep your eyes on, for me at least, is this big, huge bear volume spike there. That happened on this day. So my plan is if Microsoft pulls back into like the 248 region, that might also be a buyable spot based on that volume node there on the daily chart. But for this iron condor, this is exactly what you want. You can pretty much close the bull put spread as it'll be worthless tomorrow morning, and then just kind of hold on to the bear call spread to see what we do And really, there's no need to even do anything unless it kind of breaks above 265. But let's just see how it interacts with that 200 simple tomorrow. All right, sweetness. I like it. Next on the watch list is Adobe. And Adobe did get that one small move we were talking about over the last 3 or 4 days. This is the last time I analyzed it, was back on Friday of last week, where it looked something like this. It was really just kind of consolidating, not doing a lot. And my analysis was, well, team, listen, if we get a good close above this range, either above or below, I'm down to trade it. Just know that this will be a target or this will be the target, the 100 or the 200. So in this example, we did get the close below. Let's just kind of practice what that looks like, breaking out of that range. Here we go. Bang. Strong close, good candle. The candle before it was an inside candle, right? Showing that compression building. This came in and closed above everything. So this was the day to go long. And then you would look to just sell to 200. So that's 365. Apologize. 356 to 366, essentially a $10 move on Adobe. So if you bought 10 shares, you got $100. Congratulations, free Buffalo Wild Wings for a night. And that's how you could have played Adobe if you want to. So now it's chilling at the 200. What's important to look at is this weekly chart. We have a lot of room to go. And the monthly chart, we are bouncing off that 100 simple on a monthly chart, which is a strong support. So the question is, will Adobe break out of this resistance? It's hanging its head right against the 200. And the answer is, we certainly need to watch it. This one's going to go on the watch list very closely over the next 3 or 4 days, because it could pop out really, really brilliantly. Next on the list is Eli Lilly. Now, this is going to bring me to one of the first and foremost discussions of the day. The New York Stock Exchange. Hey, cover your kids' ears for a second. I have no clue what the hell's going on with the New York Stock Exchange this morning. I was on the phone for like an hour and a half with TD Ameritrade. Long story short, to the best of my knowledge, there was a bunch of bad prints, bad data that somehow reached the markets. And the New York Stock Exchange, according to a discussion that I had recently, said that they would null and void any of those trades that happened. Because here was the unfortunate part. I got stopped out of one of our shorts, which is a ticker symbol MO, but I did not get filled on one of our bull trades. So the bullish trade did not get filled and the bearish trade did. So allegedly, we're going to get null and voided our positions, which means that it should just return back to our balance sheet. So the New York Stock Exchange is going to have to like kind of, I guess, eat it a little bit, which is great because that's going to save me 4 hours. I was a little fuming McFumerton. Not that gaps don't happen. That was not it. It was the fact that it happened within a quarter of a second and everything just was all over the place and the spreads were crazy and everything was terrible. And it only happened on the New York Stock Exchange. So I'm going to give 2 or 3 days for these candles to kind of be recalculated, because essentially it was the largest one-day move in history on 98% of all stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. Riddle me that. No idea, boys and girls. Definitely some weird things happening, but all is good, I guess, at the end of the day. So Shopify, we have a target on Shop, and that target is 46.35. I have my limit order open. It did sell 3 shares out of thousands, but whatever. So I would have been less perturbed if this would have filled and I did not get stopped out on MO, or if this did fill and I still got stopped out, I would have been still annoyed, but not as much, I guess. So anyway, I'm assuming this candle will get fixed. I don't know how long it's going to take, but the trend is still okay bullish. It was like a nice gap. I would have loved to have sold off at open, and that is that. But we are in this particular trade. And if I hide the drawings, really at the end of the day, this is a retest gap anyway. So I want some retest action to come in, let it chop around for a bit, and then slowly grind higher. I'm definitely going to be patient on it. Earnings is in a while from now, so I'm not really stressed about earnings on Shopify, and we'll see what occurs. But this is one of our official swing trades that we are in together, and so that was very, very interesting. And then to wake up to this, where I'm probably just going to bail out of this tomorrow, But again, the largest move, 1 day move in the history of the company in a second and a half was definitely unique. So if you go to a 1 minute chart, you can kind of see it. Let me just hide all this for a second. So here's the very first 1 minute candle going from 51 all the way down to here. But this did stop out some traders in that first minute. And then it got halted and it came back to normal. Very weird, very crazy. I don't know what caused it. Generally, I'm in the dark on a lot of those weird things anyway. So allegedly, this account should just return back to balanced, bearish, and the loss will go away. That'll be interesting. That's all I got. I'm probably going to close this position because now I have hemorrhoids. I don't know what I have. I have a hernia. I have something. This was rough. This was, I mean, I was eating a 4-hour loss. I ate it. Didn't eat it. I ate it. Full on ate. Not pretty. Not happy about that. But hey, it looks like there's going to be some resolution. So I guess it's not the end of the world. All right, cool. Pinterest. So Pinterest also in the New York Stock Exchange. So this is also one that I'm just going to kind of glaze over a little bit. Now, granted, it does have earnings. I did try to get an option collar open, but again, this print isn't really valid. So I'm going to continue to give this one 2 or 3 more days to figure out what exactly I do on it. I'm just going to assume that today's candle just becomes invalidated and whatever happens over the next 3 or 4 days happens. And it'll be, you know, history under the spilt milk under the rug, I think is the term. So with Pinterest, you know, we're still under that 50 EMA on a weekly chart. And so that's pretty much what should happen there. One trader says I lost over 15 R's today on John Deere. Yeah, that sucks. John Deere? Or is it another stock? 15 R's. That is a large move. This is the New York Stock Exchange, but might want to glaze over it. I don't really see how anyone could have lost that amount of money unless it was a yeah, I don't even know. Basecamp Trading told me to short it at 407. Gotcha. Basecamp kind of sucks. We did set this up at 433 to short a long time ago. Yeah, I would never personally get in bearish after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bear candles like that at a neckline. If you're going to do anything, you're going to short up here. But also losing 15 hours is too much. So you might want to just look over your position sizing maybe next time. But anyway, sorry that happened, man. There was definitely some weirdness going on in the market today. And yeah, sorry if you were a recipient of that. Okay, next I had a request for Etsy on the NASDAQ. And let me go look at the weekly chart really quick. And then the monthly. One of my processes, team, to find a really, really high caliber trade is going through all the moving averages on all the time frames and seeing how much room I have. And that's it. How much room do I have above or below where I'm at? And that's going to really help me identify if I want to get into a trade. Because Etsy is above all of its daily, weekly, and monthly moving averages. AKA, it's in a bullish trend. And the only thing stopping it right now is the 100 simple on a weekly, which could be a really good target. But on the daily and everything else, it's above all of them. This was your first bear candle right here, closing above the 10 EMA. So your bullish entry would have been right here, stop loss right there, and you're probably still in this. My opinion, it is coming into a little bit of a prior resistance. I would look to get in down here around 122. But Etsy has survived the tech sell-off storm. And I think they did quite well. And in fact, this kind of reminds me a little bit of Netflix. It was down, 77%. And now it's doubled in value. So it's almost exactly like Netflix. So that says to me that we're probably going to just slowly keep grinding higher. So Edge is bullish on Etsy. Buy some dips. NVIDIA just running its head into some resistance. Again, it's at the 100 simple on a weekly chart. So we'll kind of see what happens there. Nice resistance, 3 or 4 bull weeks in a row. And if that breaks out, this is going to be a strong move. I did buy some NVIDIA down here and sold it. And so now I have no other positions of NVIDIA, but I'll look for an S curve or some type of formation like this if I'm going to get back into NVIDIA. Rick says, when you trade the Momo strategy, do you still do all the analysis or do you just follow the Momo process? That's a good question, Rick. So a lot of my Momo trades are automated first and foremost. So it keeps it really easy. But for me, what I use Momo for is to tell me the trend. Once I know the trend, I play that direction. That's essentially it. So for example, on NVIDIA, let's pop into 3 different time frames. So the daily Momo has been long since January 12th. So I'll draw a straight line there as example. So as of the daily, now on this day, we're bullish. Then I could pop into an hourly chart, turn the extended hours off for a second. And on the hourly chart, what you'll notice is right here, you had a sell signal. Lynn says, can we define Momo again? Momo means momentum. That's it. It's an indicator that we give Lynn totally for free for anyone in the entire world who wants access to it. So this sell signal, Rick, would you have avoided it since you had the bullish buy on the daily chart? And the answer is hopefully. So since you would have avoided that sell signal right here, you could have absolutely gone long once you get that buy signal here based on Momo, and you would still be in the trade. So the question is simply, what time frames is best for you, Rick? And yeah, come up with a strategy that sounds something like that. Have more than one time frame that dictates what the trend is, and then a little bit of a smaller time frame that helps you dictate when you get in. Don't take the ones that are counter trend and only take the ones that are trending, and you'll do really well in the strategy. Yeah, bro, Seppi. I hope that's helpful. Texas Instruments, TXN earnings came out. This one's gapping up a smidge. Nothing big, nothing large, nothing special. Almost not even worth watching. Cindy says, can you use Momo to add to a position? Sure. Yep. I usually add pretty small and pretty light. I don't add aggressively. I'll add 10 shares, 20 shares, 30 shares. If I'm going to add to a trade, that's, again, just me personally. I like to scale in, a little bit on the smaller side. Make sure that I can lose smaller as it's going in my direction. That's one of the biggest, most important keys. So the adjusted for dividends chart team shows the 100 simple on a weekly chart of 174.35. This is probably the spot that you look to buy a dip on Texas Instruments. It is a decent gap up, and it really could run. Anything is possible, right? Let it run, and then just look for a pullback on Texas Instruments to some magnitude before you're going to get in. AT&T, largest one-day move in human history. And again, all because of some random New York Stock Exchange print. So this candle probably gets voided and deleted and then removed in a week or 2 or 3 from TradingView. And that'll be that. So really nothing to see on AT&T. Earnings is around the corner. And I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, AT&T is the most boring stock in the world. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't even own it for dividends. But if you want to trade it or you want to own it for dividends, simple. Buy it as low as you can and then turn around and sell it as high as you can and just be as patient as possible. It's not going to do anything fantastic. It's not going to do anything great. And it's the exact same price it was in 1995. So don't expect a lot from this one, but it is low. And if you're a customer of AT&T and you want to buy it, buy low, hold for a little bit, sell high. That's pretty much what everyone else does. All right. FUTU. So I'm still waiting for a dip on this one. It still hasn't happened yet. So waiting for a larger dip. The cool news is you have a perfect inside candle today on FUTU Holdings. Whoever requested this one, feel free to day trade this. If for some reason it opens tomorrow below the low of that candle, that'd be an amazing short opportunity for 30 or 40 minutes. And I would still look to go long around 46. This has a good edge to it because it took out all that bear volume there. And if I go to a weekly time frame, the 200 simple on a weekly is at 48.79. So essentially you would be able to kind of buy a nice little dip on this one at some stage. This is what the chart looks like on a log chart, logarithm. And you got an okay little trend line. So yeah, I try to buy a little bit of a dip on it, but the dip is coming for sure. And just kind of wait for a nice gap on a daily chart. All right. Wayfair, again, a New York Stock Exchange issue, had an incredible move the last 2 or 3 days. This is a nice gap, and this is one to put on your watch list. I don't think Wayfair is going away personally. I mean, I could just be saying that, but it looks to me like it's back at support, and people do use them. People are still shopping there. This is a lot of volume coming in down here, which is great. And we are low, 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 extremely low. So that being the case, what I would look to do is probably buy this one on a retest at the 200 simple moving average, which is around 50. Really interesting shooting star looking thing today. But again, that's really kind of based on the whole New York Stock Exchange challenge. So I think you should all keep an eye on this one. This looks really toasty. Not very expensive. In fact, this is like kind of my favorite range of stock to do covered calls on with some size, right? Buy a company that I know how they work. I know how they make money. I interact with them daily. They're between 70 and 20, and buy a poop ton and then sell a covered call, a few strikes out of the money for a 2-3 weeks away, hopefully get called away, and then bank some gains. And if I don't get called away, then I'm just going to do it again. This could be a really good scenario. And I think we're going to come back to this one and look at it Monday of next week. Hopefully you are all still here Monday of next week. It's really easy to join the All Access Pass if you ever want to. It's only $275 a month, and it's worth it. That's my sales pitch for the day. Going forward, Roblox, RBLX. Again, I'm going to give this one a day or two to let it settle down because it's another New York Stock Exchange weird looking print. I do love this candle though. So I'm going to come back to this one on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, and also Thursday. I'm going to watch it pretty closely because I think that if we can, even though this candle is a weird candle, break above this high, which is about $39-ish, I think it could run. And as I mentioned recently, I'm accumulating some Roblox down here for my son Gabriel, since he's on it 473,000 hours a month. And my assumption is that it's probably eventually going to go back up to where it was, maybe 70, maybe 60. But this is going to be a good spot to accumulate. And this is a very, very interesting company. If you haven't studied them at all, I think you should, especially if you have children at all. It's kind of my thoughts. So we're going to come back to this one as time progresses. Next on the list, Barrick Gold ABX was requested yesterday. And on the weekly chart and monthly charts, it's just trading a little in the sideways. So when I say a little sideways, I like to go back and I go, oh, wow, it was the same price in 1997. Sideways. Got it. And then on the weekly chart, it's in between both the 100 and the 200 simple moving average, which is sideways. So when you're playing sideways moves, you generally do not take breakouts. You try to just set up a limit buy as low as you can and then sell it as high as you can, and you wait for the difference. I know that sounds kind of obvious, but that's really the best way to play sideways moving stocks. For me, I'd probably do as best I can to patiently wait for it to trade down to 23. Quick question. Is there a strategy that you can use to get paid to wait for a stock to come down to the price that you want to buy it at anyway? The answer is yes, there is. And I teach it for free here at reallifetrading.com under the advanced trading course. So, just cool little FYI. So ABX, I would keep waiting on that one. No trade on that one yet for me. CrowdStrike. Absolutely owned some analysis recently of CrowdStrike. And this looks like a very interesting double bottom. It's an ugly one, but here it is. Meow, 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 meow. Really cool hammer right there. I would probably take a stab at buying that neckline again. And then I'm going to go to some longer term moving averages because I think that we're close to some. Weekly, no. Monthly, no. I'm just wrong. No moving averages at all. Got it. That means you're bottom fishing. So you're going to want to know what this stock does, what this company does, how it makes its money, do some analysis on it, do some research. But if I were playing this one, I'd probably have a trigger to buy protective puts if it made a new low. And then I would increase that protective put trigger over time. The chart looks pretty clean. And if it can break out, it would be nice. It's had a really, really nice solid sell-off. And I'd like to rebuy it at 99, call it 100. In fact, this thing probably gets pretty good risk reward. I probably would even just buy a protective put here at 97. So really risking $2 and some change if it makes it back down there. Ashish says, how much time will you give for your puts? I normally buy a month out. So I'd buy March at this stage because that would cover me for earnings. But I would only buy puts on this if it went below 97.25. So I have to buy it first, and then I would buy some puts if it broke below a certain level. All right, that's CrowdStrike. Boeing, just going higher. Ashish says, will you buy a collar? I do not buy collars, but I sell collars. And the answer is absolutely 100%, 1,000. Yes, all day. I love collars. My favorite strategy on earth. So given the opportunity to do so, I will always get into a collar. You can jot that one down as a forever in my book, my brother. Forever and ever. Boeing is slaying it. One of the strongest stocks out there. And this is a huge double bottom. And my question is just, will it pull back to around the neckline area? That's really all I'm waiting for. I don't know if it's going to happen. So far, it hasn't. I tried a short on Boeing and surprisingly, or not surprisingly, lost. So earnings is around the corner. We'll see what it does on earnings. As long as Boeing does not open below 204, it should be okay. Eventually, it might pull back down to this area, and I think it will probably happen over 3 or 4 months. So the answer is I'm going to keep waiting, and any bearish position I do, it'll probably be non-directional, like bear call spreads or something like that, and it'll be above the 200 simple on a weekly chart. If I go to the monthly chart, the 100 simple on a monthly is also 220. So yeah, anything I do is going to be non-directional. So bear call spread, short collar, bear put spread, something of that nature. Okay. Coinbase. So Ashish, ready for this? What strategy is this called, my dude? Bang, bang. What do we got here? What do we got? What do we got? This is a collar. Yep, here it is. So I bought some shares of Coinbase at 38. Obviously got very lucky on the price. It did go a little bit lower, but I was going to buy puts down here if it just kept going down, and it did not. If I come over here, you'll see why I did that, because it's not like the most, it's a relatively obvious setup in my opinion. Pretty clean looking double bottom thing. So there's the double bottom, but volume and my favorite candlestick pattern, one white soldier. So I bought some this day here, right here. So got some, got filled. I think exactly at 35. This day comes in, which was this bear day. And I was like, oh no. And then I got, paid off really nicely. I had a trigger to buy puts below the low of that hammer. So then it just kind of moved. So Ashish, the answer, my dear brother, is on the screen. He says, how are you managing the coin position? I'm done managing it. Nothing else to do. I'm in a collar for February. 65 call sale, $40 put sale. I have nothing I need to do for an entire month. So now I don't care. I'm either going to make money or I'm going to make money. In fact, I'm going to make about 100% return or 23% return. I'm good, dude. Nothing to do. Stress-free, easy life. That's Coinbase. Buy it low if you can. Tesla gapping up a little bit with the Microsoft news, but we'll see what Tesla ends up doing. So far for the day, it really didn't do very much at all, unless you trade the extended hours chart. If you trade the extended hours chart, this is the only real move you had, which I did not get a chance to play because of all the weirdness that was going on in the morning anyway. That's my excuse, of course. But here is the pre-market open. So if you're drawing a support resistance, support's going here, give or take, resistance going here. Type in a 2 if that's very clean and extremely obvious. Now, Tesla was not gapping above the high of the prior day or below the low of the prior day. So I'm going to be very, very patient to take a trade. Therefore, I'm either going to be a net buyer down here, duh, or a net seller up here, also duh. Didn't get a chance to do either one of those trades on Tesla, mostly because whatever. New York Stock Exchange decided to just be extremely weird. But if you did short it up here around 146 or 145 off that pre-market high, congratulations. I mean, that is just not only obvious, but very, very, very easy. And then the trade that I did get into was here. I shorted there on a retest of all of this volume, the bull volume, double bottomed, and I just had to manage my stop losses accordingly from there. So lower my stops, lower my stops, lower my stops, and broke even. And by break even, I mean won almost no money at all right there. So one of my rules personally is if I get into a trade and it doesn't really work and I have multiple chances to get out for a small gain, I generally do. So now what is Tesla going to do over earnings? That is a fantastic question. So we have, let's see, the 50 EMA on the daily at 153.49. We have the monthly 10 EMA at 149, and you have one of the strongest monthly reversals I've seen in a very long time. Strong, strong, strong monthly reversal. I mean, again, this is a monthly chart, so it's incredible. A gap like that on a monthly. My assumption is it's going to gap up small on earnings, the close of Wednesday, and then fade down a little bit, or just absolutely just scream bullish. I don't know. It'll have to depend on how it opens. If it opens above 155, I think it's just going to retest and then run. If it opens at 152, I don't know. It'll be just a pure guess for me, essentially. And if it gaps down a little bit, I would just try to let it pull back into probably 125, and I would buy some again. Dan says, would you do a straddle on Tesla? Good question. I mean, let's just go look at the last few earnings. So this earnings was a nothing burger. This earnings had a good gap up. This earnings, it did gap up, but it faded immediately. This earnings, nothing really special. This one, nothing at all. You know, it's time for a good gap on Tesla. I'd say so. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't do a straddle though. I'll do a strangle. I'm more of a strangle kind of guy. So puts, calls. Cindy says your trade's only bullish on Tesla. No, absolutely. In fact, every single trade in December was bearish. Now long-term, I am buying some shares of Tesla down here. By down here, I mean literally from 100 to 160, I think is a totally fine. So what do you guys think? If you have $100,000 and I'm saying I'm buying it long-term, should you take $100,000 and just boom, one day on a Tuesday, buy all the shares? No, right? Sprinkle some in. Take 5,000 one week, buy some. Take another 5,000, put it at a nice limit that you would like to buy some. Wait a week, throw in another 5,000, right? Pyramid in so that you're not as emotionally tied to it. That's the key. Because bottoms are going to be very, very hard to time. No one's going to do it correctly or perfectly. But what's interesting is you did get a Momo buy signal today on Tesla. So let's find out what happens on earnings. I think it's going to gap up small on earnings, probably to like 152, and then we're just going to have to see what happens. That's my guess. That's my thoughts on Tesla over earnings. Dan says, you and I have a mutual friend, Troy. Dude, the amount of time I spent with your boy, Troy. I love that dude. Tell him I said hi. That's awesome, man. He's a great dude. Great guy. Maloney says, I mean, because it's Tuesday, maybe, but not if it's a Wednesday. I might be interested. Yeah. It's going to be extremely interesting to see what happens. All right. Roku. Speaking of interesting, Roku is doing something, moving. This thing ran right into the 100 simple like a stone and got punched right in the face. So we'll just have to see what happens on Roku. By the way, quick question. If we're practicing the 10 EMA strategy, I mean, we might as well practice it while we're here. Type a 9 if this candle and this setup fits. Now, while you're all typing in a 9, please note that I did not take this trade. I'll always share whatever trade I do take or don't take. This one was not one of those. But that is a perfect 10 EMA setup. So if you're wondering, if you're practicing and you're getting better at it, that's it. So your entry right above that high, stop loss right there, boom, boom, go smile, work is done. And look at how that puppy soars. Woo! And then bang, right into probably one of your main targets, right around there. I mean, that would have been a great, great bill paying trade. Question, could you have done that with 1,000 shares and made 10 grand? Why not? Sure. Could you have done that with 2 shares and made 20 bucks? Sure. Could you have done that with 10,000 shares? Made 100 grand? Sure. So anyway, nice looking move. Huge resistance at the 100. I will keep an eye on Roku. There's nothing it's doing right now. Today's an inside day candle, which just means the pressure is building. My assumption is it would pull back a little bit and then chop around, and then we'll see what happens on earnings. I don't think Roku's gonna be amazing, but there is some decent edge to it right now. It's had some really, really fun, an amazing 40% crash in December, and then a huge 60% rally in January. So it's all over the board, and this is going to be very fun to keep an eye out on and track. So I'll put it on the list for Thursday. Continuing with the day, Netflix, it's bullish, be bullish, buy the dips, stay long. That's really it on Netflix. Perfect gap and go, really, really good candle setup. I mean, it's breaking above all moving averages. I don't see why it would stop for a little bit. So be long, buy dips. Trend is amazingly strong on Netflix. So whatever weakness it has, buy that weakness. Agilent Technologies. Is this a double top? Maybe. This is an interesting candle. This is a new black crow, one black crow style candle. Really good high wave indecision candle. It's okay. I mean, whoever requested this one, I would probably set up like this. Short below the low of today's candle, stop above this new high, and then target essentially back down at this overall support. It's an okay trade. I give that one a B+. Beyond Meat, still in business somehow. Oh, okay. I see a resistance. It's hanging out at that resistance. It's closed above the 100. And it did it with volume. Okay, sweet. Well, that'll be easy. Inside candle. I bet it closed above the 10 EMA too. It closed above the 10 EMA. Now, really, this one also was your first bear candle closing above the 10, so that would have been an entry, but we did reset the count with a close below the moving average. So let me just see if there's something glaring that I'm not missing to take that trade. Moving averages on the daily, we're good. Weekly, ooh, the 20. Okay. See, this is what I mean by glaring. There's certainly something there. I'd really, really want a good close above this price because there's a lot of resistance there. A good close, and I will take this trade, but that is going on the list for tomorrow. And if it can break above there, let's go. Towards the end of the day, that one needs to set up. All right, Zim, zippity doodah, Zim integrated shipping. This was the talk of the town for a while. Interesting. 2 bear candles, both closing above the 10 right here. Inside candle, kind of a cool looking shape. Again, you are picking a bottom if you're playing this thing. We've traded this a lot back up in here. Speculative position because the stock sold off so fast. I mean, you know, the reason I say speculative, I mean, if a company goes up 300% and then down 95%, you got to be like, wait a minute. maybe this isn't the strongest of companies. I'd probably try to buy this one on a dip and then set your stop all the way at the new low here. So 1830 by 1590, and then put your target up here at 2150. If you're playing Zim, that's probably how I'd play it. QS QuantumScape, I'll probably skip over for now because it was a New York Stock Exchange and it had just randomly huge candle come in. This is another one of those garbage companies. I don't mean like trash pickup companies. I mean actual potential garbage that is still around somehow. We do have a weekly 10 EMA setup though, which is interesting. That is cool. Let's come back to this one on Thursday, because if we get a small bear candle tomorrow, I could set up just a bottom fish. Every now and then when you bottom fish, you catch a catfish. And sometimes that's really all you catch. All right, continuing with our list, Amgen. I was looking at Amgen, which is a biotech stock, because it had a bull candle closing below the 10 right here. The challenge that I see then is the incredibly strong support that's just really sitting right on top of. So that's my pickle. It looks like a short. It looks like a double top. You're also at a very, very strong resistance. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to have really, really compelling arguments for both sides. I generally do nothing. If you see this as bullish, I'd play it non-directionally bullish. And if you see it as bearish, wait for a little bit of a retest and then best of luck. Yeah, that's my thoughts. CRPT, First Trust Skybridge Crypto Industry. Nothing says trust like being down 94%. Dan says, I lost 100,000 in a year in my retirement account. Yeah, you wouldn't have to give me that heads up, dude. I could have told you that when I pulled up that chart. Sorry, bro. That sucks though, man. I mean, I hope it comes back. I'm sure you have shares in it, so I do hope it returns for you. But yeah, that blows. That blows hard. Yeah. There's not much I can say on this. No sky bridge on this one. Hopefully it recovers, but it probably doesn't. It's an interesting ETF. It has very little volume. Let's keep it on the list. Let's look at it next week. Let's give that one a little bit more time. I'll put it to you this way. It doesn't look amazing. It could easily recover, but it's got some work to do. Yeah. UEC, Uranium Energy. I forget who I was analyzing this one for not that long ago. But the analysis was essentially, I think, if I remember correctly, I got asked to analyze this one up here. My analysis was, yeah, to pyramid in, buy low, sell high in 3 different tranches. And these were the tranches, 412, 374, and 328. All of those have hit and it's bounced. So whoever asked for that, congrats. I guess you could take your stop loss or protected puts and increase it at this stage and just hope it breaks out. And that's really all you're doing is you're hoping. The 100 simple on a weekly is doing its best to hold this thing up. You do have some really, really strong compression. So the higher lows look like this, lower highs look like this. I think it trades sideways for a few more months and then hopefully breaks out in one direction or another. And obviously if you bought it, I hope it breaks out for you bullish. The other one, the other disaster, Bitwise Crypto Industry Innovators ETF. I mean, again, they're really cool when they go up. And unfortunately, most people find me too late because let me give you an example. If you guys came to me or doing the webinar and I was like, trust me, I'm really wise. Zach Johnson, trust me, dude, I'm super wise. I'm actually bitwise. I know a lot about the crypto industry and I'm an amazing innovator. When you throw random synergistic corporate lingo words into an ETF, I don't buy those. It's my opinion. It's a good rule going forward. We can all learn things from painful losses. I've been there. I've been there many times, but I do like to look at some names sometimes and just go, nah. Yeah. No. Nah. Bitwise crypto industry innovators. Now I get it. It's nice and low. So should we be getting in? And your ego is going to want to say yes. The chart says not yet. Let it pull back. And if you do want to trade crypto, I trade crypto. I'm all about it. Trade cryptos that are in uptrends. I just trade the actual crypto. And the three, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin are the three that I will trade the most. I will just trade the actual crypto itself and not the actual ETF. All my opinions, of course. AMD had its pullback today. We talked about that pullback just yesterday, and we're going to see how this thing gaps up. If AMD gaps above and opens above the high of today, I think it'd be a really good day trade to take. Today was obviously no day trade at all on AMD, or at least shouldn't have been. But if you're swing trading it, we'll see. We'll find out what happens. Earnings is right around the corner, and today is probably an okay time to try or get into an iron condor, bull put spread, bear call spread, and let's see what happens over earnings. That's probably what I would do. And we'll come back to AMD later in the week and just see what it does. Earnings will be fun, though, on AMD for sure. Inside day, big time on AMD. I don't think I typed this incorrect. What's TRMD supposed to be? It doesn't look good. And I don't know what exchange is it. What is that? That's on the NASDAQ? Wow. Huh. Oh, another shipping company. Danish shipping company. Well, they're about to ship things lower. I mean, that is the greatest head and shoulders pattern I've ever seen, with a small little bull candle right below the 10 EMA. So I would just, don't go long if it takes out the low of this candle. That doesn't look great at all. Delta. So Delta Airlines has broken above its long-term moving averages, the 100 and 200. You're having really good compression. This is already reported earnings. So there's a very good pennant pattern on Delta. And I had a Delta flight the other day and the meal was delicious. That's my news on Delta. I'm serious, guys. The tortellini was so good, I thought about just buying shares of Delta. I'm not exaggerating. It was like 5-star tortellini. Like, get me some more of this. It was just really interesting. I liked it. So good pennant pattern, building pressure. Let's see if this thing can break out, explode, or pop. It would be a little bit of a scalping McScalperton, most likely. And if it can run up into some resistance, it'd be a good trade. The trend is bullish right now, and you only have a little bit of things to worry about, which would be the 200 simple on the weekly, which has acted as a very, very nice resistance. But this is an inverted head and shoulders pattern on Delta. So keep that in mind. My boy David Wygant said he flew on Delta last night. Nicely done. So yeah, it's a good pennant pattern. This can easily go higher. Keep a close eye on it. GBTC, Grayscale Bitcoin, which is the the ETF. It is down. It's a lot lower than Bitcoin is. So this thing is down 78%. Bitcoin right now is only down like 64%. Saying all that to say, they got to outrun their again, just perfect word, right? I've never bought GBTC. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I just buy the real thing. It's really easy. Pull up an exchange, buy Bitcoin. People got scared that it would go insolvent. Yeah, it dropped a lot. But anyway, Bitcoin, crypto, I still trade them. Trading is incredible. Buy the dip. We'll see what happens. It had a really, really good pop out of here at around 850. So it was a gorgeous, gorgeous breakout. And again, I like it. I'm a fan, but let's see if it can pull back a little bit. And then David, looks like you bought it low enough to just kind of keep holding it for a little bit. But again, me personally, I just buy the actual Biddy. Biddy McBitterton. Zscaler. Just looking at the moving averages, this thing has gotten really beat up. But the good news, 2 bear candles closing above the 10 EMA. So I'm assuming whoever requested this one got in on that day above the high of that bear candle. If you did not, that's probably how I would attempt to get in. Pull back into 114 on Zscaler. CVS, apparently no one shops there. Down from 104 to 86. Ginormous triple top again. It already had a huge triple top back in 2016. Looks like it's trying to repeat that. I don't have any position in this one, but I would let it go lower before I bought it, or let it go higher before I shorted it, because it's already at the bottom and it can go lower. It's really, really, really extended. This could be one you could sell some puts on if you don't mind owning some shares around 75. If you can get some good premium for that, I would keep an eye on it. I wouldn't just blindly go in there, but you know, it's looking not fantastic. I'd like to buy it lower, and 75 is where I'd be a buyer. CHK, Chesapeake Energy Company, went bankrupt once, trying to do it again at some point. I would say on this one, if I'm looking at it, my overall opinion, my overall thoughts, is below the 200. Really, really strong support resistance here. Perfect support resistance here. Let's see what it does. It could break out either direction. Some good pressure is building. I don't have any position or plan on it right now, but we can always see if it can go down into the 100 SMA at 74.48. JP Morgan, also a New York Stock Exchange challenge, and pretty decent gap up. Okay looking move. But again, it's rife with all the issues and the challenges that the New York Stock Exchange faced today. So I don't really trust that candle. I'd try to buy it as low as I could at 125 if you're playing JP Morgan. Dan says, at the end of your presentation today, can you explain how your funded accounts work? Great question, Dan. I won't be able to do it today, only because I have an appointment right after this with a jiu-jitsu mat and my 13-year-old. But tomorrow, be here, bring your friends, and I'll talk to you about that tomorrow for sure. Because it is, what do the kids say? Dope AF. All right, I'm just going to do a few more, and then I'm going to add the rest I didn't get to tomorrow. Trace Medical. Very, very light volume, but looks like a pretty decent breakout. Let's see if this retests. Todd says, do you come on every day this week? Yes. So the best way to find our schedule, Todd, is to click on where it says live trading right here. And there's actually a schedule that you can get the exact day, the exact person, the exact name of the class right here in schedule form. So feel free to go there, check it out, and see the exact schedule for everyone. But I am here at 2 p.m. Pacific, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. TMCI, let's see if it can pull back into $25. That's where I would buy it and be very slow. Let it methodically grind higher because it does not look extremely fantastic. Gilead Sciences. I feel like was it Gilead or was it something else that we tried to short? No, it was Gilead. I shorted Gilead here. got out over there for essentially a nothing candle. But I think someone's right. This is working on another double top. Strong support. We'll see if it breaks down. I don't have any position on it right now. We did have a position on this, but I'm going to put it on the list for tomorrow, which is Wednesday, and we will keep an eye on it. One more for today. I'll do Oxy and I'll add the rest to tomorrow's list. Oxy, another New York Stock Exchange challengee with these really crazy upper and lower shadows. Last 2 or 3 times I looked at Oxy, my analysis was essentially, if you're looking at this on a monthly chart, you're battling the 100 and 200 simple on a monthly time frame. You're right smack dab in the middle of those. AKA, don't expect a lot. I wouldn't aggressively trade it. I wouldn't take a breakout by any means, but I would do an iron condor. Bear call spread, bull put spread, sit back, relax, let it chop around, and trade sideways. What stocks would you guys like me to look at tomorrow? I'll put the rest I did not get to on the list for tomorrow as well. Caterpillar, I got XLF on the list. Silver Futures. No, sorry, Silvergate Capital. Can do that. US Steel, Giraffe Kings. Chris says, nice session. Loved your book. Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. You are awesome. I appreciate it massively. All right. Cool, team. Well, I'm going to be here. Same time, same place. Thank you so much for tuning in. You are stupendous, remarkable, fantastic, and I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And until then,